Welcome everyone to day 2 of BUCS Regatta 2025. My name's Tom Clark. I'm up here in the commentary box with Martin Knight. We'll be here for the next hour and a half to get started on some side-by-side racing. The first race you see up on your screens here is Open Championship Singles. This is the Repêchage. That means it's a second opportunity for those crews that didn't automatically pre-qualify on the time trial to make it into the top final, or if not the B final. Martin, you've got a few stats from this race.
Yeah, thanks very much. So as you look at the screen, if you're watching on YouTube, lane 1 is on the right, and we move across 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 to the left hand side. In lane 1 we've got Adam Makepeace. He came through the time trial in 11th place. In lane 2 for Reading we've got Matthew Hand. He came through the time trial in 7th place. In the middle 2 lanes we've got our 2 favourites for this Repêchage. We've got Conan Pazia. He was 3rd in the time trial by quite some margin. And in lane 4 we've got Daniel Dubitsky from IC. Again, another fast sculler. He's a Slovenian international. And then out in lane 5 we've got Alfie Winter, and what we're looking for really is that the top 2 to finish in this Repêchage will go through to the A final, Tom.
Yeah, it's this is obviously a university event, but it's a real international scene here. Some real good quality scullers. Obviously, this is the championship event, so this would be the advanced scullers. We'd look to see the best standard of rowing here. So really nice to see some guys from all over the world come to put themselves to the test against these other athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. So Conan's from Ireland, Daniel's from Slovenia, and in the next rep, which we'll tell you a little bit more about in due course, we've got an Israeli international and a Norwegian international too.
It's amazing. It's really good to see. You know, the standard of rowing here is getting better every year. And we're just looking on our screens here. You can see it's getting started from your angle and our angle. Hard to see, obviously, where everyone is just at this point. It's looking fairly even through the middle of that field, but some really nice sculling here to watch. Good conditions. It's not been as hot as it's been the last few days. Really good low wind as well, so really nice conditions for rowing in. Yeah,
as you're looking at the screen, there's a little crosswind from the left, which might make it a little tricky for some of the scullers, particularly over towards lane 1. I've got a rate meter on lane 3 at the moment, and Conan's just cruising down around sort of 32, 33 in a really nice rhythm. And they're more or less in a line. But if you have a look on the left-hand side in lane 5, Alfie Winter certainly has taken that race out. He's showing his intent. He really does want a place in that A final, and he was probably almost one of the slowest qualifiers from the Repêchage, and I do wonder whether he actually saved his effort, perhaps realised he wasn't going to be in the top 2 from the time trial, and he's pouring all this energy into this Repêchage. This in effect might be his A final.
There's definitely some tactics. Commentators yesterday were sort of talking about that, whether the time trial you give it everything or hold something back. It's difficult, obviously. You have to race more if you go through the Repêchage. There's one extra race before you get to the semi-finals. But here, definitely trying to make a change, set the pace, get these other athletes to chase him rather than the other way around.
Actually, I think what I've just noticed there, I wonder whether actually with the crosswind, the lanes have been redrawn, because I'm just looking at the information on the screen. We've got Queen's University Belfast in lane 5. Now that's Conan, and he qualified fastest for this Repêchage. Forgive us, viewers, I'd expected him to be in lane 3. Actually, he is in lane 5, so I'm going to recall that race for you. Out front at the moment by quite some margin, 9 seconds, is Conan Pazia, Irish international. It's perhaps no surprise that he's leading the feed by so much. And then we're sort of getting an echelon across the course, as you might expect with a lane redraw. So actually the fastest sculler is on the left of your screen, and as you move across to the right, you get the slower and slower and slower qualifiers, Tom.
Yeah, we've been looking at our paperwork already, ready to go here, and they've mixed it up on the first race for us. But exactly that, the traditional way of drawing the lanes would be from the fastest on the inside to the slowest on the outside. You get a chevron pattern effect. But because of the change of conditions here with the crosswind, it's obviously the organisers have made the decision that far lane, 5 lane and 6, has a slight advantage to the lanes closest to us in the screen. So they've redrawn the lane, so fastest at the far side to slowest at this side, to make it fair on the speed that you've pre-qualified on. And that's why the time trial times do make a difference because they will affect what advantage you may or may not get from lane draws in further races.
Absolutely. So as we called it perhaps at the start of the race, it does look like it's going to get Conan out in front. I think Daniel Dubitsky is coming down the course in second, certainly from our, that's how it looks from our vantage point in the commentary tower. They are the two scullers that we would expect to go through to the A final from this heat, and that is meant as no disrespect to Adam Makepeace, Matthew Hand or Alfie Winter, who are all three fantastic scullers in their own right and product of that amazing sculling university, Reading University. You can see the quality and the depth that their squad has by virtue of the fact that they've got, I think they had 7 or 8 scullers in championship singles, Tom.
Yeah, great programme over there. Will Rand and Chris Bartley have been doing fantastic things. Reading's been doing great. Victor Ledorn wins in the past. Yep, and like we said, this is sort of coming out on that sort of left to right pattern with lane 5 in the lead and coming through from that.
So yeah, as we're coming into the last 250 metres now, it's a clear advantage for Conan Pazia, clear water, clear advantage for, I believe, Daniel Dubitsky over in lane number 4. Lane 5. They will be the two scullers that go through, barring any disasters or shipwrecks. And it's lovely to see at the back of this repêchage, there's still a race out. There's still a bit in it for both Adam and Alfie Winter. There's bragging rights within your club, of course. You always want to beat your mates, Tom.
Yeah, definitely. If you've got someone side by side, we're in this sport to race side by side, so it's very difficult to ignore that challenge and not work, even though the end result for that might not make a difference to the next semi-final they go into. Like you said, bragging rights or just a chance to practice that race finish. For these rowers at the front coming through now, they've taken their pace down a little bit. They've comfortably in through to the next round, so for them it will be time to recover and get ready for the next race.
Yes, I think that will see the 3 Reading scullers then race against each other a little later in the B final.
Excellent start. Just those Reading rowers coming over the finish line now for the end of that race.
And it's deceptive, Tom, because the water, when you look at it, looks really nice and flat, but then you see the expressions on some of the scullers as they come across the line. I'm not sure that has been a comfortable race. The crosswind's pretty tricky in a single scull, isn't it?
Definitely. Crosswind, in the single, it's a very narrow, thin, small boat. It's harder to balance. You really, no one else to sort of lean on. You're just on your own there, so it can be more difficult with these wind conditions. But these guys have been doing this long enough that they'll know what they're doing. They will have measured their effort, and I think the cream has risen to the top, to use some milk puns.
Yes, on the next race down the course will be the second repêchage of these championship singles. We'll just get you some information on the lane draw and just confirm that has also been redrawn, just as that first heat was.
So on your screen at the moment, you're looking at Reading sculler, I believe, Ryn Robson, Reading C. It looks like we're joining this race a little bit later on. The field has split apart a little bit. We're just making sure that we're seeing what you're seeing.
Yeah, so we've got Ed as a roll call. Lane 5, fastest qualifier is Ed Fuller. In lane 4, there's the Durham Norwegian under-23 international, Frederick Rita. In lane 3, we've got Ryan Robson from Reading, and in lane 2, we've got Hamad from Reading as well. As we look down the course, definitely there's that echelon effect across the course. Although it looks like there are definitely 2 scullers who are very far out front. We've got Frederick Rita from Durham and Ryan Robson from Reading, Tom.
Yep, it's only 4 boats in this heat again. In this repêchage again, 2 going through. They are through the K mark. They, I think, now just coming up to the 1500. At this point in a repêchage with a bit of distance, would you risk taking the rate down and thinking about the next race yet? Are you still sort of making sure you're confirming your spot?
I think looking at the distance, I mean, we've got several lengths of clear water for both those two scholars who are leading. I would certainly be thinking about conserving my energy now. Yeah, absolutely. One eye on the final, knowing that you've got some really quality scholars ahead of you and not a long time to recover before your final later this afternoon.
Yeah, like I said before, the rep is obviously an extra race, so as little effort as you can do to make it through to that final, the better. You will be racing people who've raced less, but again, you know, sometimes a bit more race experience can be what you need. A lot of these athletes were racing in multiple events, so they might not have had as much practice time as they want on, say, mid-race pace or through their finish. So sometimes an extra race can be a benefit. Certainly if I was to race myself, I'd want to be thinking of it as that, but then again, if I was in the crew that's gone straight through, I'd try and tell myself that was a benefit as well. So you you grab hold what you can, don't you?
Absolutely. There are lots of different ways of selling this to yourself and convincing yourself that the decision in the moment is the right decision that you have made. So as we come into the to the finish, hitting the red buoys, let's just confirm this. We've got out in lane 5, Ed Fuller from Reading University bringing this one in. And then, as I look at it, you correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, but I think this is Ryan Robson coming in from Reading University in second place.
Yep, a Reading 1-2 here.
And that's a considerable distance, and I tell you what, it makes the prospect of this championship singles final a tantalising one. There can be some real boat speed coming down this course, some really fast scullers. If you can get a lead like that and then still come across the line rating in your low 20s, then you've got some speed to unleash later in the day.
Yeah, we can see here, looking at this sculler, obviously he's not rating at maximum here. He's really conserving energy. He's done the work early on, got the lead, and then managed to use the second half of that race just to paddle it out with one eye on the next semi. And coming up, we now have
I think it's Hamad from Reading coming into the line in third place, and Frederick Rita from Durham coming home in fourth place. Forgive me, I think a little earlier on I may have called him out in the first two places. My apologies if I got your excitement level up, Durham fans. It wasn't meant to be a missed call. I know Frederick raced yesterday as well, as will many of these sweepers and scullers. I suspect that was a tactical decision there, thinking about his B final later on and perhaps other races that he may have tomorrow and Monday, and certainly perhaps still feeling the races that he did yesterday. I think, Tom, and someone may correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Frederick Rita actually got a gold medal yesterday.
Yes, I think you're right, and you're right. Yeah, a lot of these athletes are doing multiple events. Some of them even competing in beginner events yesterday, and then having a go in another event today. For race experience, like you said, the more races you get, the better you get. You can't get better without trying.
Yeah. So here we go. We're about almost 3 minutes into the first semi-final of men's beginner coxed fours, and again, if we look across the course, in lane 1 we've got Southampton B, in lane 2 we've got a Durham crew, in lane 3 we've got Nottingham A, in lane 4 we've got Queen's University Belfast B, and in lane 5 Queen's University Belfast crew A. So a little bit of a grudge match between those two inter-squad crews there. And then out in lane 6 we have got Surrey A. Battle Royal, I think it's the first 3 crews from this semi-final go through to the AB final. Is that right, Tom?
Yeah, definitely, and this is open beginners fours, so all of these athletes will have started rowing in this academic year, so really impressive just to be here at the start line of a 2K race. Obviously it's a coxed four, so they have someone in the boat that's hooked up to a mic, helps set the rhythm, give them sort of the plan as it goes, and also they do the steering, so steering's taken away from them. It's a real boat class where you can just focus on rowing, working hard.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'd have to say that I'm looking at the TV screen as you are, YouTube viewers, and I have to say, I hope you agree, the quality of rowing that we're seeing is actually really very good for people who have only been rowing for a matter of months and weeks. We've got competitive rates, we've got some overlapping, we've got clean blades, we've got strong finishes. Lots of the things that we'd look for in more established crews, in more experienced oarsmen and experienced oarswomen. An exciting race to watch.
Yeah, just sat here looking at this and look at the blade work. Obviously the aim is to get all your blades in and out of the water at the same time, and looking at these crews, again, like you said, having only rowed for one academic year, they're doing this really well. Like we said, the conditions are probably having less of an effect on these bigger crews. A little bit more weight through the water, they carry a bit more boat speed, so these are good conditions for crew boats. We're just looking now obviously a wide angle, but to give you an update on how these guys are doing. So we have at the moment, I'm just looking at the wrong screen there.
As I look at the TV screen as you do, it looks like it's following pretty much the lane drawing, that the fastest qualifier to this semi-final was over in lane 6. And as we're looking at this image from the camera, it certainly does look like Surrey, but Queen's University Belfast in close attendance. And there is overlap with Queen's University B Belfast. Those three crews certainly look like they're going to be the three crews to go through to the final at the moment, but that's not to discount the Nottingham A boat, the local favourites. They train on this lake day in, day out. I know that because I coach down here, and I've seen them really putting the hours in and the miles in, and it may very well be the case that as we come into the last 300 metres that they can raise a sprint and take advantage perhaps of knowing home water a little bit, Tom.
Yeah, it could be, definitely. You know, as well as seeing the markers on the side of the lake, you also kind of know where that tree is, where that bit is. You have a much better peripheral vision and knowledge of where you are, so that advantage can help when coming into the end of the race. But this is looking really exciting. We've got three crews really sort of almost head to head here at the start. And we're just coming into the finish in this last 250. You see as the buoy changes colours from yellow to red, that shows we're in the last 250 metres of the race. So now it's going to be who's paced it best, who's got that finish. What would you be thinking at this point?
Well, to be honest with you, there was part of me that was thinking in that B boat in lane 4. Actually, I'm through here. But I think Queen's University B have responded to a push from Nottingham, and then they've probably looked left and thought, actually, do you know what? In this crosswind, let's win this semi-final so we get the best lane for our final this afternoon. And I have to say, it's a huge push from Queen's University B. A really exciting finish. Rowing with intent. You can hear the crowd in the grandstands giving a big cheer on. There's lots of Irish fans here, and Queen's University A surging through. Are they going to get it on the bow board as we go across the line? Oh, that was very tight, very tight. Viewers, you will make your own decision. We can't, so we're going to wait for the official decision. But from where I was sat, Tom, I think Queen's University A may have just edged out Surrey A.
I think you're right, yeah. Queen's A have edged that out. Queen's B, though,
stunning
really
finish.
Celebrating that finish. Really happy with that row off the finish line there. You can see them, hands in the air, really, really happy with what they've done. So they obviously executed exactly the race plan they wanted. And
I tell you what, it speaks volumes for the Queen's University beginner programme. I wonder, forgive me, I don't know if there's been a beginner's 8 race yet this regatta, but if there hasn't been, I wonder if those two fours will combine to make a beginner 8, or if indeed if there has been, what their result was, because with that sort of depth in the quality, you could put out a really competitive 8, couldn't you? It's
absolutely impressive rowing. I would not have thought I was watching rowers who've only been doing this one term. That was really excellent standard of rowing to see. And
in fairness, I would give a big shout out to the Durham beginners and the Southampton B beginners crews as well, who also raced incredibly hard all the way to the finish line. I wouldn't want to say that was really a done deal at all. That was a really competitive semi-final. Credit to all 6 crews.
Absolutely, and as we move on to the second semi-final now for open beginner 4s, we are joining again at about the 500 metre mark. Yep, they're through the 500 metre now. Just looking at some scores for you, our iPad occasionally gives us some times, occasionally not, so we will update you when we get that.
We can certainly give you a roll call though, that in lane 1 on the right hand of the screen, if you look at it, we've got the Newcastle crew. In lane 2 we have a Liverpool crew, and forgive me, I'm a little biased, is that someone who went to that university and rode for that club decades ago, it feels like now. A big shout out for Liverpool. In lane 3 we've got Surrey B, in lane 4 we've got Warwick A, in lane 5 we've got Imperial College London, and in lane 6 we've got the University of East Anglia fighting out for one of the 3 places on offer in the A final. First 3 to qualify for the A final.
Yeah, again following a similar pattern with the crews on the far side leading the way. Again, these are the fastest qualifiers, so they're sort of running in qualifying order, but there is that little advantage from the lane draw. We have now through quite looking at times through the K just yet, but as you can see, just a little split now. We've got these 2 crews out front. I think that's Newcastle and East Anglia and Imperial that we're looking at now.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. We've got an overlap. There's certainly some racing there. There's super finishes there, just sitting up really nicely, pressing that blade all the way through the feet as they sit back, use their hips to open up that second half of the stroke. Yeah, really moving their boats nicely along.
Yep, and then we've seen a sort of a second race now, as you can see on the screen, coming back through. Newcastle and Liverpool taking chunks out of each other on the near side.
And you can certainly see there's no shortage of effort from anyone in any of these crews here. It's good, gutsy, hard racing. And to reiterate the comment that you made in respect of the last semi-final, it's hard to believe that these are beginner rowers.
Yeah, I like it. I like that. It looks to me like maybe the rate would be slightly lower than what we might see in a championship event.
Yeah.
But you know, quite often these novice boats focus on moving faster rather than moving the boat.
Yeah.
To me, these crews look like they're really focusing on moving the boat. They're not trying to go above their standard. They're really using what they've got to make the most of it. It looks chunky, it looks powerful.
Yeah, and I'd say a mature approach to racing as well. 2K, I mean, we talk about as a splash.
Seems to be making some good appearances at the moment in this regatta so far. So yeah, testament to those programs. And yeah, gone are the days of time on the slide is time wasted.
Absolutely. I mean, as we go through the last 500 there, we've got the leaders, UAE. They're striking 33 strokes a minute. You know, that's a competitive rate for a beginner. And likewise the crew inside, and that rhythm and that rate is what's seeing them separate themselves from the rest of the race. What I'm really interested in though, Tom, at this moment is who's going to get that 3rd place. As I look down the course here, we've got Newcastle in lane 1. They look to be the crew that's slightly ahead. Liverpool look like they're perhaps just a little off the bat, but still an overlap. And then inside in lane 4, we've got Warwick A. This race is not a done deal for that 3rd spot in the A final, is it?
Exactly right. This is when it gets exciting, when the placings still really matter for what semi-final you might, or what final you might get after this. So as in that last race with the Repêchage, we saw crews kind of winding down because their place was set. At the moment we're looking at a number of crews who've still got the ability to put themselves in an A final here.
Yeah, you could throw a blanket over this one, certainly in terms of lane 4 Warwick A, and in lane 1 Newcastle. I look down at the grandstand, and there are quite a few Newcastle fans on the railings. They'll take the benefit of the support from their spectators as they charge by. And Newcastle have gone. They've certainly made they've made their push. They are looking very much for the finishing line, and they want that final place in the A final. Lane 4, we've got Warwick A. They've taken their rating up. This is tight, but at the moment, I've got to favour Newcastle, Tom.
Yeah, really gutsy from Newcastle. They've just gone earlier. I think that might have been a call from the cox. Say, look, guys, we don't normally up the rate until the last 200, but we're going to go at 400. We need to make a move here, and I think it's made the difference.
Well, I tell you what, though, Tom, Warwick have gone again, and I'm standing on the finish line, and as they're coming past me, I think Warwick by a canvas, perhaps.
It's so close.
Oh, no.
Look at this on the finish
bubble
line
to
now.
Bubble. Oh, well, I beg your pardon. It looks like Newcastle just had enough to hold on. Well done, Newcastle. Warwick in 4th, and then followed by Liverpool in 5th. Congrats, Liverpool University. And then a very, very close 6th. We've got Surrey B. fantastic semi-final, Tom. Absolutely fantastic.
Lovely to see. We were here for the racing, and that's exciting racing to watch. Congratulations to Yui and Imperial as well, who who sort of booked their place early whilst we were busy watching the race for third place.
Well, I have to say, Tom, this is my first time commentating, and my apologies to viewers at home if that's evident and that shows. But this has been a real treat so far. Real treat. 4 really good quality races coming down. The high skill level of the championship singles and the international depth in that race. And then the gutsy approach from the beginners, and that but still managing to keep the composure in order to have things like a sprint finish or to measure their effort down the course.
Yeah, really great to watch. Really enjoyable to watch that rowing, that racing. None of those crews took themselves off the pace at all, really. So fantastic to watch. We're now looking at semi-final AB for the women's beginner quads. So 4 people, 2 blades each. We're watching sculling now. We have in lane 1 Liverpool, lane 2 London, lane 3 Queen's C, lane 4 Queen's B, lane 5 Leeds, and in lane 6 Edinburgh A. So again, middle of the course, we've got a Queen's match up here, which could be fun to watch. Oh look,
hey,
that's us in the commentary box there.
Well, I feel very lucky. So I think in many respects we've got the best seat in the house today, haven't we?
Do. If you can pan out and see this, it's fantastic. We've got such a vantage point here, very high finish tower where we're watching from.
And so we're looking here at this Edinburgh crew, and the first thing I notice is just their technique is actually fantastic, dare I say. We can see the holding that body position as the blades go in, as they press their legs and swing their hips open. The arms are staying straight, which means you've got a lot of leverage through that second half of the stroke, and that contributes to the boat speed. And I think that's probably why Edinburgh have started to pull away from the crew inside them, Leeds, and the rest of the field.
Yep, like I said, we're talking about 2000 being a long race, but the advantage of that is you've got a lot of time to make changes, to just eke out an inch per stroke, not needing to make huge changes or huge changes in speed. If you can row well, row consistently, take an inch per stroke, you can find yourself ahead by halfway.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we're looking down the course, this is following a similar echelon pattern. Certainly you'd say that Edinburgh University are in the driving seat, Leeds there and thereabouts as well, and it looked like one of the Queen's University crews was trying to come through the field, through the middle of the field. So still
we're watching just there, had a shot of London on your screens. It looked like these guys are enjoying what they're doing over here, really coming on now through halfway, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's looking from our vantage point, it looks like lane 654 have got the advantage, and they look like they're going to be the 3 crews that are going to go through to the A final.
We've got a bit of a split, yeah. The first 3 crews all coming through in about 350 at the K there, and then a little split back to the next 3 crews.
So I'm going to throw the question that you asked me earlier back to you, Tom. If you were sitting in that 3rd place crew now, with 2 crews overlapping the 2 crews to your left, looking back at the 3 crews to your right, what would be going through your mind? What calls might you make?
Yeah, halfway, I think probably I wouldn't want to be thinking about the next race just yet. This is the semi that's going to take us into the A final. A final is going to be what all of these crews are wanting to achieve here. So I think for the next 500, I'd still want to be just maintaining my pace. It's very hard if you start to take the power off to ramp it back up again, should that crew behind you come for you. So I'd be looking just to stick to the plan through to about the last 500, which is they're coming to now. Then with a decent advantage, we might look to slowly bring the pace down. But again, it's no point sort of having one eye on the next race if you can't finish this one first.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we look at the screens here, we've got 2 crews still maintaining their form, still maintaining their technique. Again, credit to the quality of these beginner programs that these universities are putting out.
Yeah, it's really good. We see here, just watching a bit of this sculling again, just looking at that synchronicity, blades going in and out of the water at the same time. when you watch the backs moving together, if you look at the heads, you see the heads moving together. That shows that these guys are really moving well together, and that's the aim of rowing. It's not just about rowing well, it's about making sure you're rowing well with the other people in your crew.
So as this race comes into the last 200, we've got Leeds in lane 5. They're making a move. They've just pushed ahead of Edinburgh over in lane 6 there, and inside them we've got Queen's University B. Bow ball just overlapping perhaps the stern of the Leeds A boat. Leeds certainly look like they've got the bit between their teeth. I think they want to win this semi-final, and why wouldn't you? As we talked about earlier, you want the best possible lane draw if you're racing this sort of crosswind in your A final a little later today.
Yeah, we're watching these two crews. Definitely the gap's opened up now. These guys are all going to be in the A final, but like you said, the lane draw has changed once already, so it could make a big difference. If the wind picks up, if it's a crosswind, it's going to be a better lane for the crew that crosses the line first here.
And you sort of talked a little bit earlier about it being a tricky crosswind. I'm looking at the windsock across from us, and it's moving around a little bit, and I think it's affecting the crews. It's making it a bit tricky to steer. We've got London in lane 2, who are taking advantage of the whole of their lane. Liverpool have just pushed through, and they've made their move towards the finish line. So we've got coming across in lane in 4th place is Queen's University B, Queen's University Belfast C, and then it's London and Liverpool really going bow ball for bow ball in the last 5-6 strokes.
Absolutely, a race winning the race. They want this little bit of steering, but it's coming really close to the line. You can see on the picture here.
Yeah, a 2-seat in the Liverpool boat just had she got her head in her hands, bless her. Don't worry. You still edged out London on the inside. She had a little bit of difficulty with her blades. It's so easy to do, isn't it? And so easy to lose a blade handle when you're feeling tired, you're sprinting for the end of the race. I think Liverpool should still be really proud of their efforts.
I love to see that. That wasn't a race to get into an A final. That wasn't going to change what was going to happen after the race, but they didn't care.
Absolutely.
They came for the race. They wanted that win, and that's what I love about rowing. You can come here you can come here to win. You can come here to make an A final. You can come here to beat a certain crew. You can have your own aim, and it doesn't really matter what else is going on. I think that's the best thing, the race within the race that we keep talking about.
100%. So here we are in the second semi-final of the women's beginners quads. Forgive me, I think you may have just lost us there for a little bit. We have a slight technical issue. I'll do that roll call again. In lane 1, we have Birmingham A. In lane 2, we have Edinburgh B. In lane 3, we have Loughborough A. Lane 4, Newcastle. Lane 5, St Andrews. And lane 6, Queen's University Belfast A. Tom, that's remarkable. Queen's University, 12 scullers in the semi-final of this event.
Fantastic. They've come here definitely en masse, and seeing some fantastic sculling, some fantastic results, some good pedigree at that club. Quite often, come and do really well here. They love to race as well, and it's impressive. You're right. The depth of the squad is as impressive as some of the speeds of their boats.
So as we're looking down the course, this is a very different semi-final to the one that we've just watched coming down. We don't have that even split between the 6 crews. We've not got 3 noticeably ahead, I don't think, looking from our vantage point, and 3 a little bit further behind. We're looking at the screen now, Queen's University crew, a really strong rhythm there. Really strong rhythm, keeping the rate nice and high, up in the 30s, and they look like they are strong favourites to be the first place crew at this stage of the race into the A final.
Yeah, so 1500 metres now. Again, we're sort of reaching that point of the race where if you've done the work, you can maybe start taking the pressure down, taking the rate down slightly. But again, it still looks like a space is up for grabs potentially.
Yeah,
we've got just 3 seconds between 3rd and 4th place through the 1500.
Oh dear, disaster. And the St Andrews crew, they were looking really comfortable there in 2nd place, and we've just caught a crab. Get yourself organised, please. Let's get back on it. Someone take charge.
That could have been I think a big gust of wind there, because both crews there on your screen
I think I've miscalled that. I think actually it's a Newcastle. I think there saw a star on the blade. It's a Newcastle crew.
It was Newcastle.
And
my
apologies.
Both crews on the screen there. So potentially a gust of wind just getting in the way there.
Oh dear, dear, dear. It's so disappointing. It's so hard.
It happens, you know, these things happen. This is what you come and race as a beginner. You know, this is how you get race experience. You know, you don't know how to recover from a crab in a race until you've done it. You know, these are the things that happen, and it can be disappointing, but, you know, stuff happens during a race. You know, you can't control everything. It's an outside sport. Weather's an issue. Other crews can be an issue. These things happen. It's all about how well you deal with what comes up at the time.
Yeah, that's a good, super observation, Tom. As we look moving to the towards the red boys here, certainly inside the last 200 metres, we have Queen's University Belfast A crew comfortably in first place. They are definitely going through to the A final. In second place inside them, it's St Andrews. They will also qualify. Both boats looking fantastic, and they've got to feel very confident ahead of the A final. And then looking favourite for the third place slot in the semi-final at the moment is Edinburgh University B, although they again are taking advantage of the whole of their lane, much as Birmingham A are as well, Tom.
Yeah, a little bit of steering from here, and that just kind of shows the effort that these crews are putting in.
We have a crab there in the Edinburgh crew, and that's allowed the rest of the field to come back to them. Edinburgh have now moved out of their lane, and now they're in the Birmingham lane. I think the umpire's going to have his work cut out here. There could actually be a clash as we come into the last 50 strokes, and at the moment, coming through is Loughborough A. Are they going to steal the final spot? Well, no, on the line as I look at it, I think that I would call that as Edinburgh having got that just, but I think the umpire might want to have a look at that, because I think the crew in lane 1, Birmingham A, will certainly feel unhappy that they had to row in the wash of the Edinburgh University boat, Tom.
Yeah, they did. Edinburgh did move over into Birmingham's lane, but we're just looking at the umpire now. Has raised his white flag, as you can see on screen. So
he's happy.
That would have mean that he's happy that whatever happened didn't change the outcome of the race.
Yeah.
So he would have basically made the call that Birmingham weren't going to make that third place. So even though they may have been impeded by Edinburgh, it hasn't changed the overall outcome of the race. So that's why he's happy with that there, even though there's sort of a bit of steering going on.
That's a good call, Tom. Yeah, I think you've summarised that the umpire's decision perfectly there. Well done.
So that's the semi-finals finished for the beginner quads, and we are now looking at Open Championship lightweight singles. So you can see up here on your screen, lane 1 Sussex A, lane 2 Queen's B, lane 3 Reading B, 4 De Montfort B, and 5 Edinburgh B. Lots of B crews in here, showing again how many clubs are putting in multiple scullers, which is really great to see.
And again, I think, Tom, this is the case that it's the first three through to the first three through to the final, A final. First
2 to the A final here. Remainder to final B is what it says on my screen, but we might be wrong.
We've got a conflict. We've got one thing on one screen, and we have a paper copy which seems to suggest it's 3 to the A final. But we'll hopefully get some confirmation of that as the race comes down the course. Looking at, as you look at your screen there, at the left of the screen, it certainly looks like Edinburgh have really established their position in the race, and I think they are leading the field out. Tricky tricky for the lightweights perhaps in this wind. Don't quite. It's got to sort of really take care of their line, not get blown around too much within their lane.
Yeah, this is going to obviously be the smallest, lightest, so smallest crew being just the singles and the lightest being the lightweight. So yeah, wind can affect it more. The one thing definitely about this race, it really can turn into a bit of a dogfight. You have a lot longer to row than you would in an eights final. You know, an 8 might be doing this in, you know, definitely sub 6, maybe 5.5 minutes. These guys are going to have a good few minutes longer than that, and that can really allow for the lead to change hands multiple times. A lot more can happen, but right now we're looking, I think, at this Edinburgh sculler, Ollie Plank, looking really nice through the halfway with a good gap.
What I really like about watching him is that he really develops the boat speed through the second half of the stroke. You know, it looked like he had a really nice hold of it as you start to press the legs, but using the second half of that leg drive and his body weight there really to accelerate the boat past the blades, and that he's got a considerable lead on the rest of the field at the moment.
Yeah, it can kind of seem strange to talk about having patience in a race. You know, we're wanting to move fast in the right direction, but quite often having the patience to allow yourself to generate speed through the stroke. It's not all about laying everything down on the first little bit. As you can see, we're watching this sculler. He generates rhythm through the legs, then he opens his back, then finishes with his arms, just generating power through the whole length of the stroke. And you can see he's doing that well enough to just pull away from the rest of the...
Yeah, he's cruising along at a nice 30, 31. He's got a great rhythm. You normally... You watch it at an international level and you see the international scullers coming down at the course at really quite high rates, 34, 35s. But when we look at this university standard of rowing, 30, 32, 33 is the sort of rate that a single sculler might actually come down the course.
Yeah, I don't think that's low at all. I should imagine at this point he's measuring his effort. I wouldn't say slowing down, but again, the advantage from getting out in a rowing boat, because we move backwards, we get to look at everyone else we're leading. So quite often, once you've got a little bit of a gap, you can really measure the response. If you see someone come up against you, you can sort of go a bit faster, and if not, you can do it. And for these guys, because they're racing multiple times in this day, then really conserving energy is something to think about.
And for the benefit of viewers at home that might not know so much about rowing, one of the other things that we look for when we're trying to judge how a boat's moving is the stern of the boat. So that little bit of the boat that's effectively in front of the rower, the bit that they can see. Does that move up and down, or a lot? Does it sort of surge through the water? And we could see there from Ollie's boat actually that seemed to be moving along really quite nicely, I think.
Yeah, another great thing to look at, like you said, just to kind of keeping your eye in on what does look and doesn't look good. It's a good thing to look at that bow of the boat. How much does it move? You know, nice smooth motion is what we're looking for. It's big bouncing up and down. We're probably putting weight or power in the wrong place.
So we could see from the splits there that actually this is very, 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 very tight through the middle of the race there. We could almost throw a blanket on those on second, third, fourth, fifth as we come into the last 300 or so meters. I wouldn't like to call this race at the moment, particularly as you said, Tom, because a single scull can change speed so very quickly in such a short short space of time. Forgive me, get my words out.
Yeah, and I think that those other four singles have had this sort of race behind Ollie, and I think they've kind of been closing the gap up to him. I don't know if he's really measuring himself out now and he's happy, but it does look like the whole actual group of rowers here is closing up, and like you said, time's really tight, just a couple seconds in it at the 500. We're watching here now.
Edgar in lane one certainly you can see the change in rate. He's made his push earlier. We've got De Montfort in the middle, slightly lower rating but still a long stroke. Now it looks like the De Montfort sculler's gone for it, and then inside him we've got the Reading University sculler Zammit. I'd say at the moment there's 3 for 2 places potentially. Sussex A, James Edgar really going for it on the inside. Big push, but then in the middle we've got Reading B, Thomas Zammit. The De Montfort sculler Nixon has established himself in second. So across the line we've got Ollie Prank, we've got Alfie Nicholson from De Montfort University, and then in lane one Sussex A, James Edgar, followed up by Queen's B sculler Benedict Weiss. And last but by no means, in lane fourth place, Reading B, Thomas Zammit, and in fifth place, the Queen's University sculler Benedict Weiss.
Another fantastic finish over line. Congratulations to Ollie and Alfie, Edinburgh and De Montfort, who will go through to the repêchage.
I'm going to take my leave of you now, Tom. That's my stint over. You've got another co-commentator to come. Viewers, I hope you've enjoyed the contribution I've made towards commentary. If you have, please tune in again later. I'll be on again at about 3 o'clock. If not, then tune in and watch and just mute me. Otherwise, please enjoy the racing and enjoy the rest of the day.
Fantastic. Thanks, Martin. Okay, now we are looking at Open Championships Lightweights Rep 2. So this is the same process as the last race. The first 2 will be going through to final A, the remainder to final B. As you can see on your screen there, lane 1, Queens, Belfast, lane 2, Uwe, lane 3, Queens, A, sorry, lane 4, Strathclyde, lane 5, Surrey A. And
yeah, it's another good race that looks like it's developing here. Surrey out in the lead so far, followed by that lane 4 sculler from Strathclyde, Felix Rainish. Very tight race out in front. Little bit of a gap there towards Uwe at the 1500.
Yeah, it's just seen a few times coming through on the 1500 here. Don't have all of them, so just seeing what we can see.
Yeah, looking like a bit of a gap between the second and third place scullers at the moment on our screens.
Yeah, again, first two from this will be making the A final. A gap has come out slightly there, with Surrey and Strathclyde now having pulled away from the other 3 scullers. So I wonder whether at this point they might be trying to conserve energy. Do you think that gap was enough to start winding down, or would you be pushing for a bit further?
I think at this point it's all about just making sure you're staying relaxed, keeping the boat straight. Yeah, you're going to be thinking about conserving energy at this point. You've got an A final coming up, but you've just got to make sure that you're not making mistakes, keeping it relaxed, just using the power, using the legs.
Yeah, it's this looks like closing stages of the race. You don't really want to get anything wrong. It's sometimes if you've worked really hard, it's not necessarily about adding any more. It's just about not making any mistakes and getting that boat over the finish line. So as we can see here, Charlie, Surrey A, coming through the finish line. He's booked his place. Following up, Felix from Strathclyde. Those guys will be going through to the A final. But as we can see here, no one's letting up. Everyone's working all the way to the line. They've all come here to race, and that's what they're going to do. Work from all 3 of those scullers, who still, again, will have a chance to race in semi-final B. Fantastic opportunity still at this event to be doing that.
Yeah, it's a great event. It's always really competitive. The lightweight singles here, quite often very close racing really, really good quality sculling that we've just seen there from that second repêchage. Going to be a good set of finals coming up later this afternoon.
Yeah, brilliant racing from the lightweights. Always with the weights being matched, it really adds for close racing. We're coming up now looking at different class women's championship lightweight doubles. This is a repêchage, so again it means that the first 2 will go through to the final and the remainder will go to the B final. Again, this is couple of crews, or the best 2 crews from the time trial this morning will go directly to the final, but this repêchage is an opportunity for other crews to make it through to the final. It's an additional race, so they will have to race time trial, repêchage, if they get through semi and then final. But as I said before with Martin, sometimes a bit of extra racing is not a bad thing. How would you approach a repêchage, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, the most important thing is to qualify. You've got to get in those top 2 positions. Some of these crews will be disappointed to have not made the A final straight from the time trial. Birmingham and Reading were lucky enough to get through earlier on in the morning. But yeah, there's 2 spots up for grabs now. You just got to make sure that you get out, get ahead, stay ahead, cross that line.
Yeah, absolutely. What's happened before, you have to put to bed. If you've had a result that you weren't happy with from that time trial, having that in your mind now is certainly not going to help. It's about trying to stay present, stay in the race now, and have another opportunity to make that final. And it looks like a couple crews here on your screen have just started to make the gap out as we come through the halfway mark. We, I believe, are looking at Imperial and Nottingham. That's Lauren Bowles, Nottingham, Catherine Elkington, I should imagine about people in those crews. But third, looks like with that rate you can see on that cruise come up quite a lot there. Do you think that's sort of a halfway push?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you get to the 1K, you make sure that you're putting in a push. If you can see that crew there, it's only 4 seconds. There's definitely time to make that back from Bath. Yeah, it's definitely not over this race. They've got to put in that push now. If you want to make that A final, now's the time to go for it.
Yeah, you're right. Like you said, it's now or never. There's one hand talking about conserving energy, but there's no point conserving energy if you're not in that final you want to be in. So sometimes although it can seem counterintuitive to be sort of working too hard, it's quite a common race practice to have pushes or bursts, maybe 10 or 20 strokes. You take the rate and the effort up, try and make a significant close the gap or open a gap up on the competitor, try and take the advantage away from them or give yourself more advantage. So quite often you might see, certainly through that halfway point, the rates go up. You can see a certain boat really chunking it in or making changes. But again, the other crews aren't just going to sit and watch someone come through that. You know, people are looking around, race plans are being adjusted as and where you are on the course. So you can't expect just to make a push and have no one come back at you. Everyone's kind of doing that same thing all at once.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, sometimes I think there's no such thing as a perfect race plan. It is a really common thing that you see that push in the 1K. It's very difficult. It's a 2,000 metre course and there's very little landmarks here, but that 1K is a real big one. Make sure that you're pushing at that point, trying to keep in contention, qualify for that A final. It's always good to just reset yourself at that halfway point and make sure that you're driving on to try and gain those places.
Definitely. Again, looking here now, coming through the 1500 metre mark, looks like quietly confident Imperial there in lane 5, but still Bath are hunting down Nottingham. See if we look at these times, if it's getting closer.
Yeah, it looks like they've taken 3 seconds in that last 500 metres, so Bath are definitely charging. They've got this last sprint to the line now. It's all going to get a little bit loud here around the tents. You can see the big crew Bath sign opposite the lake from us. They'll be cheering on, but Imperial will definitely be roaring on their crew as well to try and keep that position.
Yep, you can see in the background those tents all along the back or the furthest side of the course. They are all the university tents, so that's where all their teammates are, ready to cheer them on as they come through the last 300 metres. Again, you know, these are championship rowers, so advanced rowers, so these guys are going to know how to pace this. There's not going to be anyone taking their foot off the gas right now, and they all will have turned up here to book their place in the A final, and no one's going to let up. And to me, it's looking like it's getting closer, not further away.
Yeah, absolutely. Imperial looks like they've just still got that 1 length advantage from where we're sitting, but I think Bath might have just sneaked ahead of Nottingham there.
It's difficult to tell from the angle. Obviously, we're looking at the same sort of angle from you right now, but it's really close. I think I might be inclined to agree with you. I think Bath might have come through Nottingham here. We're going to see soon. But yeah, really, you can hear now the cheers coming up from the bank.
Absolutely. Into that red boy zone now. It's now or never, really. I mean, there's 2 spots to qualify. It's going to be Imperial by the looks of things on the water. But Bath and Nottingham going stroke for stroke now into the last 50 metres. This is where you've got to make sure you've got those legs down. Keep charging. It looks like Bath have just taken that bow ball lead.
Yeah, you can see now that's Bath have done it. Fantastic effort from them. You can see how happy they are. Little shake of the hands there. Job well done. That's not an easy thing to be rowing down. It can be, you know, it can be difficult. It can be nerve-wracking, but they've held their nerve and come through to book that spot in the A final. Just coming through now here, Cambridge A and B through the line as well. They probably will have, we were talking about, reserved a little bit of energy there for their final.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes when you take a look over your shoulder, you know that you're not quite going to make that A final. You've still got another race coming up. It's got to be one part of the mind on rowing smart and making sure that you are conserving that energy for the final that you have to be competitive in later on this afternoon.
Definitely, definitely, and we've got another exciting race now. This is the second rep, so again, women's lightweight doubles championship event. Lane 1, Harper Adams, Lane 2, Glasgow, Lane 3, Queens B, Lane 4, Surrey B, Lane 5, Newcastle A, as you can see up on the screen there. And this again, a similar format, so first 2 crews will be through, so we'll be looking to see that cut-off point between second and third place being the where you want to be, finishing on top of that line.
Yeah, so they're just, by the looks of it, coming up towards the 1K mark just about now. This is where you need to make sure that you're staying strong, keeping that length. It's so important to make sure that you're keeping your length in these middle parts of the race. It's very easy to tighten up, to shorten up, especially in this crosswind as well. It's a little bit of a breeze coming across.
Yeah, that's a good point. The name of the game really is efficiency here through the middle of the race. You really want to be, maximising your boat speed, maximising your efficiency. So not doing anything that's costing you any energy other than move the boat forward. We are all through the 1K now. Newcastle have put themselves out in front, Lane 5 for second place, Surrey third, Queens B, but still tight, still all to play for at this point. Certainly these crews will be able to make up that gap. Championship crews, they'll know how to pace this race. Some of them, won't be worried about being down at this point if they know they've got a fast finish. Sometimes that can be a benefit. You don't have to stress that you're not in the right place if you think you've got a fast finish.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Newcastle's wrestled control of this in the first half. They were leading at the 500, leading again at the 1K. Got, I think, a 6-second lead there on the crew behind in second.
Such an advantage being able to take that early lead. Like I said before, got an opportunity just to sort of command the race from the front. You get to have a look at everyone behind you, and it's just looking really lovely sculling here. If we look down at that sculling again, the synchronicity really nice, the power, the work through the water, and like you said, Ryan, the length. And it's what we would expect from rowers of this caliber, but it's always great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, in lightweight rowing as well, sometimes the raw power isn't quite there. It's the same with the open weight athletes, so you've got to really be, in this case, the queens of efficiency. And making sure that you're getting those oars in nice and sharp at the front. I mean, look at Newcastle there. It's just very, very relaxed.
Yeah, lovely shot here of Newcastle. And that's really together. That's really what we're looking for. Blades in together, working together. Really nice. Last 500 to go. It looks, barring any commentator's curse, like Newcastle will have sewn this one up for first place, but we just look at some times now as they come through.
Yeah, it looks like Surrey's just sneaks that advantage. They've just lengthened that advantage a little bit over Queens, haven't they?
Yeah, really important time to work that third 500, quite often talked about as being the place where you can win or lose races. If you can open that gap up before you get to that finish, you can sometimes sort of devalue the effect of a sprint. You can get inside an athlete's head, maybe make them feel like the gap's too long. But again, for championship crews, 3 seconds, it would be possible. It depends what they've got left in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, one length, 300 metres, it's definitely possible, especially in these small boats. You can really have a turn of speed quite quickly. It does look like Surrey have that advantage still, though. But definitely don't discount Queens. They're very good at sculling. They've come all the way from Northern Ireland. They're not going to go down without a fight, and they'll be wanting this A final place.
Yeah, absolutely. And they will see now select sort of 3 or 4 yellow buoys. They're going to hit red. That means they're in the last 250. That means rates are going to start coming up. It doesn't matter how hard you've worked, how exhausted you are. All of these crews will have practiced a race finish, so they'll be increasing the intensity, increasing the rate. If you see on your screen there, the blades going in and out a little bit quicker. It looks to me like Newcastle still just having to work a little bit to stay on the front there. But also, I think Surrey at this point still have maintained that one length lead, and barring any disasters, I think they should come through here for second place. Queen's not going down with a fight, exactly like you said. They didn't come here for a paddle, they came here to race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a hard-fought race. It looks like they've taken half a length in that last few hundred metres, but it is Surrey that have just kept their bows in front.
Yeah, that work that they did through the third 500 has really helped them. I think if they were level with 250 to go, Queen's could have had the sprint. They had a little bit more at the finish, but luckily Surrey had done the work. Well, not luckily, you know, I'm sure that was part of the plan. Done the work through the middle. Just coming up now to the finish, we have Glasgow and then Harper Adams. Again, these crews are now setting themselves up ready for their next semi-final.
It's another excellent race that was. It was good to see a few crews out in front battling for those top 2 positions. It's so competitive in these championship categories.
It is, and you're right, and there's multiple crews from multiple universities, so you can imagine how many crews that is, how many you've got to compete with and get it right on race day. We are now looking at women's championship pairs, so 2 people, 1 blade each now, back to sweep rowing. Lane 1 Imperial, Lane 2 St Andrews, Lane 3 Durham A, Lane 4 Cambridge B, Lane 5 Cambridge A, and Lane 6 Edinburgh B. Again, being a repêchage means that 2 of these again will go through to the A final, the rest will go through to the A B semi-final.
So again, this is first 2 through to the A final. I think, is this a repêchage?
I think what are we looking?
Yeah, this is the championship pairs.
Yes, yeah,
absolutely. So 2 crews will have gone through to the A final, and then this repêchage will decide the rest.
Yes, that's it. We've made it there between the sheets that we're looking at. As on your screen now, again, now having had a few sculling events, we're doing some sweep here. So in these conditions, the pair can be a little bit tricky to steer. Steering might be more of a consideration here. Obviously, each rower can only affect one side of the boat, so you really need to work together, really need to match the power to make sure that steering doesn't become an issue. You can see there the umpire launch, he's just waving his flag out. That means he'll be giving a steering warning to, I think, Cambridge in front of him, as you can see. So Ryan, steering definitely a consideration.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like, we've got this crosswind, and pairs are tricky at the best of times. It's very easy to go astray in a pair. If you find it difficult to steer, you're already putting all of the effort in, and you've got that foot steering as well that you've got to think about. There's so much going on in these boats. It was never really my forte. But anybody here racing these at BUCS Regatta in the championship category, look, these are going to be gifted athletes. They're going to be well trained, well drilled.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ryan. Some people might be watching thinking, hang on, if these crews don't have a cox, how are they steering? Well, the way that they're steering is one of these rowers will have one of their shoes will work on a swivel, and that will be attached to the steering mechanism. So if they turn their boat or they steer their boat right or left, then they can change the steering. And again, you could just see it's popped out your screen now, but there is some warnings for steering again. So as we predicted, it a little bit more of an effect maybe or consideration for this race.
I can't quite see who's being warned there, but it's out in the outside lanes. It looks like it's Cambridge crew in lane 5, I think, are just straying into the lane of the Edinburgh crew in lane 6. The umpire's right in front of them, calling them back over into their lane.
Yeah, you can see him again there. A few warnings now. It looks like they are on their way back into their own lane there, but a little bit of an angle, and the problem is every time you put that steering on, that will affect boat speed. If you think about it, it's almost like a little bit of a brake, adding resistance. So you don't want to steer much, you want to keep that straight line, Obviously, a wiggly line might be actually more distance, but also every time you put that rudder on, you can affect the boat speed, you can affect the set and the balance. So it is something that does make it more difficult to maintain, a speed.
Yeah, it affects everything, and you can feel it in every seat in the boat. There's obviously, this is a pair, so there's not that many people to affect, but you can definitely feel it when that rudder comes on. You know exactly what's happening, and you can feel that speed just drop. Suddenly everything becomes a little bit heavier, a little bit less efficient. All that work that you've been doing through the middle of the race.
Yeah, this is really exciting finish now, though. All these crews have actually come back together. It looks like we've got Durham, it's Cambridge and Edinburgh. It's going to be really close. You see this coming over to the finish line. I don't want to make any predictions here as we see it come through.
So it's just Imperial sneaking up here in lane 1. It is actually only one repechage, so the top 4 crews are going through to the A final, and it looks like that was decided by about a length. Imperial coming through in lane 1 there, and then in lane 2 St Andrews coming through now. Travel down from Scotland. They'll be competing in the B final.
Yep, that's exactly right. We're a little bit wrong at the end there because it's only one rep. That's 4 crews through. We confused ourselves a little bit. Sorry about that. But yes, well done, Ryan, for spotting that. But still, racing from all of them, really impressive and really tight. So four of those crews who've all finished there within a couple of seconds of each other are going to get another bite of the cherry. I've really got a lot more to show, and I'm really excited to see the AB semi-finals in this event. Okay, and that is a little break for the racing for now. Just wanted to take this opportunity to mention it quickly. Our sponsor here, Milk Every Moment, helping or supporting BUCS through a number of events here. These guys are letting everyone know milk's the thing to get inside you. It's full of protein, it's great for you, and yeah, we wanted to give a shout out to them and appreciation for sort of coming up and sponsoring this event.
Yeah, it's always good. These events can't happen without our sponsors, so thank you very much to Milk. Definitely my favourite post-race recovery drink. It's always good.
I'm a big fan, yeah. I'm a big fan. I used to row with a dairy farmer. I do feel like rowing is the perfect sport for farmers. They already know how to get up ridiculously early, and they're incredibly strong. So yeah, no, I think that's it was always fun getting up early with a milk farmer and having him feel like he's had a lie-in. What have we got coming up next?
So I think next we've got racing at 1 by the looks of it. It's the repechage of the Open Championship 8s. 3 crews have gone through to that. We've got Bristol, London and Edinburgh.
So yes, we're coming up with that one shortly at 1 o'clock. Excited to see this. I really like. I mean, this has been fantastic racing so far. What do you think about what you've seen?
It's just been fantastic. I mean, you can't come down to BUCS and not absolutely love it. It's the absolute height of the calendar for university sport, isn't it? I've loved my time coming to BUCS over the years, and yeah, you can't not love this regatta. It's great. Coming into the last few hundred, all the tents on the side, all of your crewmates cheering you on. It's just such a special time.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's lovely as well to have the split between beginners, intermediate and advanced, giving everyone an opportunity. Lots of medals on offer.
And it is so important as well. You see so many of these universities that come down, and whilst they've been training in their respective squads over the year, you really get the sense of feel that it is one club when you're coming down with your seniors, your beginners as well, your championship athletes. Everyone's supporting each other, everyone's looking out for each other. It's what the year has really led up to for a lot of these crews.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to see. It's also important in this event that the Victor Ladorum is an important consideration for a lot of the bigger high performance universities. So that would be the overall winner As you can see here, there's some guys on the bank, just what we were saying, loving being here, waiting for the race action to come their way. But yeah, it really is as much as everyone wanting to do well for themselves in their own individual event. Doing well on your own can have a benefit to your club, and maybe an opportunity for your club to win that overall Victor Ladorum trophy. Definitely something that some of these bigger clubs will be having their eyes on.
Yeah, absolutely. And every single crew has an opportunity to get Victor Ladorum points, so they can represent their university not just for their own result, but also collect the points that might well make the difference between winning and losing overall towards the end of the weekend. So every race matters, every crew counts, and that's why we're all supporting every single crew member.
You can see on your screens here, these 8s are now just spinning down. This is a view of the start line. Obviously, these start pontoons, you can see them then just tapping it round. The cox will be telling them how to spin the boat and how to back it down, get attached to the stake boats. And interestingly as well, I'm just looking here at some of the flags and the windsock we've got on the other side. And if you look at the little popple on the water, it's starting to turn into a tailwind, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's nothing nicer than being on that start line and feeling that you're about to get a bit of a push down the course.
It's definitely preferable to rowing in headwind. You know, we all like to spend as little time in pain as possible, but it doesn't come without its own difficulties as well. I think at this point it's really nice. Soft tailwind. It shouldn't have too much of effect. If it does pick up a bit, it can make it difficult to row as well. There is sort of a different way, some people say, to rowing in a headwind or a tailwind. Sometimes you might want to use, you've got that tailwind, you've got that speed, you're moving a little bit quicker. Sometimes the rates go higher. Would you change your race plan coming in sort of headwind or tailwind conditions?
I don't think, maybe not really in an 8, and I think the 8s are moving so fast, you're just going to make sure that you're staying quite sharp, getting quite on it at the front. I think as far as race plans go, I guess potentially, depending on the conditions, while you're developing those plans, having your crew chats while you're still on land, yes, noticing that the winds just die down a little bit when you're on the start line. I certainly wouldn't be making any calls at this point trying to change things around. You just got to get out there, get racing.
Yeah, you're right, and exactly what you said, the 8s here, so it's the first time we've seen 8s here this morning, which is obviously the biggest boat that we do. Coxed boats, so these 8s do have a cox that sits in the boat and does the steering and calls as well, so in terms of wind and those kind of things, that's really something that the cox thinks about. The crew's able just to focus on doing the rowing. We can see here now up on your screen, race 227, and it is, as said, lane 5 Edinburgh, lane 4 London, lane 3 Bristol. This is just 3 crews here, so 2 will go to the A final and the remainder will go to B final.
Yeah, it was Oxford, Brooks and Durham that have made it through into that A final earlier in the day. So these 3 crews, 2 spots to share between the 3 of them to get through to join them in that all-important A final of the Championship 8s here.
Yeah, so these crews definitely will have their sights on the A final. It's, I think, going to be an exciting race here. I know it's only 3 crews, but I still think this could be a real matchup here. See them now backing on to the landing stage. So the cox will be making sure that they tell the athletes. You can see in the sort of bow pair or the blades furthest away from you, a little tap. They'll just be really trying to make sure that they're perfectly straight. As we were saying before, you don't want to be going off an angle, you don't want to be having to use your rudder early on. That's going to affect the boat speed. If you can see on these screens that the coxes will hold their hands up to show they're not ready. And when they've got straight, they will put their hand down. And depending on how much time they've got, the umpire will wait until all 3 or all 6, if we've got that many coxes, have their hands down. and then they will call the start order for the race. So because we've had a little gap, we get to see these crews go off from the start. With the race timings, we've been joining races from the 500 metres in, so this will be really interesting to see, especially all the power. Here they go off the start. 8 really turn it up. You can see here now the rates are going to go high, the power's been laying down. This is 8 people working as hard as they possibly can together off the start.
Yeah, London have gone for it there off that start. The rate is through the roof going after the first few strokes. They're there between those two crews from Bristol and Edinburgh on either side. Be looking to get an advantage.
Yeah, it seems, again, it's sort of a bit counterintuitive to be going off so fast, almost at a pace which is unsustainable. But the psychological advantage of getting an early lead is so big that it really is worth sticking your hand in the fire, working a little bit harder than you want to in order to get that advantage. So all these crews will be rating much higher than their mid-race pace at this point. They'll be working a little bit harder than they could for the whole duration. But they're really looking to get this early advantage, get out fast. It's a heavy boat, with 9 people plus the boat. You're looking at 900, maybe 1,000 kilos. So getting that weight up to speed and moving does take a little bit more effort than those smaller boats.
Yeah, and there's a slightly different style of racing than what we've seen so far with the smaller boats. The 8s are much bigger. They change their speed much more infrequently. So once you're up to speed, that's kind of where you are, and it's all about maintaining that once you're at your base pace. So it really does pay to get out, get ahead, and 8s that are ahead more often than not tend to stay ahead.
Yeah, it's one of those events that we had, exactly like you said, it's harder to change your speed as much. It's a fast event across the entire course, but it's harder to make those bigger changes which can make a difference, like they can do more in the sort of singles and doubles. We're just sort of watching here now. We should be through the 500, and let's see if I've got some times for you.
Yeah, we're just waiting for those times to come up. We've just got that nice shot zooming in on Edinburgh just now. Again, everything that they're doing, it just looks like they're getting all of the basics right there. They're just dropping those blades in the front. You've got to be really leggy with an 8. Make sure you get that power on early in the drive. Stay long, but get right out and just step the feet down.
Yeah, brilliant. I've got some times now. So Edinburgh gone through the 500 metre first with a 1:24. So that's showing that these conditions are how nice. That's quite fast pace for an 8, even a championship 8. That's great speed. Bristol did a 1:25 and London a 1:26. So all 3 of these crews absolutely going for it. And as you can see now on your screens coming through the K, it looks like potentially London paid a little bit for that with that really, really fast start. And we have Edinburgh in the lead, Bristol in second place, just a second behind them. And it just opened up a little bit with London a few seconds behind that.
Yeah, absolutely. So Edinburgh have definitely got that commanding start. They're a second ahead of Bristol, a few seconds ahead of London. London have really got to dig deep now. Second half of this race, that third 500 is so important for them. They need to make sure that they're staying with it, trying to get ahead, trying to get that last spot in this A final. They've worked all year for this. They need to make sure now that they're just really digging in, getting those legs down.
Yeah, it's such a fast race. It's over. If you're used to racing in lots of different boat categories, if you race in smaller boats, you move in the 8, it feels like the 8's over before it started. You can't wait to the last 500 to ramp it up. You have to be working through the middle. You have to be working through that third 500. There's no waiting for the finish. There's no saving anything. You've got to put it out on the line, really put your hand in the fire and just work a little bit longer and harder than the next person and hope that that's enough to keep you out front.
Yeah, that phrase is so right. It is all about who can hold their hand in the fire the longest with these 8s racing. It is such a sprint, and it does look like London are just dropping off the pace a little bit there. They're a few seconds down on Bristol. Edinburgh still just got their bows ahead.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see now whether Edinburgh and Bristol keep battling for first place. We said before, with the changing wind conditions, even though it's first 2 that qualifies, the boat that qualifies fastest will potentially get a better lane should they draw for conditions in the final. So it looks from our vantage point now that Edinburgh have got it. I'm just intrigued to see now whether Bristol will push to try and beat Edinburgh, or maybe they're just working to make sure that they don't lose to London.
Yeah, you definitely can't take your foot off the gas in this race. London are, by the looks of it, about 3/4 to a length down, but still these boats are moving so fast. You just got to keep racing it all the way through to the line.
They're really working hard, London. They've come to speed up. They might have left it a little bit too late, or Bristol have made that response, having seen that rise in speed from the London crew. But you can see how fast those two crews are moving, because they're coming back at Edinburgh really quickly now.
Absolutely. It looks like Edinburgh's got about almost a quarter of a length advantage there. Bristol behind, London coming through in the third place. So top through, 2 to the A final. Looks like it's going to be Edinburgh and Bristol.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that Edinburgh had a chance to let go there, really. They're very commanding through the middle, exactly what you were saying, Ryan, about working hard through the middle, making that count. But I think the sprint finish from both Bristol and London there really put them back quite even, and I don't think Edinburgh were relaxing in that last 250.
No, it definitely looked like a hard race. You can see there in the reactions, just paddling off, trying to work that lactate out of the legs there. Definitely worked hard for that.
So this back up at the start for the second rep. Again, first through to the A final, remainder to the B final. So we're in the middle 4 lanes here: Exeter lane 2, Newcastle lane 3, Imperial lane 4, Oxford Brookes University lane 5. Here they are off the start again, watching these 4/8s. Fantastic. Just look at the pace, the power that's going down here off the start. Again, definitely, I know clubs like Oxford Brookes and Newcastle will absolutely want to be in the A final. That will 100% be their aim. They're probably their minimum aim in this event. So this is going to be some real hard racing.
Yeah, for sure. These big university programs, they come here with one goal really, and it's to win medals. So getting into the A final is the first step towards doing that. Newcastle will be disappointed that Durham beat them in the repêchage to get through to that A final. There's that grudge match up north, so they'll be working hard now to make sure that they take one of these top 2 spots.
Yeah, definitely. Certainly, it's just the case. There are only 6 places in a rowing final, so unfortunately, that's that cut off. But that's where they all want to be. There's a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort that goes into these programs. They're very high performance. We call this a student event, but these athletes will be training sometimes 12, 14 times a week. They might be doing 150 kilometers or more, combination of on the water and on the rowing machine. So this isn't a low standard of rowing. This is fantastic. And those times from the previous rep, I'm really impressed. 1:24 first 500 is quick.
Yeah, it's so fast. And look, this is the beauty of BUCS, isn't it? We see the beginners, we see clubs from all different backgrounds, but when it comes to these championship 8s, look out for these names when you see them on the draw, on the time trial, because these are the names that you're going to be watching for the next sort of 10-15 years of international rowing in whichever nation they represent. You will see names who are racing in this race.
Yep, and we're just looking through these 500 metre times. Newcastle come through in a 1:23. This is the kind of time that would put you in the top half of an A final at an under-23 World Championships. These are fast times. This is premier stuff, but not far behind them. Oxford Brookes in the 1:26 as well. It's really fast paced here, and you can tell that all of these guys have shot out the blocks with the intent to get through to the A final here.
Yeah, just so much power on show here, isn't it? 4/8s, they're absolutely going for it. It does look from our screens and what the images that you're seeing at home as well, that Newcastle have got that lead at the moment, and then behind them there is that race currently on for the final spot. Who's going to take it in that A final? Coming through the halfway mark now, Newcastle look like they're out ahead. They've got a 4-second advantage over Imperial in lane 4.
I'm not sure
actually.
that timing might be right. Not necessarily perfect numbers, but yes.
There we go. It's Oxford Brookes there. The screen's just changed.
Yeah, it's trying to mess with us there, Ryan. But yes, Newcastle have come through halfway. Again, fast times here. I think these conditions are getting better and better for these races. A little close up on Imperial here now. Really nice. Really, to me, that's just looked very flowing, very speedy off the back. It looks like they've got a real nice rhythm going, and that's a big part of this big boat racing, isn't it? Rhythm.
Absolutely, and holding on to that rhythm for as long as you possibly can. We know that you're tired, we know that you're hurting, and that's what these coxes will be shouting at the moment, to just make sure that they keep the length, keep the rhythm, keep the power, everything that you've worked for of these last 8 months of the season. All of those sessions, as you're saying, 12, 14 sessions a week in these boats with these lads, and you've just got to make sure that you're making it count now as you come into the last sort of 600 metres of this race.
Yeah, really close still between Oxford Brookes and Imperial. This is looking like the race is on here. On our screens with the angle, it looks like maybe Oxford Brookes making the most of this third 500. Again, a common place for a cruise to try and make a change, but Imperial is not giving up there. It's not a lot in it, and this now could be really close. You see times coming up on the screen for the 1500. Newcastle comfortably in first place, although I don't think they'll feel like they're comfortable just yet.
Yeah, there's nothing comfortable about this part of a race when you're in an 8 in the last 500. Your legs are burning, your lungs are screaming, but Newcastle absolutely have put the work in the first 1500 of this race. They've got that commanding lead now. They just need to stay relaxed, make sure that you're rowing smart, no mistakes, but the race is on behind. Imperial have got to go now.
Yeah, you can hear the crowds. Everyone's out of their tents down along that bank now, shouting for this race. They know it's close. They want to will on their teammates to try and make this happen. And you know what? I think Newcastle might have tried to work a little bit hard too soon, because both Imperial and Brookes are coming back at them now. I don't know if they've got enough to hang on. This is going to be a really tight blanket finish.
Absolutely. As I was just saying that there, Newcastle had a length lead, and now it looks like they're being brought back by both Imperial and Brookes.
This is absolutely incredible. A huge Brookes finish from Brookes. Newcastle doing so well as well. Imperial looking clean. This is fantastic. We're coming up to the finish line now. Oh, brilliant work from Newcastle to hold on to that lead. Also fantastic from Imperial and Brookes to close the gap there. Potentially Newcastle worked a little bit hard through the middle, really suffered probably more than those other two crews in the finish, but it was enough to get them across the line. Sometimes that's what it takes.
Yeah, and if that was the race plan, then look, absolutely you need to make sure that you are going out hard. We said it earlier on, 8s that get ahead do tend to stay ahead. They had to do a little bit of work there just to hang on to that lead, but they put the work in early on, and they just about managed to hang on to that first place finish.
Now, although this is the rep, and those two crews hadn't pre-qualified, it can be very difficult in that time trial to measure your effort or to work as hard or put your best race in. So although these crews have gone through the rep, both Newcastle and Brookes could be looking at a win, certainly a medal. I think it's going to be so tight and so exciting.
Yeah, they're both absolutely in it. And look, they're in that final. Anything can happen now, and you never quite know whether crews are going to be better at the time trial when you've got not much going on around you, or whether you really need that extra motivation of pushing off a crew that's trying to beat you and walking away from them. There's no better feeling than that, really.
Absolutely. And we're here now on your screens. You can see Open International Singles now. So we're into B finals. So this will be from 7th to 12th overall finishing place. But for the crews, for the singles racing in this, they won't care about that right now. They've got an opportunity to go out and race a whole bunch of scullers that have been very close to them on time. So we're going to be looking for some very close racing here. Wind conditions maybe picked up a little bit. Certainly going to affect singles more than 8s. Would you think that would be more of a consideration?
Yeah, absolutely. We can just see that crosswind just coming back at us, just in time for the small boats there. And these singles, they won't mind at all that they're in well, they might mind that they're in the B final, but look, there's no medals on offer here. It doesn't matter. This is why you love rowing. This is what you've worked for all season. You're here looking for your position. You're here with a group of lads around you that are as fast as you are, and you need to make sure that you're coming out on top of this one.
Yeah, these guys have come here to race. In rowing, we spend so much more time training than racing. It almost feels like such a treat to get in front and do some racing. So I don't think these guys will be thinking about finishing places or anything else. Right now, it's going to be about putting your race plan into action and trying to put the best performance down that you can.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, look, you're on a lake, you're at BUCS Regatta, you've got 5 lads around you. You've just got to win this one.
Yeah, and just looking now at some times. Not sure we've got any up on our screen just yet. But as you can see there, I think it looks like Loughborough taking the lead. No, I might be wrong. York, I think. Looking in front there, yes, you can see York to the left of your screen in the centre. I think that's the Reading Sculler, and then just coming up behind him again, Reading and Bath in the blue and yellow now coming through.
It's difficult to see quite who's in the lead there. We can see York, that's Barney Evans out in lane 5, looking really relaxed, his sculling, but actually coming into the 1,000, I think actually he might be in 3rd position. This is where the camera sometimes lies, where it comes to 6-lane racing. It's sometimes difficult to tell quite who's ahead. So we'll see when it comes to the 1,000 there, who's managed to sneak in front.
Yes, well, we get some times up in a little second here, but you're right there. It's I think maybe that has changed hands a little bit. It definitely was Reading A out in front at 500. But like you said, I think those crews, York, Reading, Bath, have made a little bit gap. Maybe didn't quite have the start that they wanted. Maybe conditions affected them a little bit. But just looking now, the Bath Sculler, I'm thinking potentially, if we're looking at him, it might mean that he's taken the lead. I'm still waiting for some times here for you guys.
Yeah, really nice sculling on display there from the Bath Sculler. There, that's Archie Norton in lane 3. This just looks like he's leaning back into the stroke, just keeping everything nice and relaxed, nice and simple.
Yeah, some pedigree coming out of Bath before. They've certainly been a bit of a feeder, put a few athletes up into the senior team, which is great to see. So this won't be surprising for them to be doing well in here. Again, like we said, okay, this is a B final, but there's only 6 athletes in each final here, so to win this event would still put you 7th overall in championship singles, which is a fantastic result. So it's still a race here. It's still what they want to do, is to impress as much as they can. And yes, as we pan out now, definitely looks like this Bath Scull is taking the lead, although as we can also see on the right hand side of your screen, that Loughborough athlete coming up as well, moving quite fast there, maybe putting a push in. We've got some times now for the 1500.
Yeah, so Bath have got that lead. They've got a 2-second lead over York in lane 5, but then Loughborough there in lane 2 is right in it. So look, you're looking to win this final. You're coming into the last 500 metres. Now's the time, really. Like, it's the end of your day of racing at this point. You've just got to make sure that you're driving, you're sprinting, you're keeping that single moving. It looks like Bath's got that lead, but York and Loughborough are definitely not out of it.
Yeah, like I said, a longer race now coming with these singles. It really is really showing now the effort and the work that you have to put in. You're still, if you're in an 8, you might have been finished now in the single. You've still got 300 metres to go here, but it's looking really closing up a little bit now. Loughborough, Bath, and I think that's York as well. He's made a strong comeback. I think potentially looking to challenge for first place here again.
Yeah, that's Barney Evans of York. It looks like he's putting in quite a push there. He's raised his rate up.
Yeah, you can see everyone now sitting their races. They've seen those red boys. They know they're in the last 250. You're starting to hear the cheer from their teammates on the bank there. And a good response from Bath here, but really going to be close. I can't call it here. What do you think?
No, I have no idea what's going to happen here, but it looks like it's going to be Bath and York that are sprinting away. Now's the time in this last few strokes of the regatta. Just make sure, lads, that you're absolutely gunning it with those legs. It's bow ball to bow ball. It does look like York's just sneaked ahead there in that last 500 metres.
Amazing. Yes, it looks that way. We can wait for confirmation. But absolutely, that looks fantastic. What a finish. I love the fact that that race, there were no medals on offer, but that didn't matter. These guys came to win. It's not about the medal, it's about winning the race. And you can see that as we come through now. Reading, Scullers absolutely sending it through the finish line as well. That's the end of that event for them, but they may well be competing again later in the regatta.
Absolutely. Well, Tom, thank you very much. That's my stint as your co-commentator over, so I'm going to swap over now. So I'll see you a little bit later on.
Okay, and back here with Nadine, an open international singles. So this is the A final. So this is medals up for grabs here. As you can see on your screen, lane 1 Cambridge, 2 Reading B, B 3 Bath C, 4 Nottingham C, 5 Reading E, 6 Bath A. So as we join them, they will have come up now here through the first 500. So the fast-paced race start will have been done. They'll be trying to think about now the long mid-section of the race. What do you think will be going through their head this point of the race?
Well, they know they've just got through the first part, which is technically free. You know, you don't think about it. The first 250 goes, and then you've got to get your head back in the game. So they're probably now like, don't go out too hard, settle down, find that rhythm.
Difficult, isn't it, pacing when it's just you? Like I said, no cox in this event, no one to tell you what to do, no crewmate to work with. In some ways, obviously the lonely boat. If it's not going well, it's all on you, but if it is going well, it's all on you as well. So positives and negatives from being in single.
Yeah, they've got a lot to think about as well, because they're steering, doing their own stroke rate, and just trying to stay balanced. And I know, like, the level of performance we're looking at in the intermediate A final for the Scullers is going to be pretty high, but still, one wrong stroke, you know, things can go wrong.
Yeah, it's great. You know, these athletes are making it look so easy in these conditions. They're so flat. You wouldn't even know that balance was a consideration, but it absolutely is. They really are having to think about that, but they're doing such a good job that it doesn't even look like it's a struggle for them.
No, and you can see in each other's eye lines they're going to have that Sculler just in front of them, so there's never a chance to not keep those legs on and keep pushing, because every stroke you want to take, you want to gain on that crew.
Yeah, and just to give some times then from the 1K, so it is Bath, Ben Furley in the lead, and then Reading, Joseph Bates in second place. Third, again, Reading, Robbie Collins, so maybe that could be a little bit of an internal battle between those two. So they're through the K. They are now probably about 750 metres to go. At this point, maybe it is a chance to sort of look around. It might be time to change the race plan. You have an idea of what you want to do in your head, where you want to be. But right now, would you think a little bit of time, look around and just think, right, is this time to make a change? Do I need to go early? Do I need to change my plan?
Yeah, and especially now they're going to start hearing people's voices, cheering them on, and you don't want to leave anything behind. You want it all to be left out. So they're really going to have to decide whether they do a push now, they leave it a little bit longer, see how it all goes.
Yeah, like I said in the single, you know, we've said before, it's a longer race. Things can change more. It's always a balance. You have your perfect idea of when you want to push, when you want to work, or when you want to stay on rhythm. But you've got to also look around you and look at what other people are doing. And you don't want to let people get too far away from you. So if someone gets too far out front, you start to lose them in your peripheral vision. It becomes more difficult to keep an eye on them.
Yeah, it's almost easier to push off the people around you. So for any of the scullers that might end up a little left behind in the pack, they might find it harder to find that motivation to keep going. So
yeah, you definitely see it quite often when one crew does get ahead. If 2 or 3 behind are very level and racing each other, they almost sort of get dragged back up to the front of the race. And we saw in that 8th final there, Newcastle, who had a big lead, got all sucked back in by those 2 crews effectively racing each other behind them. As we look at this one now, it's still Ben Furley from Bath in the lead at the 1500. Again, Joseph Bates from Reading in second. Not quite sure who's in third place here. It's looking, again, like it's all closed up a little bit. There should be some intense racing here to go. One way we can tell is as soon as you start hearing those loud voices from the other side of the bank, then you know there's a good race on, because the closer the race, the more people start shouting and getting involved, which is great to see.
And they've just hit those red buoys to indicate they're nearly at that finish line, so it really is now or nothing. So it'll be interesting to see if we get any surges from any of these scullers.
You always, as a race, you think, right, last 250, that's going to be everything, and then you get to the last 50 and you think, oh God, have I got anything? But yeah, really impressive sculling here from Ben Furley of Bath, just coming through the finish line now, followed by Joseph Bates of Reading, very close to his colleague Robbie, Reading third place, so that will be your medalist.
Medal. Yeah.
Yeah. And coming through now, yes, that was Bath again. Cambridge. Oh, sorry, Nottingham and Cambridge. So yes, fantastic work. Congratulations, Ben Furley. That is that's some really, really impressive stuff to see.
It's got to feel pretty good as well, knowing you've just got yourself a gold medal.
I'm sure that make a big difference to all the work, the early mornings, the hard sessions, the sleepless nights, all those things. The gold medal around your neck really can make the difference. But we move on. Open Championship singles. Now we are looking at the B final. So we have lane 1 Reading, lane 2 Reading again, lane 3 Reading again, lane 4 Durham, lane 5 Reading again. So amazing to have so many scullers up here in the top 12. They must be doing something right.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think I've ever seen it go up to H before on boat numbers.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you. I don't think I've seen that either. I mean, and really impressive depth. And I should imagine a lot of these scullers will be coming together to row in crew boats later on in the event.
Well, yesterday as well with the men's intermediate doubles, I do believe Reading had dominated some of the good finals in that.
There you go. So I don't think we should be surprised that we're seeing so many Reading athletes, but impressive nonetheless. We have come through the first 500, and I'm going to go with names. Otherwise, I think I'm just going to keep saying Reading. So first through was Alfie Winter, Reading, and then second was Adam Makepeace, third Matthew Hand, fourth Louise Hammond. So really, at the moment, 1, 2, 3, 4 for Reading. You can see also on your screen there. Amazing to see Ben Furley picking up his gold medal, pausing for the camera. It makes the effort feel worth it, doesn't it? It's somehow, although you're exhausted, you're able to give a smile and a wave, take a photo, and enjoy that medal. And there we go. Sorry, that's your man. That's your gold medalist.
Good stuff. Looking this way. Hold it up.
Ben Furley there from Bath. Really impressive row, dominant throughout the race. And you can see how much that means to him. And now, coming back to this race, we have come through the 3rd K, and as you can see on your screens, it's a 1, 2, 3 Reading.
Yeah, I mean, that poor Durham sculler putting up. Did the Durham not come through? It did.
We don't have a time.
His name wasn't up on the screen then either.
Potentially.
It looks as if lane 4 is also empty.
So this is a full Reading B final. Potentially, we can just see what you guys are seeing. But yeah, we don't have time for that, so we'll come back if it is. But again, just to talk a little bit about what Reading are doing. This is not the first time that they will have been doing things like this. Very impressive. That well known for getting a number of athletes into the national team, even Olympic gold medalists who honed their craft at Reading under Will Rand and Chris Bartley. So I think not too much of a surprise that these guys are doing really, really well here. But again, like you said, like to have that many crews here or that many single scullers here at this level, and we've said the championship level is really great here. It's a disservice to just call it a student event. These athletes are at this point almost professional or semi-professional.
Yeah, definitely. And if you look at it now, you've got the 2 Reading scullers that have just come off the medal podium being followed down by the 4 scullers on the course. So really is dominated by Reading right now.
Yeah, great to see. And this race, we're coming through 1,500 metres now. I should imagine these guys, or what we're watching, it looks a little bit like they might be measuring their response here. I don't know.
Yeah.
It doesn't look to me like that rate is super high. I wonder what these guys are doing, whether they're going to try and have a strong finish together.
At the end. Maybe you'll get to the finish line at the same time and see who can pick it up the quickest.
Interesting to watch
there
here.
There is that sculler at the back of the pack. Slightly separated.
Yeah, but 3 here sort of looking really level up at the front here, and I'm not sure whether they're going to race this all the way in or whether this might be a bit of a procession. It's interesting to see now. They are in the last 500. They're sort of just about to approach the last 250. This is an interesting one.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Oh, here we go. They have. What they've done is they've bought themselves level, and then they've obviously pre-set an idea here that we're going to race the last 250 because the rates have all flown up again. I don't know whether they made that decision on the course or whether they said that beforehand, but they've basically said, right guys, we're going to get to 250 and we're going to go again. Look at these rates now. They are really shooting up.
And from here they're looking pretty level, so...
I think it looks very level.
So level, but
very level. I think we can see on the screen it's almost nothing to do, but as I see out of our window here, I think we've got, it is in lane 1, Matthew Hand that's going to take this one. And yes, come through the line there. And then I think it's Alfie Winter and then Adam Makepace who came in 3rd. Very interesting and different to see there. Potentially because that Durham sculler didn't start and all 3 of these guys knew it was going to be Reading, I'd love to catch up with them and see when they made that decision to reset and race again. But again, just an advantage of having that many athletes in that event, that they can really showcase some Reading talent there. That's the last sculler across the line, and you can see we now move on to the Open Championship A final in the single. So this is a medal race, and we are joining them at the 1,000 meters. So missing a few times for the 1K, but as you can see up in there, it looks like Oxford Brookes University in the lead. Another Reading sculler in second place. Oh, I think it looks like those times have now changed for me, so I'm not sure what I'm looking at the screen, but yes, it looks like this Oxford Brookes sculler in the lead. But again, here we are again talking about Reading, and you're looking on the screen, there's not much in that. And
no, hopefully be another interesting race to see what happens at the finish.
I think they're not all from the same club, so I don't think we'll have the exact same finish as last time.
Through.
And also, obviously, medals up for grabs here. So still just
pretty level. Is that lanes 1 and 2 slightly ahead?
I think it looks like lanes 1 and 2. Yes, Brookes and Reading. That's what the timing. I don't have anything here. That's what the timing was saying on your screens. And you can see, yeah, as it comes down level with the camera, we get to sort of see the angle as he pans out. But look at the rate of that Oxford Brookes sculler. It looks like he's not going to wait to the end to try and determine this race. That looks like a sort of finish pace, but with 500 to go. Risky tactic?
Yeah, almost to see if he can shake his opponent in lane 2 to see if they'll meet him with the push.
Yeah, you can kind of a distance of about a length or more, just when that person behind you stops seeing you. We talk about it in sort of breaking the elastic. There's sometimes like a rubber band, because every time you push, your competitor pushes. It's very difficult to break that gap. Sometimes it takes a big move to do that. I think looking at this though, Oxford Brookes might have gone too early.
Yeah, it looks like that Reading sculler, the Reading A boat, has pulled out just in front.
If he held his nerve, he's not been rattled. Brookes has made that move, but it looks like Reading has responded here, and certainly the rate gone up. It's definitely looking shorter. It's quite early to shorten up at this stage. You still have 250 metres left of the race
Hasn't
to
quite
go.
entered those red boys yet to see the sprint for the finish. We might be able to see why he is the Reading A sculler, though, out of that big pack that we've seen.
Yeah, the rate's coming up again. Reading A and Brookes rate coming up again. Wow, if you look at this now, that rate is really high. These guys are absolutely going for it. When a gold medal's on the line, why wouldn't you? But this is really exciting now.
Good finish.
I think Reading's got enough to hold on to it, but Oxford Brookes are moving, and never discount them in a race finish. And he is
like
absolutely motoring through. This is going to be
a picture finish.
I can't call that at all.
I can't tell from my angle if that Brookes crew was just like not even a bow ball in front, but
what a finish. No, and we don't know what that is yet, but that's fine. That was amazing to see. We see come through here in third place, Queen's, Belfast, fourth, Reading. We will get that finish position for you. Coming up on the screen now, it says Reading got it. You can see that Reading athlete isn't quite sure. He's putting his hand up. He doesn't know yet. That's how close it was. Oh, Oxford Brookes are so good at sprinting over the finish. And you can see there, that was a perfect example of how much the lead can change in a singles race in comparison to the bigger boats.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see their response to that, knowing they were so close to getting that gold medal.
Amazing effort, and the standard of athletes. I was talking previously a little about trying to break that attachment, get ahead, but you know the confidence and the consistency of these crews make it very difficult to do that. You know. Okay, back up to the start now for Open Beginner Coxed Fours. This is the B final. Again, as you can see up on your screen, lane 1 Surrey B, 2 Southampton B, 3 Durham B, Liverpool B, Warwick A, Nottingham A. Lots of B crews here. They have pushed off the start now. They will be, as we join them, coming through to the 500 shortly. This beginner fours, again, these guys will have only started rowing in this academic term, so September or later will be the first time they ever picked up an oar, and really impressive to be racing over 2 kilometres. And we were looking at some of the repêchages earlier, and thought the standard of rowing here was really impressive for beginners. I don't know if you've seen any bit and what you're thinking about it.
Yeah, some of them we've seen. We've been questioning our own ability against as intermediate crews. As like, I wonder how they would go against us, because the standard of rowing is really just going up and up every year.
And as you can see here now, gold medal there for Reading. That shows that we did get it on the finish line there. It was Reading 1, Oxford Brookes silver. Fantastic event. You can see enjoying the medal, but also exhausted there, still trying to get the legs back. And we see the Belfast sculler here as well, in to pick up his bronze medal. As he just about manages to get himself out of the boat. His legs are working again. Good to see. Okay, back to this race. Got some times. For you. Let me have a little look. I've been a little bit slow on the times again. But they will be through into the middle K. There we go. That's your finish times for the previous race. For the Open Championship singles, it was Reading A in first place. Oxford Brookes, look at that, 0.12 of a second being the difference between gold and silver there. It doesn't get much closer than that.
No, it really doesn't.
And you can see on your race here in the 1K, at the 1K, the halfway mark, we have Nottingham in the lead. I think Warwick, Surrey, Liverpool, Strathclyde and Durham. Really tight. You can see just was a little bit of work there through the middle. Potentially these conditions, or it may be the sort of nerves of the final being upsetting on these crews. What would you say?
Well, I can imagine for most of them this will be their first time ever starting off a stake boat, so there's a lot to think about, and like even just backing down onto that stake boat is daunting in itself, and you can imagine a 4 not being one of the most balanced boats as a beginner and trying to master those manoeuvring skills. You've got to make sure that you go into the race feeling pretty confident to have the start go well, and now as we're moving past the 1K mark, it's settling into that race rhythm.
Yeah, I think another thing to consider, you know, having looked at those championship singles, these guys are used to racing day in, day out. They know how to get the most out of themselves, performance after performance. Whereas here with these beginners, this will have been the 3rd or 4th race of their day, so potentially fatigue being more of an effect on these beginner crews than you would say for the championships.
Yeah, definitely, because they have to go through their semi-final to get here, so it's probably a pretty good feeling though, knowing that you've made a B final as a beginner.
I mean, yeah, I'd be really happy. It's another fantastic thing about this event, because everyone's a student and because everyone's only rowed for a certain amount of time. You really like testing yourself against people in the exact same position. So to do well against people in that exact same position, I think is a real testament. You know you've done well. It's not some person that's been rowing 10 years longer than you, or not as long as you. You know, all of these people are sort of really in the exact same boat, pardon the pun.
Yeah, and they're all pretty level on each other, so it's just really pushing that whole way down that course.
Yeah, it's sometimes when you're in the boat you think, God, I wish I could just get ahead, you know, just give me some space. But as a spectator, when the boats are close, we get to see much more exciting racing. They are through the 1500 metre. You can see there Nottingham still in the lead. 2nd place Warwick, 3rd place Surrey, nearer to us. But I think those might change again. We're just getting a little view from the commentary box as well as on your TV screen here. Although these crews look like they are really sort of running out of energy here as we come to the end. They are working hard, but just getting a little bit scrappy there from the Surrey crew. Although maintaining the power because they're maintaining their lead.
They all look like they're at a similar stroke rate, so that's going back to that same standard of ability, so it's really nice that they're all racing against something that is their level. Yeah, exactly. So much nicer than when you've got the close racing, you know, whether there are medals involved or not. This is the exciting bit. This is what we all want. This is where we want to be, you know, racing
stroke for stroke against crews.
It does look like that Nottingham crew over in lane 6 is currently taking that lead.
Yeah, Nottingham have been in the lead since the 500 now. I think quite commanding for them. Really great to see that. They might have been disappointed not to make the A final, but it's a real statement.
Their Cox looks pretty happy right now.
Yeah, that's a real statement to win the B final there. That's impressive. Really tight there in for third place.
Slight crab from Southampton on the line.
Yeah, showing the effort there with a couple of crews losing blades on the line, showing its maximum effort. They're really putting everything down that they can. Up on the screen we've got Warwick as second, then Liverpool got the third. Again, no medals in this race, but you know, for the glory, for the win, it's fantastic to see. Yeah, these crews exhausted, but clapping each other, fantastic to see. Great sportsmanship. Okay, now we're at the A final. This is medals on the line. Again, open beginners, coxed fours. Up on your screen, lane 1, Newcastle, Queens A, Surrey A, Imperial A, East Anglia A, Queens B. Fantastic to see a B crew in the A final here. They have started. Thoughts, if you've made the A final, what's going through their heads right now? What's the cox saying to them?
God, in my head all I'd be thinking is there's a medal on the line and just doing whatever I can to get there, but at the same time, don't burn out, don't fly and die, and that Cox is probably just trying to keep them calm, collected, you know, in the zone.
Definitely, it's not let the occasion change things. These crews have got to the A final with a race plan. The idea now will be to make sure that they do that, execute the plan that they've put in, don't get too excited, don't get too ahead of yourselves. It's still a long race. There's going to be loads of nerves, loads of pressure. Obviously all of these guys will be the first time that they find themselves potentially in a 2K lake racing for medals, so it's very easy to work too hard. When you're really excited, when the adrenaline's pumping, sometimes the effort doesn't feel so hard, but then it kind of catches up to you later in the race.
Yeah, definitely, and I think as a beginner all I'd want to be doing is poking my head out the boat and seeing where those other crews are in comparison. So it's really seeing where their level of trust lies with their cox to be able to communicate that information to them so that they aren't upset in the balance by looking out and then feeling discouraged by maybe not being where they want to be.
Yeah, that's a really great point. It's all about trust here. You get the best out of your boat as a rower by focusing on what you're doing. So it's the cox's job to make sure that you allow that rower to do that by letting them know what's going on. As you can see through the halfway here, it looks like we have Imperial College coming through in first, but it's looking really, really tight here.
Yeah, it looks like we've got East Anglia are trying to challenge them for that first place. But honestly, I would be too, knowing that those times looked about a second apart. You'd be trying to do anything you could to just gain back on their bow ball, really.
Yeah, really good here. Again, a little close-up shot there down the middle of the course. We got those times that we did have here. It was Imperial in first at halfway, East Anglia, but only a second in it. And those were 0.3 of a second between East Anglia and Surrey. So a lot of all of these crews potentially is still with a medal to play for. Imperial there in your shot, just in the middle there. They look really close to Surrey on time still. I couldn't from this angle split it. This camera is going to pan out as we watch these crews come past us. We might get a better idea of who's in the lead.
It does look as if we've got a slight arrowhead going on, so it might be those two middle lanes, although I'm not sure if lane 2 is actually out slightly ahead. It's a bit hard to tell from here and on the camera angle.
Yeah, the angle is always difficult to see, and especially with a zoomed in camera. So you'll see as this zooms out now, we'll come level with the camera angle. We'll get to see. I think we can see now it's coming clear that through into the 1500 metre it is Imperial taking the lead over Surrey, but Queen's Belfast are nearest the camera do look like they're coming back. Again, it's going to be interesting to see what these crews have got left, how much is left in the tank, what kind of finish they've got on them. I would expect to see things change up a little bit again, but it's gonna all depend on how early they worked, how much the Cox managed their output and how much they've got left coming into this last 500, 400 of the race.
I always feel like as a beginner as well, as you get close to that finish line, a bit of panic sets in as you're like, this is really it, I'm at the end. I've got to get across that finish line, and that is where sometimes we see a little bit of the rowing getting a bit more scrappy. So it'd be nice in this A final to see how they manage to hold on.
We see a little bit of steering there. It looks like Surrey that's using all of it. Blades coming over the boys here, but hopefully avoiding them enough to not be catching crabs here. But that sort of shows just the effort, the work that's going in here. You can hear the noise from the crowd is coming up now, and I think you can't quite see on our screen, but in lane 1 coming up on the inside we do have, oh sorry, not lane 1,
yeah, lane 2 from East Anglia.
that's it, East Anglia is coming. I got mixed up there, but I think maybe a little bit too late for the gold, but having not seen them earlier on, they've really come forward, and I say maybe too late, but this is going to be really close on the finish line again.
It looks like they've just managed to settle into that second place.
Ooh, 2 more strokes, they might have had it, but fantastic work.
They look pretty chuffed with that anyway, so I can't imagine that you wouldn't be happy with a silver medal. It's a pretty great achievement in this race.
I think they've got to be. Looking through the middle of the race, they weren't quite up there, and they've come back in. Congratulations to Imperial A, who have taken the gold medal there, and it's Queen's picked up the silver, and again Queen's A, sorry, silver, and Queen's B the bronze, I think. And now we're back up to the start for the women's beginner quads. This is the final B. Up on your screen there, lane 1 Birmingham A, 2 London A, Liverpool A, Newcastle A, Edinburgh B, Queen's C. So, just having a look now at some scores as they come through. So these are through the 500. Taking the lead through 500 was Queen's C. Second place Edinburgh, third Newcastle at the moment. There you can see now, as we're getting into medal finals, more of these athletes getting out on the bank. The deck chairs are out and everyone's ready to watch some racing here, and it's a little bit cloudy still, but that's not going to dampen the spirits of anyone here. Like we said before, it's a real team effort here. Everyone comes out and supports the other crews from their club. You look back at this race, a little bit difficult to see who is in the lead just yet. Quads sculling here, so back to 2 blades each as opposed to the rowing. No coxes, so most likely, would you say normally bow is steering, or potentially stroke seat on a course like this?
I would most likely say in terms of the beginners it will be the bow seat steering, especially if they've got foot steering in place, so they'll be trying to figure it out. You might have the stroke person though calling the shots of what's going on down the course, setting that stroke rate and making sure that the whole crew's in line and following along for what their race plan was set at.
Yeah, and it's impressive from Queen's C crew, who have come through the K in the lead, and as you can see on the bottom of your screen here, we see some medals being presented for the beginner open 4, coxed 4s. That, I believe, looks like silver medals, so that will be Queen's A picking up their silver medal. Fantastic work.
Panning onto the cox there.
Yeah, 5 people in a crew, definitely. the cox is much big important part of the race. They're not rowing in order to increase for the effort, as it were, but I do know that Cox's heart rates can go almost as high as the athletes. The amount of work they're doing, the screaming, the shouting, those kind of things. It's a real effort in a different way, but it's such an important part of those crews.
Definitely the excitement, as well as depending on where that cox is sat in the boat, they can see a lot of what's going on, and if you're out in the front of the pack, you know that you can't see any of those boats around you, so it's exciting to know that you've got that lead.
Yeah, it's a team effort. You can see as we look now back 1,500 metres, Edinburgh Sea still maintaining their lead. Fairly dominant, although again it's less than a length, so I don't feel like they'll be happy yet.
It looks like they've managed to maintain a pretty straight course so far, though, so I guess that's like tick one of the boxes: stay in your lane, stay straight.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit easier, isn't it, when you're sculling, when you've got two blades, you can have a little bit of effect on either side depending on how the steering's going. But by no means easy, I would say. It's always generally wasn't much of a steers person myself, and was very, very happy when someone else would take it from me.
Speaking from my own experience, I've been moved from the bow seat to the stroke seat this year, and I can say it's much nicer than having to look around and worry about what's going on.
Stroke seat has its own challenges. There is a little bit of steering we're seeing going on there behind, but as we pan in now, it's getting a little bit closer. The last 250 metres, it does look like Queen's Belfast Edinburgh, now have taken the lead. Yes, at the 1500 metre, it's Edinburgh that's taken the lead from Queen's.
Over in lane 5?
Yeah, but I don't know whether it's very close again. I would say potentially Edinburgh just in the lead, but this is going to be a real sprint finish. Again, it's going to make a real tight one. A little bit of steering maybe from Edinburgh, just coming over the boys.
That stroke rate up though. They've gone for that final push.
They've got their blades just over the boys. I'm hoping they don't catch a crab here. They've made a really great push in the last 200. They've got out to 2/3 of the length, and I think that's going to do it for them.
It's going to be a very close finish though between the Newcastle crew and Queen's over in lane 6.
Fantastic finish from Newcastle. They're always such a sprint finish. Italian coach Angelo knows how to get them rating high. Really great comeback from them, but I think it was just still third place in this B final. Okay, and that it is from me for today. I hope you enjoyed the commentary. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll pass you over now to our next commentator to take you through the rest of the finals. It's Sasha coming up for you.
Hello, so we are back. I'm Nadine and I've been joined with
Sasha. This is my first time commentating at BUCS, so this is going to be really exciting. I've only raced here once, but it's brilliant to be back and see so many people with so much enthusiasm for such a great sport.
You are going to have to bear with us as we go through the timings that we get given. There might be a few pauses as we figure it out, but it looks for the moment, as we've been given the times, that we've got the Loughborough crew over in... What lane have we got Loughborough in? Lane 1.
Lane 1.
You can see that Edinburgh crew there, just out in front.
Yeah, they look to be joined with the Queen's University B boat in lane 2. Seem to be in their second position there.
We have just had the times through. So it's actually that Edinburgh crew has come through in first, followed by the St Andrews crew in second, and then the Queen's University B crew in third. So we've just gone through the 1500 metre mark, so we're getting ready for the final 500 metres of the stretch. This is where they're going to start hearing those voices, familiar voices on the bank of people cheering them along. This one is the women's beginner quads A final, so this is the chance for them to medal.
If you've ever been in one of these finals, you know how intense this last 500 metres is. It's not only you're coming towards a crowd, you can hear people screaming, you know that there are people watching, but your cox will be screaming at you to come
These
up,
are
and in
coxless.
in these coxless fours, that means that it's your crew that has to scream for you. So not only are you absolutely full out in terms of rowing, but you are also trying to encourage each other and get each other over the line.
Yeah, we were saying a second ago whether it was the bow person, stroke person, or who they pick in the crew to call those like bursts and surges during the race, or whether they leave it down to the bow person who's also figuring out the steering.
I was going to say, because I think that you can get steering positions in different seats in the boat.
Yes.
I never sculled, so I'm not sure. But as they come towards us, gosh, this is looking like a close race. I think if you put a line across the water, it would hit most of the boats. We have the Edinburgh crew in lane 4. Lane 3, who are really pushing out in front, but they are being challenged.
They're being challenged by that crew in lane 5. So we've got Queens who have taken that. Nope, St Andrews, sorry, taken that second position, and then third is the Queen's A crew, sorry. So to repeat that, we've got the Edinburgh University A crew, who is in first place, so they'll get that gold medal, followed by the St Andrews crew in second, and the Belfast crew, A crew, in third. And here we have, just crossing the line, the Loughborough crew. Yeah. So that concludes the women's beginner coxless quads. Those 3 crews in those medalling position will head over to the medalling pontoon to receive their jewellery to go around their neck.
This is such a fantastic place to be, especially if you've only been rowing for less than a year. It's such an intense sport, and for students at university who are having quite an intense time of it anyway academically, to also be able to come out and put on such a show in terms of sporting talent as well, it's incredibly impressive. So you have to give them a hand for it regardless of what position they've come.
Exactly. And we have started on the next race, which you can see on your screens, is the Open Championship Lightweight Single Sculls. We are on the B final, so no medals up for grabs in this race, but there's still every point of glory in this, that you're going to want that first, second or third position to keep you in those top 10 scullers, really.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what final you're in, the adrenaline that you have coursing through you at this point, especially in these early stages of the race, is very intense. They are at the 1,000 metre mark, so they're halfway through. This is really what is known as the pain cave. For those of you on the live stream who aren't familiar with it, I wouldn't suggest that you get acquainted, but it's a good place to be when you're in a race. You know that this is where you have to dig deep and push through. You're not quite at the point where you're sprinting yet, but
yeah, going through your head, you're like, oh my god, I'm halfway through, this is amazing.
Yeah. But then you go, oh my god, I'm only halfway through.
Yeah, and you're like, I've got all that to go again, and it's only just going to be harder, because yeah, you give everything at the beginning, but arguably you give more at the end, and just empty that tank completely.
Yeah, and especially as a single sculler, it's quite a lonely place to be. You don't have anyone else in the crew cheering you on. You know, you're doing it for yourself, which can be very empowering, but it's especially in that dead stretch where not a lot of people are there cheering for you. That's the point where you have to really dig deep into the...
Yeah, and I imagine most of these scullers had already raced yesterday in the lightweight championship double sculls, so they will have been well versed in this course already, and I imagine all the races that they've done before to get them to this championship level, but they will have probably been competing against each other. I'm just going to try and find the results from yesterday's racing to see if there's anything we can compare and see how that went. They're about to row through that 1500 metre mark, and we have just got some times in. So it is the Queen's University Belfast sculler Benedict Ways who is in that first position. He's got about a second lead on the A crew from Queen's, Adam McKinley. And they've been followed behind from the Reading B boat, Thomas Samet.
Yeah, as you look across those top 4 times, there's less than 2 seconds in it. This is quite an intense place to be. You know, they know that they don't have an easy way to the end. There's still a lot to go, and this is again the point where you'd usually be relying on other crewmates to really push you through it, but
yeah, and this it's down to you, and you can see in the bottom right of your screen now that Edinburgh crew receiving their medal from their fantastic race before. They look very happy, and honestly, you would be winning as a beginner probably one of your first side-by-side races, really.
Yeah, it's so early in the season. It's a really great way to kick off, and people coming out of their first ever head season suddenly realising that when people say regatta season is worth it, it really is.
And it looks as though we should span back to the Open Championship lightweight sculling on the course right now, because they've just started to enter the red buoys, indicating the finish line of this race.
You can really see them starting to pick up the pace.
I always think the rate of scullers looks slightly, when you're by yourself, always looks slower, but also more intense.
That is a painful place to be, but it's that sculler from Queen's, Sam Netherton, who is really pushing himself towards the finish line and looks to be crossing first. Oh, that is a close finish.
Yeah, very close for that second and third position.
Yeah, that'll be really nice. He'll have rode across the finish line very close to one of his crewmates, Benedict Weiss, who's also from Queen's University. Yeah,
so we can just confirm those results that have come through, that we've got the Queen's A boat, Adam McKinley, who has taken that first position. Sadly, no medals in this race, as we are looking at the B final, but nonetheless, that puts him at like the 6th best sculler within this category.
Yeah.
7th best sculler, sorry, in this category. In second place then was the Reading B boat, Thomas Samet, and then in third position it went to the Queen's B crew, Benedict Ways. Looking at this extremely close race, it'll be interesting to see how the A final bouts with, the next best 6 scullers in this category. There it is up on your screen now. In lane 1 we've got De Montfort, lane 2 Strathclyde, 3 Surrey A, lane 4 Edinburgh A, 5 Bath A, and 6 Nottingham A. So this is where we're seeing those A boats coming through, the best scullers, I imagine, from their club. You are in the championship category, you have to have done something good to get you here.
Yeah, and they will have spent so much time training to get to this point in the season. This will be one of their final regattas before they potentially go on to Marlow or Henley, and so this is a big place to be. There's a lot riding on you. You feel like you're there not only representing yourself but also representing your club, and as they come across the halfway mark, you have Bath in lane 5 who are really pushing out in front. They've got a almost 4-second lead. You've got a couple in in lane 4 and lane 6 in the 145, 146 mark at 500. So they look like
that's a pretty
maybe
quick
neck and
split,
neck.
really.
Yeah.
Especially to be able to go from pulling it on an erg to pulling it on the water is like two different things, and we have got a bit of the wind element hitting the rowers today. Like nothing too crazy, but I mean, on a lake that has no stream, no tide, sometimes just the subtlest bit of wind can.
And compared to yesterday, it was such a sunny day, very flat water. To have even a little bit now, especially in a single there, you are balancing yourself. So the slightest bit of disruption can get to you sometimes.
We can see that wind just gusting over the lake a little bit, and I can imagine in a single scull when you're the only person there to like keep yourself going, it can be a bit hard to feel that wind, and you've got to fight against the elements and then fight against your own mental brain, like the mental side of it of pushing for it.
Yeah, so they're coming up to 1,500 metres. This is still technically mid-race. This is where the real work is. It's just pushing yourself on and trying to make sure that you are still in front when you cross that finish line. So we've got the times coming up on the screen there. That's Bath still in front, still with that 4-second lead. Nottingham and Edinburgh fairly close to each other. You've got Surrey coming in at 4th in lane 3. And you've got Strathclyde coming in, just crossing over that 1,500 metre mark.
We can hear people cheering already, so for these scullers it is just fight to that finish, keep everything going. And I believe we've got the sculler from Nottingham who medalled at the previous BUCS Regatta in 2024, so seeing if he can hold on to that title and just prove himself again, which honestly making it into the A final is all the proving you need to do, but you want to leave everything out on the lake today and try and do everything you can to put yourself in that medaling position. And it does look like right now it's a battle for those two scullers over in lane 5 and 6, which is the Bath sculler Jack Norton and the Nottingham sculler Lucas Salmon.
Yeah, Lucas looks like he has been out in front for a lot of this race, but Jack is really giving him. Jack has been out for in front for a lot of this race, but Lucas is really giving him a run for his money. And
this might be pushing for a picture finish, honestly. It's basically a competition of who's got just enough left in the tank. And
he looks like he might. They're battling towards the finish line, and it's, if you look at that line, yes,
that Nottingham sculler that has just crossed that line.
What a fantastic final 500 metres for him. He really emptied the tank right there.
And if I'm correct, he achieved a silver medal last year, so moving up to that gold medal position is probably like all the celebrations that you need.
He will have spent the last year thinking about everything that he could have done to get across the finish line first last year, and what a way to go out.
And I honestly think he's so stylish, like that hair is just insane. And
he looks so happy. It's so nice to see people just take so much pleasure in something they've put so much time and effort into.
And he's ready to go again. It looks like he probably had a bit more in the tank.
Yeah. That's not a man you'd want to see on the start line next to you, clearly.
So just to confirm... we're still waiting for those results to actually come in. So I actually can't confirm them yet. But we have moved on to the B final of the Open Intermediate Lightweight Pairs. They've just come off the start, as you can see from your screen. Over in lane 1 is Harriet Watt, lane 2 is Bath,
lane 3 is Kent, lane 4 is Imperial, in lane 5 we have Birmingham, and lane 6 is Northumbria.
We've just had those times come in from the last race, so we can confirm that it was Lucas Salmon in lane 6 from Nottingham that achieved that first position. Lane 5, as we saw, was Jack Norton from Bath. He has taken second. Followed in behind was Ollie Plank from Edinburgh in that third place. So you'll see them shortly move over to the medaling pontoon to receive their well-earned medals.
Yeah, and I think that the sculler from that A final from Bath, Jack Norton, can really pat himself on the back, because that was a fantastic race.
He did put up a fight the whole way.
He really did.
Yeah. Took it slightly off the box, just like a little notch. Otherwise you might need to just keep it.
So we've moved over from the sculling category back into sweeping. Back to that one oar really, which we say that sculls are unbalanced, but pairs are probably arguably slightly more one of the harder boats to master and balance. You've got to be able to put the same amount of power down as your partner. So really it is a lot of just getting in sync with them and making sure that you're on the same level and same page really. You don't want to be using much of your rudder at all, because that will slow you down. But at the same time you want to be putting all of the power you can down through that stroke, but you don't want to be pulling your partner around.
Yeah, it's really hard to get two people who are perfectly in sync to the point that the boat doesn't go round in circles.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's everyone always says that the pair is the one to master.
Definitely. I also think, my own personal opinion, pairs are probably one of the most fun boats that I've been in. You said yourself you're not a sculler, are you?
No, I've sculled a little bit, but just after I graduated. I wanted to have said that I have sculled, but
Of course.
it was just me in a boat.
Did you ever get the chance to go in a pair yourself?
I haven't. I don't think I trust myself quite at that point, and I've now been out of rowing for about 9 months. So
Okay,
I
yeah.
think I'd have to start off in a slightly bigger boat.
Yeah,
just
probably
to-
not the best position to
No,
start in.
I think it'll be quite a wet session.
I could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the pairs in the Open Intermediate Lightweight B final have gone past the 500 metre mark, with Harry Cameron and Ollie Tompkins from Northumbria University in lane 6 crossing over that mark first. Then we've got Imperial College, London crossing second, and Birmingham crossing third. So we'll see how the race progresses for them. Again, this is not a medal race, but
Just going to interrupt that picture in the bottom right screen. They look like some pretty happy faces receiving their medals.
they do, and it's always quite nice when you're in a singles race. You really get quite intimate with your competitors.
And I imagine they probably know each other quite well at this point.
Yeah.
Probably been each other's competition for a little while, so almost familiar faces as it can get.
Yes, yeah, you're competing against friends at that point.
Yeah, so we can go back to that pairs race.
Yes, on the screen you have the times for the 1,000 metre mark. That's halfway. This is the midpoint of the race. They are hoping just to get out of that midsection as quickly as possible so that they can hear the cheers of their friends and club mates and have that spur them across the finish line.
It's looking pretty close at the moment. They all look pretty comfortable, similar stroke rates, some nice clean rowing, which you would expect at an intermediate level in a B final especially. Thinking about all the crews they would have had to have beat to got to this position.
We still have Northumbria and Imperial in that 1-2 position. If you look at the blade work on your screen, you can see what is called a V-splash as the blades enter the water. This shows that you are really moving with force, that your blade is entering the water and driving immediately. Oh yes, so at 1,500 metres, you've got 500 metres to go, and Birmingham and Imperial are really vying for that top spot. There is less than a second between the two of them. This looks like it will be another close race, so this is panning out to be quite an interesting day.
just pulled up the results from their time trial earlier on, and it was the Birmingham and the Imperial crews that had just less than a second between them. So it's no wonder in this race that they are contending against each other, probably going into this race knowing that they're going to be their main competition based on those times. So at that point it is a mental game to have them so close in your eye line that you're able to just keep pushing, keep trying to stay ahead, and you don't want to get too much caught up in it that you almost let it affect your performance.
And the standard of rowing at British universities is so good that there is often so little in it, and especially in these finals, the upper finals, there's sometimes less than 5 seconds between an A final and a D final.
Literally. So in this one it almost makes it more fun though when you are going against people that you know are your same level, because at the end of the day it comes down to who's potentially planned the race better. Or
you can really test yourself and see how you act under that pressure. So they're coming up to the finish line now, and it does look like it's the Birmingham crew that will cross the finish line first, followed by that Imperial. But there's still contact, so that's a really, really good race that they gave them.
Yeah, not even half a boat length between them. And then in third position, they've just rowed through, is Northumbria. So once again, being a B final, they're not up for that medaling position, but it doesn't mean that there's not everything in this race to be in those top 3 boats. But
and actually the guys in those top 3 boats can put themselves in the top 10 of university crews across the country in this category, so that's still incredibly impressive. And
you never know, if they've got one more year or more at university left, then there's a chance to get into that A final next year. So you can build on that performance ever more.
And speaking of, here is the A final for
the Open Intermediate Lightweight pairs.
So next year, there's us. We hope you're all enjoying your day here. We promise that you'll get a slightly more interesting view in a second. But yes, here we go. Almost 3 minutes into the race. So they've crossed that they've done the first 500 meters. That's the scary bit. That's where you really shoot off from the start blocks. And at 500 meters, you're entering the midsection of this race. You're starting to settle out. You've got a good rhythm, and you're relying on your crewmate to carry you through this section.
And if you just look at those times on the top left of your screen, you can see there is really not much in it. Those top 3 crews they've got everything to fight for at this point. And looking at the time trials, you can see it was the Queen's Belfast crew. They came first in the time trial by 0.4 of a second in front of the UCL crew. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out in this race. And by the looks of it on your screens, you can see that it's actually Nottingham who have come through the 1,000 metre mark first. So they are in that leading position, not by much, just over a second, but it's enough to probably use it to push them down that course a little bit quicker.
Yes, those guys look tired. This is a trench.
You can see their heads going round.
Yeah, they're trying to make sure they've got an eyes on their competition. They know where they are comparatively. Can they, even for a second, lay off on the pressure ever so slightly?
Which I'm going to say is no, they can't. They really do have to dig out everything they've got during this race.
And given those timings as they came across that mark, if they carry on like this, it looks like it's going to be a very tight race for third place, because first and second were at 5:33.
What have we got on here?
I think it was 5:33 or 4:33 and 4:34. But then there were 3 crews in that 37-second point. So with
Yeah.
less than a second for 3 different crews, all going for what is in this race a medal position, a bronze medal position.
Yeah, definitely. It's almost like first and second position are in their own race, and then you've got everyone else fighting for that third place.
Yeah.
But as we are only, what are we, coming up to the 1500 metre mark, there is still so much to play for, really, that, you know, everything can change. Someone can up their stroke rate. You could, like, it's so easy to catch a crab in a pair that anything can change at this point. It does look like that Nottingham crew is just holding on in front. You can see that time come through.
It looks like that Surrey crew is starting to push onto Queen's University and is really vying now for a second place.
Yeah, they've thought we've secured third, let's push for second.
Yeah.
And we might even see in a minute if they manage to put a power in for that first place.
Yeah, that is a crew with a race plan right there.
I mean, why wouldn't you when there is a medal up for grabs?
Yeah, yeah. This is, I think that being in a B final is fantastic because you've got that A final to aim for, but it's almost worse to be in an A final because you know that you have to leave everything out on that lake.
Definitely. Sometimes I do wonder if I'd, in this position myself, if I would rather be in a B final and win the B final than be in the A final and not be in that medaling position. Which really just puts a lot of power into the first top 3 places.
Yeah, and it's quite nice actually here that you do get top 3 because in most regattas and most races actually you get first place
and nothing
and
else.
then time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's nice that people are able to really vie for other places as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, we can just see some people running from the spectator stands to that finish line. They obviously have noticed this good race.
Yeah, from the commentary box we can hear an absolutely roaring crowd. Oh gosh, that
is going to be a very close call. That Nottingham crew is fighting off the crew over in lane 6, which is the Queen's.
You can see the bowman is giving it absolutely everything, making sure that he's completely extended and has left everything there.
Slight steering issue near the end, but it didn't matter because they crossed that finish line before it could ever be a problem.
And you can see them just on the edge of your screen celebrating. They are so happy to have crossed first.
And that's that final crew crossing the finish line. So very, very close bunch in this race.
They are. That is a happy, happy pair.
Yeah, that stroke rower of that pair looking a bit tired from Nottingham, but honestly, are we surprised? Definitely not. I know it's only, what have they done this in, like 6-7 minutes, but like it's probably the longest 6-7 minutes of your life.
And if you think about how much ground they've covered in that time, and rowing is such a full body sport, so you really, there is not a single part of you that has any energy left in it after a race is over. And
contrary to what many non-rowers think, it is your legs that are aching come the end, not your arms.
Yes, if your arms are aching, you might need to figure out what is going on with your technique there.
You've probably not made it into the A final at that point.
So we can confirm that it is the pair from Nottingham that crossed the finish line first that have gotten first place. Then it's Queen's A boat in second and the Surrey boat in third. So that is 3 medal positions. Then afterwards we've got Oxford in 4th, UCL in 5th and Queen's B in 6th.
So with the end of that race we have moved on to the B final of the Women's Championship Lightweight Double Sculls. They have rowed through that first 500 metre mark. As you can see, they're about 3 minutes 40 into their race, probably setting nicely into their race plan. From what we can see on our screens though, it is the crew in lane 6 Nottingham that has quite a considerable lead considering we are only just halfway into that race. Followed shortly behind them in lane 4 is the Glasgow crew. Then in lane 5 is Queen's B in third place. We've seen a lot of Queen's crews making these A and B finals.
Yeah, they clearly have a very impressive training program.
Yeah, definitely.
It'll be interesting to see if they carry on that tradition of entering the A and B finals in the higher boat classes as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Because they're clearly very good in small boats.
Yes.
So the competitors in this race, you did get a quick glimpse at the start, but in lane 1 it is Harper Adams. In lane 2 it's Cambridge A. In lane 3 it's Cambridge B. In lane 4 it is Glasgow. In lane 5 Queen's B, and in lane 6 it's Nottingham. So it must be really nice for the Nottingham crews to be training on probably quite familiar water in a familiar area.
I did have one of my non-rower friends who are here today ask about whether there's any home advantage coming from a familiar area, and in lots of ways there are, but then you've got other clubs that have to combat probably more difficult conditions and like weather. So
yeah, you get a lot of crews coming up from the London colleges who row on the Tideway, and that is a beast of a river to have conquered. So if you can row there, especially in these smaller boat classes, then
you can definitely row here.
Yes, a non-tidal lake is quite good. But fun fact, this was actually supposed to be an airfield originally, but they stopped it from being an airfield because it was too windy. So of course the most logical next step is for it to be a rowing lake where wind is quite a big factor in a race. But it's, so if you do see wind, don't worry, we're expecting it.
It's not looking too bad as of right now. Earlier in the day there was a bit concerning. I wouldn't have been wanting to be racing in that headwind, but I think for now they're going to persevere and it'll be alright.
Down in the corner of your screen you can see those men's pairs at the pontoon getting their medals.
Just a reminder that in first place is that Nottingham crew. We can hear them all cheering now. It's probably a pretty special moment knowing that you're the gold medal winner of the championship lightweight pairs. So back to the race on your screen, we have now entered the last 500 metres of this race, and it's looking like the front 4 boats in this race are going to have to put up a bit of a push to see who is going to lead this into the finish line, really.
Yeah, if we go down the lanes, the 1500 metre mark, you had coming across it first, lane 6. Nottingham,
who
are still, they're
holding on.
They're holding on. Next to them in lane 5, it's Queen's B. And they seem to be really pushing to keep up with them, but it looks like it might be a bit of well, they're in the red buoys now, so there's not a lot of time left for people to put in a really big push to get across that line.
Those stroke rates definitely have gone up, but it does look like that their tanks were pretty much empty at that point. You know, they've really given it their all in this race, and congrats to them for that.
And crossing the finish line first, it was the Nottingham boat in lane 6, followed by the Queen's boat in lane 5 and the Glasgow boat in lane 4. But this is a B final, so there will be no medals involved. And crossing the finish line in lane 1 is Harper Adams, just in that 6th position for this race.
Oh, we're back to that medal pontoon, sorry. Giving a smile for the camera. I hope whoever's watching at home is very happy with their, I'm guessing probably sons, partners, brothers.
Yeah.
It's a pretty special moment for them.
It's really nice to have. I think this is the first year that they are using that pontoon camera, so they'll the people at home who have been wanting to see how these races pan out will be absolutely jumping for joy, being able to see the joy on their on the faces. So now we have the Women's Championship Lightweight
A final.
So this has medals in it. People will be really gunning for those positions.
We are through that first 500 metre mark, as you can see the times on your screen. Lane 6 seems to be doing pretty well today. I wonder if there's any wind advantage on that at the beginning of the course, because I am going to say consistently for the last few races that Lane 6 boat has been in front.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of getting people from semi-finals or time trials into lanes, it is seeded, isn't it?
Yeah, so you would expect to see those crews in lane 3 and 4 to, you know, spearing that arrowhead, but lane 6 has obviously got the upper hand, I'm going to say.
Yeah, whether it's conditions, whether the people in lane 6 have all had a little bit of a chat and gone, right, okay, we'll go slowly for the first one, but really bring it out to surprise people.
Yeah, definitely.
So at the halfway point, you've got Birmingham crossing first, then Newcastle.
So to get into this final here, it has been done a little differently to some of the other finals that we have seen. During the time trial, the first 2 boats, they get seeded straight into the A final. So this is where we're seeing the Birmingham crew and the Reading crew, who we did say that Birmingham crew and the Reading crew in front. So this race obviously doesn't have an arrowhead, it'll be slightly different. So having looked at that, it now makes a lot more sense. Then the following boats from 3 to 12 go into a repêchage. And then the 13th and 14th both were seeded straight into a C final. So that's why we're seeing a bit of a different leading pattern here to some of the other typical races. I'd also say then that's an upper hand for the Birmingham and Reading crew, as they haven't had to go through a time trial, a repêchage and a final. So
yeah, their legs will have a bit more energy in them. Their competitors might be dealing with a little bit of lactic acid there in comparison.
This is when they've got to make sure that they're fueling correctly. They got enough sleep last night, and their race plan, that they're following it and they're doing exactly what they've been training for.
Whilst we wait for them to come into that final section of the race in the Red Boys, and we can see who's going to potentially come away with a win. What is your post-race refuel? If you had a race and you knew you had a final...
Well, today,
yes,
that's probably a good example. I had my time trial this morning and I did feel a bit faint after, so I went straight back to the tent and ate a whole packet of fizzy strawberry laces. So
it's fantastic. Yeah.
I guess that was my refuel.
Yeah. A lot of rowers will tell you that saurine is their go-to. I'm convinced that there's some sort of conspiracy there to it's big saurine, because I'm just not a fan.
I'm not a fan.
But I don't know if that makes me less of a rower.
It does feel like a slightly cult nature for this saurine.
Saurine and milk.
Yes.
Fuels the world.
Which one of the sponsors for the event is the Milk Every Moment. So after this race, go get a milk.
Yeah. I actually have a fun fact about milk that I found. Did you know that before modern refrigeration, people used brown frogs to keep milk fresh?
Oh, that sounds...
The more you know.
Yeah, and here you can see we've just entered the Red Boy, so the final stretch of this race. And it does look like that Birmingham crew has held that lead the whole way to the finish and are going to be in that medaling position for a nice gold medal.
Yeah, they are really stretching out a lead. If you look at their rowing, it is beautiful to watch, nice and long. They're hitting all of the right points and they are crossing the finish line with a lot of clear water between them and the Newcastle crew, who is currently in second place.
And I believe following them in the third position is the Reading crew. Yeah, they've just crossed through the line there. There is going to be a bit of a contention for that fourth position. From this angle, it looks like the crew in lane 1, which is the Bath crew, is going to take that fourth place. So not a medaling position, but still
incredibly impressive to be finishing as the fourth women's double of university crews. That's a real pat on the back, and obviously it's harder when there are medals in the mix, but what a fantastic place to be.
Yeah, they're probably going to be feeling a little bit dampened that they weren't quite in that medaling position, but also they made it into an A final and they got fourth place.
We'll wait for the times to come up, but it looked like that 5th and 6th position might have been a photo finish for them.
Potentially. They've gone straight into the next race. We're already 2 minutes into the course for the women's intermediate pair B final. Starting from lane 1, you have Exeter A, Bath lane B, Crew B, Glasgow Crew B, Cambridge B, Surrey B, and Edinburgh A. So I wonder if we look ahead to the A final, if we've got those A crews.
Yeah, you would be right. There is actually a Newcastle B, but that's because their A boat is also in that final.
Oh, that would make sense. So we've got a lot of B boats up for this race. There they are, going through that 500 metre mark with the timings. It is the Edinburgh crew in lane 6 who's just taking the lead, not by much, but a nice marginal amount that they're probably feeling a little bit comfortable settling into their race pace. They've been followed behind by the Cambridge crew, and then shortly behind that is the Surrey crew. I feel like this is going to be quite a tight race the whole way down. Of course, we know that you're seeded into finals that best match your ability, but I find it very exciting when you get to watch a very close race. So coming back onto your screen there, you can actually see the water is slightly unsettled. So I'm assuming that is that wind that we were talking about earlier, just starting to sweep across the course a little bit. And it does, oh, we've had a crab from lane 5, which is the, if I find the crew, the lane 5 is the Surrey B crew. But nonetheless, they've managed to get that back.
It's really hard to have that happen in a race. It is so easy, and it can literally happen to anyone. I remember coming off a start once, and I think about 4 strokes in, and I caught a crab. But it's not about the mistake. It's about how you recover.
Yeah,
and it's so important to be able to exist under that pressure,
and especially down to the coach. Like personally, I always think it's best during practice is to not reset and start over again. It's just to pick it up and carry on, because you're training for every eventuality really, and if you catch a crab in a race in a practice, who's to say you can't do it in the start?
Yeah, exactly. And so being able to go into a race knowing that whatever happens you're prepared for it is a really good place to be.
Yeah, you can see those Birmingham scullers receiving their medals down in the bottom right of your screen, and I'm loving the ribbon or the bows in their hair. It's definitely been a theme of regatta, especially with bows in my own hair right now.
I was going to say, I think I saw them starting to crop up maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
I'd agree.
And it's just such a lovely thing to see such powerful women, not only in, you know, their aura, but also, you know, legitimately they are so strong. There is so much muscle and physical strength involved in this, and to be able to do it with a ribbon in your hair, I think is a really lovely thing.
Definitely. We do everything looking pretty.
Absolutely.
And do you know what's not looking pretty right now is that water. I would not want to be in that pair race.
No, especially as we were saying, in such an easily unbalanced boat. To have even a little bit of wave is very difficult. But, you know, we said that the Surrey crew caught a crab, but they're still in 3rd place. So, and that's by a second, which in rowing can be quite a bit. So that's really fantastic to see how well they've recovered.
Definitely. It is very close in these times, and as we are coming into that last 500 metres of the race, it's going to be an interesting position. Oh, I believe that's another crab, and I'm putting that down to the water rather than any of the ability in this race. We are looking at a B final after all.
Yeah, it's very hard to account for conditions. You can train as hard as you want and be absolutely perfect in your technique, but sometimes the weather is just not your friend.
No, and today it is really challenging that. And you think of the weather we had yesterday. If you were to even trying to compare times between boat classes, it's just not possible because conditions change, and it just makes everything harder, really. And we are about to get into that last sprint of the race, and it'll be interesting to see if any of those crews are able to take the rate up in these challenging conditions. We've got a good view from the commentary tower right now, and it is looking like a quite tight race. I do wonder if it is that Edinburgh crew over in lane 6 that's currently got the lead.
It would make sense considering the results from the last year. I mean, as you can see, they're out in front, but it looks like a slightly uncomfortable row. There's a lot of splash coming out.
And it looks like Cambridge might settle into that second position, but third is going to be contested between the Exeter crew and Bath.
Yes.
I do wonder if that was Exeter that pulled slightly ahead. And we've got that last crew just about to come across the finish line now from Glasgow. Yeah, you can see those times on the top left of your screen. In first place we had Edinburgh, second Cambridge, and third Exeter. But a very close finish between those top 4 crews, and a testament to do it in those conditions. I do not envy them.
No, not at all. And it's probably a part of the course that they will be feeling a little bit upset, maybe, that they had things like a crab, but you really can't account for conditions like this. But you know, what happens on the water happens on the water. It's just about how you move through it.
Exactly.
And we'll see how the A crews now deal with the conditions, because we have the women's intermediate pair A final coming down the course, and that is Nottingham A in lane 1, Durham A in lane 2, Newcastle B in lane 3, Edinburgh B in lane 4, Durham C in lane 5, and Newcastle A in lane 6.
And as you watch the start of that race, we are going to pass you on to the next commentary team. So you've been listening to Nadine and
Sasha.
So enjoy the rest of your live stream.
Hi there, my name's Zoe and I'm joined by...
My name's Tom. Hello everyone.
And we are going to be taking you through the next races. So as Sasha said, we are on the A final now of the women's intermediate pairs. And just to run through the lanes again, in lane 1 we have Nottingham A, lane 2 Durham A, lane 3 Newcastle B, lane 4 Edinburgh B, 5 Durham C, and 6 Newcastle A. And as the crews come through the 1K marker, we've got some times here in the tower. We've got Newcastle A, who are leading at the moment over their teammates, Newcastle B, with Edinburgh B in third, followed by Durham C, Durham A, and Nottingham A. And doing really well here in these conditions, as you can see on the screen. This is a classic to me, classic Nottingham conditions. It's really getting choppy out there now, but it doesn't really seem to be phasing these crews at the moment. They're dealing really well with the conditions. The boats seem to be sitting really, really well still. A few wobbles as expected. And we can see here on the screen now, Nottingham with a 5:51 there.
Seems to be quite the tailwind we've got today, so times will be hopefully a little bit quicker than if it was just flat water, but they do have those waves to deal with, unfortunately. Nottingham will have the slight upper hand. Training on these waters, they're probably quite used to these waves and wind conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be in their favour here today. And as we come through the 1500 metre marker, we've still got Newcastle A in the lead, followed by Newcastle B. And Durham C have progressed from 4th up to 3rd. And they're just coming into our view here in the commentary tower. You can see on your screen they are just hitting those red buoys for the 250 metres to go.
It's going to be really close for the podium positions, I think, here, between Durham, Newcastle and Edinburgh.
Yeah, absolutely. So Newcastle A are really storming ahead here as they come to cross the line just now. But that battle for 3rd between Edinburgh and Newcastle, I think it might just go to Newcastle. Yeah, and that looks like a Newcastle, Durham, Newcastle there for you today.
And just coming across the line now is Durham and Nottingham to round that race off. So here we have the women's champ pairs who are coming down the 1st kilometre now. Seems we only have 2 boats in this race, in this B final, which could be quite interesting for the crews. Not sure what would be going through their heads. Makes it feel maybe a bit like Henley.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got St Andrews and Imperial here. And as she said, just having the 2 crews, it's yeah, so we've got St Andrews and Imperial here, and yeah, as you said, having 2 crews side by side, yeah, will be very similar to Henley. You know, that's going to really affect their mental state as they're coming down. There'll be less people to push off.
Seems we've got Imperial in the lead with St Andrews, still in touch behind in lanes 4 and 5.
So we've got some times coming in now. So the times at the 500 metre, we've got IC leading over St Andrews. They've got about a 5-second lead as they came through the 500 metres.
I think we might have missed a time at the 1K there, but they seem to be coming up to the 500 to go now.
Yeah, a little bit of delay with the times coming through on our tablet here, but that's fine. We can see from the tower here and on your screens that we've still got IC ahead in the leads. This will be really great for them to be able to see their opponents ahead of them. They can just sort of bring their rate down a little bit more, just relax, just focus on making it through these not particularly favourable conditions, really.
Just the times there at the 1500, looking about 1 second separating both these crews at the moment, so still pretty tight coming into the last 500 metres. All to play for, definitely, for the winner of this B final.
Yep, so this is the B final of the Women's Championship pairs, and as we said, we've got St Andrews and Imperial, just two here today side by side. A little bit harder because they've got less crews to push off, but we have got Imperial who are storming ahead, and we've got some times coming through now that you may have seen on your screen as well. So we've got Imperial in the lead here with a 5:47 ahead of St Andrews, clocking a 5:58, and they're really coming into a better view for us here in the commentary tower now, and IC are just encroaching in on the red boys now as they get to the 250 metres to go. So I wonder if they're going to continue with this nice steady pace, or whether they will go for a little extra sprint just to clock that faster time. And it does look as though they are just spinning those hands just slightly quicker around the back, increasing that rate there. Yeah, a little whine for the line there, but still keeping it nice and calm and controlled as they cross the line here to win this B final of the Women's Championship pairs. And next up for you, in progress now, we have the A final of the Women's Championship pairs. Through the lanes, lane 1, we've got Cambridge B, lane 2, Cambridge A, lane 3, Edinburgh B, lane 4, Durham B, 5, Edinburgh A. Looks as though they have scratched, it says here on our screen. We'll just get some confirmation of that shortly. And in lane 6, we have Durham A.
So they're just coming through the 1K mark now. It looks like we've got Edinburgh B in the lead, followed closely by Durham. Durham B and then Durham A closely followed behind as well.
Yeah, so it's confirmed Edinburgh A have scratched. Not too sure on that one there, but their teammates Edinburgh B are taking the lead here. So they, at the moment, they are carrying the torch for Edinburgh, with Durham closely behind by just a second. So really close here. So this will be really exciting as they get towards the final 250 to see what the state of play is there, to see if they carry on that 1-2 there, or whether they swap round, as that is incredibly close there with a second.
some really big names in this final. I think the crew from Edinburgh B, came 11th at April Trials this year. So yeah, there's really big names in these finals. Cambridge crew also coming from fresh off the boat race with their 4 wins. Very well done to them.
Yeah, these crews here, again, they're really handling these conditions well here today at the National Water Sports Centre. As they come through the 1,500 metres, it is Edinburgh who still hold the lead over Durham B, with Durham A in third. So that's really great there for Durham, for their B crew, that they are 2 seconds ahead of their A crew. They'll really be enjoying that. And the crew of... the A crew of Kennedy and Jackson, they were 17th at April Trials this year.
Quite a few crews coming fresh from trials. They'll be really looking to put their mark on this race and make an impression of everyone else around them.
And just coming into the view at the tower now, and on your screens we can see that the crews are just starting to increase their rate of striking now, just spinning those hands a little bit faster around the back, perhaps shortening their stroke a little bit as they really wind up for the line for this final sprint to take home the medals in this final of the Women's Championship pairs.
It's going to be quite exciting coming into the line here. I think Edinburgh have got this one almost in the bag, but the minor places on that podium will be very close.
Yeah, absolutely, and Durham A and Durham B here really going tooth and nail to the line now, but it does look like Durham B are just ahead of the crew Durham A. We will have to wait for official confirmation there, but it will be Edinburgh who will be taking home the gold in this final of the Women's Championship pairs.
So on your timing screen there, we've got Edinburgh, then Durham, then Durham. Official time gives Durham B just ahead of Durham A. No, my apologies. Sorry, Durham A just ahead of Durham B.
To come up on the screens, but our timing here is showing that it was Durham A over Durham B. So we will just wait for some final confirmation of that for you guys.
Lots of other water sports going on here this weekend at the National Water Sports Centre in Nottingham. There's some sailors on the lake just next to R2K Lake here. Oh, and cricketers as well. Everyone's out in the sunshine.
Yeah, it's certainly a lovely day for sports today as we head back to the rowing, and we have the B final of the Women's Intermediate Quadruple Sculls. Going down the lanes, we have got in lane 1 Bath, lane 2 Exeter, 3 Glasgow, 4 Cardiff, 5 Reading B and 6 Durham A.
I don't think it's any surprise that we're seeing a Reading crew in this B final here. The strength of their sculling is always quite impressive in the university scene at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. They won both the champ and intermediate quads at BUCS Head, so they'll be looking to bring that through to the regatta today. They actually won by an impressive almost a minute in the intermediate quad as well, and they were third here last year, so no doubt they will be looking to move higher up the podium this year.
On your screen there, we've got the medalists from Edinburgh. Just get a gold medal for the women's champ.
And we're just getting some times through here now at the tower from the 1,000 metres, and we've got Durham A leading over Cardiff, followed by Glasgow, followed by Bath, then Exeter, with Reading B rounding up the pack.
These boats are looking a little bit more stable, a bit more comfortable than some of the pairs that were coming down earlier. It seems in a quad there's more of you to sort of try and avoid those waves as you're going down.
Yeah, absolutely. Much more stable, more people to help you balance it as well. Yeah, these quads here today, they're looking really, really clean. I wouldn't expect anything more from them in the intermediate category. Got some really nice clean blade work despite the conditions, which do seem to be calming down a little bit, which is great news for the crews today.
On your screen again, we've got Durham receiving their medal for the championship pairs as well.
And we should be very shortly getting some times for you, some live times for the 1500. And yep, here they are starting to pop up on our screen now and yours. We've got Durham A still in the lead, still followed by Cardiff, and with Glasgow just behind, then Bath, Exeter, then Reading B. And Durham have actually they've got 2 entries in this category. And they finished 5th at Weehawr with the fastest second university 8, which is great news for their squad ahead of coming to the regatta this weekend.
Coming into 2:50 to go now, it seems Durham have got the lead. Hard to tell from our commentary position on the finish line.
Yeah, it's hard to judge from this angle, but they do have a really dominant lead at the 500 to go with 6 seconds over Cardiff. Really impressive. And yeah, as they start to get a little bit closer, we can tell that they have really, really pushed on as they are about to pass their team's tents on the opposite side of the lake, give them that extra boost. Really nice, impressive, clean sculling here as they cross the line. And they will be followed by Cardiff just coming in now, closely followed by Glasgow.
Big push from Glasgow at the end there to try and catch Cardiff, but unfortunately didn't quite make it.
Yeah, really nice, impressive wind from all the crews there. They really went for that there. We've got some really nice high fives there in the Bath crew too, between the stern pair. You know, despite not quite making it on the podium today, I'm sure they'll still be pleased with that position there today.
So So we're now going to, I think this is just after the start of the A final of the women's intermediate quads. In this race in lane 1 we have Surrey, lane 2 Nottingham, lane 3 Newcastle, lane 4 Edinburgh, lane 5 Newcastle, and lane 6 Reading once again. Nice to see 2 Newcastle crews in this A final. Really shows their dominance at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Great news for Newcastle. I'm sure they'll be looking to get at least 1, if not 2 medals in this one today, and I'm sure they'll all be looking to beat Reading if possible. This marks the 10th year that Reading have been sculling only, and the times coming in now for us here are that Newcastle A are in the lead over Reading A by 0.8 of a second, so this is going to be absolutely a really close final for you here today, with Edinburgh just 1 second behind Newcastle, followed by Newcastle B, Surrey and Nottingham A.
Newcastle are actually the defending champions in this event, so they'll be really wanting to push off of Reading and try and retain their title for 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll definitely want to hold on to that and hopefully have their B crew join them there with the silver. So I think this is going to be a really exciting race for you here today. The times that we've had in already at the 500 metres are super close. It just really shows the calibre that we've got here with us today at the National Water Sports Centre.
Seems to me that the wind might actually be starting to die down here on the lake. The flag opposite our commentary spot seems to be flying a little bit lower than it was about half an hour ago, so that will be good for the crews coming down now. They'll be enjoying a little bit more respite from the conditions.
Definitely. I mean, at the risk of droning on about the weather, it is calming down. The sun is coming back out, which will be great for all the crews here today. And we are now getting some times in from the 1K. And we've had a little switch over between Newcastle A and Reading A, and we've got Reading A now in the lead by about half a second over Newcastle A, followed by Edinburgh. So I'm really excited for this final to get closer to the tower so we can have a better look, because I really think this is going to be a really close fight to the line between Reading A and Newcastle. So yeah, stay tuned for this, because it's going to be really interesting to see which crew can hold their own, who will go for that wind first. Will it be a photo finish again? We've had lots today, who knows?
Just coming up to the last 500 now. I think they've just passed the last 500. So drawing into the end of this race. It still looks pretty close from where we're sat. I wouldn't want to call it at this point.
Yeah, we've got some really great blade work here on show for you. I mean, no surprise, these are the top women's scullers in the country at the moment. And as we hit the 1500 metres, hopefully we'll get some times through to you very shortly, but we'll just do a run through of the lanes as a reminder. In lane 1, Surrey, 2, Nottingham A, 3, Newcastle B, 4, Edinburgh, 5, Newcastle A, and 6, Reading, and the times are now up on the screen for you. We've still got Reading A in the lead by about a second and a half over Newcastle A now, with Edinburgh still following behind. Surrey, Nottingham, and then Newcastle B, and they are getting ever so much closer to us in the finish tower now. Can get a bit of a better view for you.
loving that shot of all the spectators on the bank. Really showing their support for these crews as they draw into the last couple 100 metres of this race. Looks like Reading are really starting to ramp it up now to try and pull away from Newcastle.
Definitely, and we've got the Reading Boat Club tent, University Boat Club tent, directly opposite us at the lake here, just behind the finish tower, but we've also got a big crowd of Newcastle supporters that have been basing themselves the finish tower side of the lake, so it's going to be roars from either side today as they come through past the progress boards into the Red Boys, really going for it now on the winds. Reading are really increasing their rating now, as are all crews, and this is going to be a great sprint to the line.
Yeah, Reading really putting a nice final push there, and they've opened up clear water on Newcastle. Edinburgh coming really close behind.
Yeah, Edinburgh just holding on there, but it will be Reading, followed by Newcastle, followed by Edinburgh. But a great display of sculling by all crews there today as Newcastle B round off this A final.
Next race we have coming up is the championship quads, women's championship quads. Just the A final on this one. In lane 1 we have Cambridge B, lane 2 we have Birmingham, lane 3 we have Bath, lane 4 we have Durham, lane 5 we have Reading, and lane 6 we have Newcastle once again.
And we're having a bit of technical difficulty up here, so we're not getting any live times through for this one, but we will get them on the screen the same time as yourselves. But some little facts here. So Reading were pipped to gold last year by Newcastle, but they did win at BUCS Head by almost 40 seconds, which is very impressive there. So we've got some times coming through for you there on the screen. We've got Reading in the lead, followed by Newcastle, Bath, Birmingham, Durham and Cambridge. And you can see the conditions are really starting to mellow out now. Much calmer than it was back in the pairs races before. And on your screens in the bottom now you can see the crews receiving their medals for the previous race, the Women's Intermediate Quadruple Sculls. And it looks like in the current race the champ quads, Reading are really dominating, pushing out ahead there. No surprises really, with them really focusing on the sculling now. They've completely dropped all of their sweep as of 10 years ago, so they will really be looking to make a mark here in all of the sculling races to show that they've made the correct decision there. And as we come through the 1500, they are still in lead over Newcastle, followed by Bath, followed by Birmingham.
Start to hear the crowd ramping up now, as I'm sure the athletes will be able to hear them as well coming to this last few stages of the race. It's really nice to see all the support these athletes have on the bank. It gives them a lot of encouragement as they're starting to get very tired coming into the finish here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really nice to see all of the support here today, not just from the crews and their teammates, but there also seems to be a lot of family here today, which is really great. And the weather is certainly helping everybody's spirits as we come past the results board into the final 250. Reading are really dominating this race here. Great display of sculling here, some super sharp crisp catches there, really getting a lever on those blades as they hang through. Really impressive to watch this as they come up to the finish line, and that is going to be a win there for Reading. And they've got a huge gap here between the rest of the field, don't they?
It's not often that you see this big of a gap in the championship category, as we have Newcastle coming across the line in second place, really closely followed by Bath. They'll be happy to be on the podium with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And as the remaining crews across the line, oh, unfortunate little crab there for Birmingham as they cross the line. But all the crews here they've got some excellent sculling on show, so they should all be really proud of themselves to make this a final of the Women's Championship quads.
Now that race is rounded off, we have the start of the Open Intermediate 8s, the B final coming up shortly on your screen. You can see they've just started, they're probably coming up to the 500 metres in now.
And on your screens now, we are watching the medals for the Women's Champ quads. Apologies for the Women's Intermediate quads. And then we have Edinburgh receiving their medals.
And back to live racing action, we have the Open Intermediate 8s. In lane 1 we have Imperial, lane 2 we have Cambridge, lane 3 we have Bristol, lane 4 Oxford Brookes University D, lane 5 Sheffield, and lane 6 Bath.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but these are the races I've been waiting for. I think everybody loves an 8s race. This is what we've been waiting for all through the winter, is that side-by-side multi-lane 8s racing. It doesn't get any better than this. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how not just this race, but all the 8s races unfold here this weekend.
Still nice and close at the 500 metre mark, with Oxford Brookes University with about 1.5 second lead over crew in second place there.
And as we come through the 1,000 metre mark, we've got some times on the screen there for you, with Brookes out in front. That's Brookes D, followed by Cambridge A, Bath A, Sheffield A, Cambridge A, no, sorry, not Cambridge A, Imperial A, and Bristol.
Be no surprise to a lot of people watching today to see a Brookes boat in the final. A D boat especially is very impressive, and it shows the strength of their growing programme at the moment. I think they picked up all 3 medals in this category last year, so we'll have to see how the A final goes next after this. On your screen now, we also have the medal ceremony for the Women's Champ quads, with Reading receiving their medals.
we come through the 1500, we are getting some times in. We've got Brooks, still looks like they possibly might have some clear water. We just need to get a slightly different angle so we can confirm that. But they have got a good lead, about 4 seconds over Bath. They've got 2 seconds over Cambridge.
James, can we get someone, there's people on the roof watching? Shane, we're on it.
And as we approach the 250, it's still Brooks who have just got their nose out in front, and it looks like all the crews are just going to start to get their builds on now for the line. Can't quite tell with the angle here just yet, but Bath they look like they're really holding on to Brooks still, which is really great for them.
Bath in lane 6 have really ramped it up. I think they've actually drawn back on Brooks here, so we'll see if we can catch them before the finish line.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I could be wrong. I'm not too sure they're going to have quite enough to catch Brooks at this point, but they are still holding on. They are really going for it, as are all crews, really starting to wind now. Yeah, they've just lost the clear water. They've just lost the contact there, sorry, over Brooks, but really impressive there for Bath, and it will be Cambridge who will take the 3rd place there.
Followed closely by Imperial, Sheffield, and then Bristol. Love watching a bit of 8s racing coming across the line. Everyone very tired after rowing 2 kilometres down the track.
Yeah, well, that's what you want. You want to see everybody tired. As a retired cox, if I crossed a finish line and I didn't see, if people in my crew were still able to hold a conversation with me and not looking tired, I'd be worried that they didn't give it their all. So that's definitely what you want to see.
Newcastle, Oxford Brooks, Edinburgh.
And next on the course we have the final A of the Open Intermediate 8s. Through the lanes we have in lane 1 Durham A, lane 2 Newcastle A, lane 3 Brooks B, lane 4 Brooks C, lane 5 Edinburgh, and lane 6 Brooks A. So as Tom, as you said earlier, last year Brooks took all 3 medals in this category, so will they make it 2 years in a row? I'm excited to see.
Race 252, Open Championship 8, final 2. Exeter, lane 3. London, lane 4. Imperial.
And on your screens here in the corner we've got the medals being received for the women's champ quads.
I think this A final is going to come quite close at the finish line. Throughout the season so far, a lot of these boats have been very close to each other, with Edinburgh and Newcastle just 0.2 seconds apart in head of the river on the tideway earlier this year. So it'll be interesting to see them as they come across the line here.
Yeah, and Durham did actually take that silver medal at BUCS Head, so it'll be interesting to see if they will be able to split the Brooks pack here, or whether they'll be able to get in there or not, or if they can disrupt that 1-2-3 that Brooks had last year. And as we come across the 500 metre mark, we do have some times coming in, and it is a Brooks 1-2-3, and no real surprise there. So close between lanes 4 and 3 there for Brooks, 0.4 of a second between the two. No real surprise there, followed by Durham, so they're only a second behind Brooks, so it's still all to play for, and there's still time for them to get in there and get on the podium, so let's see what they can do. and Durham followed by Newcastle.
It seems that Oxford Brookes C is currently slightly ahead of Oxford Brookes B, which was quite interesting to see. I wonder if their C crew can overturn their B crew.
Yeah, really exciting to see. And, you know, I imagine that these Brookes crews, especially B and C, they'll be wanting to prove themselves to the coach that they actually, in that C crew, they'll probably want to prove that they deserve to be in that B crew going into the next regatta. So this is their chance now to show their coach that they're actually faster than the other guys. And as we come through the K, it's still a Brookes 1, 2, 3. And we've got Brookes A leading, Brookes B are now in second, and Brookes C in third. So they've just done a little switch there. But all crews are really looking dominant in these conditions, which look pretty much back to normal now.
Durham in lane 1 looks really close to Oxford Brookes C, in 4th position coming through the 1K as well. So that could be a upset to the triple podium.
I don't know about you, but I quite like to see a bit of an upset. I think it's good to shake things up, give them some competition, and yeah, give them something to fight for.
This is one of the last A-B finals that we have today. After this we've got A and B finals of the Open Champ 8, but then we move into the finals, which are always a great experience for people that may have missed out on these earlier spots in the A. Gives everyone a chance to have a go at it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the great things about this event is everybody gets their chance to get a couple of races in, get that multi-lane experience going into the rest of the season. You know, some people might have not had a lot of multi-lane experience or not done multi-lane for a few years, so this is potentially some of their first side-by-side racing that they will have this year. So yeah, really great for them. And as we come into view now, it is Brookes who are really storming out ahead. That Brookes A crew, I think I can confidently say, even though I've not got the straight on angle, that they are clear water ahead of the rest of the Brookes crews. So we have Brookes A out in the leads.
This is going to be really close for the other medals here, between Brookes B, Durham, Newcastle and Brookes C. They're all very close. I think Brookes B might be taking the silver medal.
Durham are really going for it from this angle, and at the moment they are in that third medal position. I do think it was Durham there who took the win over the other Brookes crew. We will just wait for confirmation. Will it be a Brookes 1, 2, 3, or was that Durham? There we go on your screens, confirmation that Durham did get in there for the bronze. So congratulations to Durham there and to all crews.
Really exciting finish to that race. I always love a close finish. Gets my heart rate up a little bit. Makes me feel like I'm down there myself. As we switch to the B final of the Open Championship 8, we have 3 crews in this B final. In lane 3 we have Exeter, in lane 4 we have London, and in lane 5 we have Imperial.
Yeah, and this Imperial crew have come off a 5th overall finish at Bucks Head with a 23rd finish at Head of the River, which was an improvement on their previous results.
University of London, and she took the silver medal here in 2023. So they'll be looking to make a press on this B final and see if they can win this B final for their university.
Yeah, and as we come into the 1K there, we do have London in the lead over Imperial, with Exeter rounding up the pack. And they all look like they've got a really nice, strong mid-race pace going on here. These crews might potentially be doubling up in other races this weekend, so they might be looking to conserve their energy for other races, or this might be their last race.
The middle K here is really where crews can make a difference on their race. It seems like they've all got really fast, sustainable power through this section of the race. None of them have dropped off the pace just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. They all look like they're quite tight together from this angle. Be interesting to see who goes first with that sprint, who starts to go through the tiers winding up for the finish first. And it does look like London are breaking away from IC at the moment. You can just see it on your screens there through the 1500s. We're not quite side on, but it does look like they have, they've broken contact there, and seems they've put in a really big, impressive push there to get them out 2 seconds ahead of IC, with Exeter just tailing behind.
On your screen now, we've got the bronze medalists of the Open Intermediate 8s at Durham University. Congratulations to them. And the race on your screen is coming into the last 500 metres now. It seems from our position that London are still slightly out ahead, with Imperial just behind them, but it's hard to say at this point.
Yeah, and these crews, both London and Imperial, are both really going through the phases of their race plan now as they wind up to the line. London really looking to increase that lead as much as possible. And they've still got contact just about there. We've just got the surge there. They've just broken ahead to get away from Imperial as they cross the line, and it will be Exeter who round off the pack for this B final of the Open Championship 8s.
I think we're going to have the pleasure of seeing the start here of the Championship 8A final. This will be exciting.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is the shot that I've wanted. And this is one of the big ticket races here this weekend, the A final of the Open Championship 8. So you can see there on your screen, we've got Bristol, Brooks B, Newcastle, Edinburgh, Durham and Brooks A.
Really nice to see this race, follow this race all the way down the track. I think this could be very close coming across the line. All of these crews have such pedigree in this category here at BUCS Regatta.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brooks, they actually placed 2 boats in the top 5 at head of the river, and their student crew, they had the student crew placed 13th, finishing 3rd in the Bernard Churchill Trophy, just behind Goldie. With our Durham crew, they were 19th at 8 set as well, and they also reached the Friday in the Temple Challenge Cup at last year's Henley Royal. Newcastle crew as well. They were 6th at last year's BUCS Regatta, with an unfortunate early Wednesday exit at Henley Royal. But they did pick up a silver at Bucks Head and placed 16th at Henley Royal, so some great pedigree here.
And they are off now, racing down the track. Probably one of the fastest races we're going to see here this weekend. It's going to be really exciting. I'm sure the atmosphere as an athlete sitting in one of these finals is quite something. Hearing 6 lanes of 8 people rowing beside you, 9 people. Yeah, I'm sure it's an incredible feeling.
Yeah, absolutely, 9 people. Don't forget that, Cox, one of the most important people in the boat today, and it will be their job to keep that crew motivated all the way down this 2,000 metre course, and of course keep them straight in that buoy line. That's really going to give them the edge, keeping them straight. Any veering off course or getting close to those buoys is really going to impact these crews, so they will be looking to keep that crew on the straight line, keeping them motivated as we go down in this final A of the Open Championship 8s. And we are just getting some times coming through now on our screens. We've got Brooks A leading over Edinburgh, followed by Durham. Really close there between Edinburgh and Durham, just 0.7 of a second, so you know we're only 500 metres in. Time will tell how close the finish will be. Are we going to keep this lineup, those 3, or will somebody else disturb the pack?
Just coming into the K now, halfway through this race. This will be a real mental turning point for these guys. I think it's time to switch on, time to push away from the rest of my competition, as we have Oxford Brooks coming in first place, followed by Durham, Newcastle, Edinburgh, Bristol and Oxford Brooks once again.
Yeah, and some really great close times there. Even in the second half of the field there, the times were really, really close, which just goes to show the standard in this A final of the Champ 8s. They're all super close together, which is going to make for a great final 250.
On your screen, we also have the medal ceremony for the gold medal of the intermediate 8s. Closing stages now, just about to pass the 500 metres to go. These 8 races go so quickly, barely enough time to keep up with them ourselves. As we get some times coming through, hopefully you'll be able to see them shortly, but we have Oxford Brooks in the lead still with a 4-second lead over Durham University. With Newcastle followed closely by Edinburgh, half a second separating them there, Oxford Brooks and Bristol.
Yeah, some really great side-by-side racing here. Can't wait for them to get in a slightly better view of us in the finish tower here, so we can really see the margins. Hard to tell from this angle and from the camera as well. These angles can be deceptive. But yeah, with 500 to go, a really great lead there for Brooks. Let's see if they can hold on to it, if they can increase it, and how much by. It's getting really loud here now at the finish line. All the supporters on the bank are really cheering now in this really exciting final of the Open Championship 8. And we do have BUCS really pushing on now. I mean, look at the size of those puddles. They're really sending them on as we come up to the line here. Some great side-by-side 8s racing here.
BUCS are across the line there with just stretched clear water against Durham. And it seems Newcastle coming in third place. Very close behind them.
Yeah, great celebrations. All crews in the top 3 there, smacking the water. They'll all be really impressed. Some heads and hands, unfortunately, in the other crews, but a really well done race to all involved there. That was an excellent, some really close margins there, so they should all be very proud of themselves to make that final. And we'll have the medal ceremony coming up shortly.
So as we have the start of the Open Intermediate Singles, the G final, I am going to head off now and introduce you to Martin, who's going to take over. It's been a pleasure talking to you guys, and enjoy the rest of the live stream.
Thanks so much, Tom, and welcome to Martin.
Good afternoon, Zoe. It's nice to see you again. It's nice to be back in the commentary box after a fantastic morning of racing, and I was lucky enough to look over Zoe's shoulder and see the end of that Open Champs 8. That was an exciting race, Zoe.
Yeah, that it was. We were very fortunate to have this view for that one today. And we've just got a slight delay, but we will be bringing you the G final of the Open Intermediate Single Sculls shortly, and we will have in lane 1 Birmingham, lane 2 Heriot Watt B, lane 3 Hartbury A, lane 4 Surrey A, lane 5 Strathclyde C, and lane 6 Surrey B.
Looking at the times from the Repêchage this morning, there's not much between the fastest boat in this final and the slowest one. So hopefully this will be another exciting race, albeit that it's a G final.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just think it's so great that some crews might not be particularly. I've heard a few crews talking on the back today, not particularly happy with being in what we call the minor finals here. But it's still great that they have that opportunity to have a final, to have that side-by-side experience. It's much better than some regattas that I have competed in the past, where you snooze, you lose, and that's it. You go home after doing 1 or maybe 2 races. So the fact that they do have that final, they do have that opportunity to get side by side, I think that's really important.
100% agree with you. I mean, looking at as a crew here from Strathclyde, that would be a long way to come for one race. And I think once you get on the start line, a race is a race is a race. You want to be first across that finish line, whether it's
Absolutely.
the G, F or E.
Definitely, could not agree more. And as we come down the course now in this G final of the Open Intermediate Singles Sculls, I think we might be having a few technical issues with our times coming in, but we've got some on the screen there for you. At the 500 metres, Strathclyde leading the pack, followed by Surrey, Hartbury, Heriot Watt, another Surrey crew, and Birmingham.
And yeah, it's as close as we thought it might be, Zoe. Yeah, super duper. A spectacle on for the fans as and when the crews get into the last 500.
That's the thing, and it might be the G final, but there's still super close together. There was a final, I can't remember which one it was earlier. I was looking at some times for, I think it was a women's quad, and there was actually only 6 seconds between the D final and the A final, which is
wow,
it's nothing really, is it? So to be, although you're in the D final, you're still super close, and that just shows the real caliber and the standard of all of the crews we've got here today. And coming through the 1K, we've got some times here. Surrey in the lead, Surrey B, followed by Strathclyde, who are just 0.5 of a second behind Surrey B, followed by Hartbury, a further 4 seconds behind Strathclyde, followed by Harriet Watt, Surrey and Birmingham.
And the lovely thing about racing in a single is that it's a small boat. You can change its speed relatively quickly. So you could easily be a couple of lengths down coming into that third 500 and still be able to turn that around and pull that distance back. You might be able to hear in our microphones a sort of noisy crowd. That's the presentation of the medals for the Championship 8, and the 3 crews, Durham, Brooks and Newcastle, are incredibly well supported, as you can imagine.
Yeah, we didn't expect anything less than the roars that we are hearing now. And we are still waiting for some times to come through, but we do have the G final of the Open Intermediate Single Sculls here on the screen for you. And I don't know about you, but I'm really enjoying the polka dots of Strathclyde. I think it's a really fun lycra we've got here today. It's lovely to see all of the different colours, but it does make it easier to spot a club and a crew. Absolutely. When they've got something a little more out there. So yeah, it's great to see a fun design like that on the course.
Very, very distinctive. And although you can only see 2 scullers on your screen at the moment, Zoe and I can see down the course as they come into the last 500 across the field. There's a bit of distance between the first and last place perhaps, but as we suggested, I think this race is still got a lot to be run. It's not a decided race yet, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, absolutely. And just in the corner of your screens there, we do have Newcastle collecting their bronze medals, very well deserved in the Champ 8. I can see some of them giving their medals a little kiss there. They're obviously very proud of this achievement today, as they should be. And back to the race on your screen. We've just come through the 1500 metre marker. Unfortunately, we don't have the times here for you. Oh, spoke too soon. They are coming through live now. And we've got Strathclyde, who was in first at the 500, dropped back to second at the K, has regained that gold medal position at the 1500. Followed by Surrey. They're really having a bit of a ding-dong back and forth here, swapping positions. They are 0.3 of a second ahead of Surrey, Strathclyde C, which is great. Nice tight margins, with Hartbury a further 0.3 of a second behind Surrey. So this looks like it's going to be a really tight battle to the line here, Martin.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just waiting for the scullers to go to their sprint. We've had a pretty steady rating all the way down, sort of 30, 31. But now is the time to go if you're in second or third place. And it looks on the far side from us, so the Strathclyde sculler has started to move up as they move into the red boys. And as has the near side sculler from, I think that's Hartbury. Is that Harry?
That's correct, Hartbury. Yes, Hartbury College. Yes. Yeah, really increasing his rating there. They're all really going for it now. And this Hartbury sculler that's been in third the whole way, I'm just going to say it, I think he might be pushing through to take the win. He's obviously conserved something there, and here he comes. And it will be Hartbury who will be crossing the line first. He obviously was storing something in the tank there for a last minute burst to give them a surprise, which no doubt Strathclyde and Surrey were probably as surprised as I was that he just suddenly came through there. But yeah, excellent final sprint that he found there for the line. That will be Hartbury taking the win in this G final of the Open Intermediate Single Sculls, followed by Strathclyde C, Surrey B, and with Surrey A, Harriet Watts and Birmingham finishing off that race.
Okay, so you can see in the bottom right-hand corner there, a nice picture there. I think it's the BUCS crew there celebrating their win. On the start line, we've now got race 257. We've got open intermediate 8s. And looking at our running order, I think in lane 1 we've got Chester, lane 2 Lincoln, lane 3 Warwick B, and lane 4 Sheffield B. Is that right, Zoe?
Yeah, that's correct. I think that's what we've got on our tablet here as well. So this is the G final of the Open Intermediate 8s. Again, great for them to get that experience, get that extra opportunity to do a race, and just 4 side-by-side here today in this, but still enough there. Oh, and here you can see on your screen again a really nice opportunity to hopefully we'll stick with this shot and get to see the start of this. You might have heard me say earlier, I was really excited to see the start of the Champ 8's A final, and unfortunately I was looking away at my notes as they started, and they were so quick out the blocks that I looked up and they'd gone. So I'm going to keep my eyes glued to the screen now in the hopes of seeing this one just as we
cut away,
pan away to the crowds here today.
If you're watching at home and you've not been lucky enough to see the starts of an 8s race, either because you've not raced in one or you've not been a spectator at the start, it really is a noisy affair. It starts silent. You wait for the starting light or the bib to go, and then suddenly you see all these oars start to moving. The shells start to move. The cox is kicking, and there isn't a noisier sight, I don't think, in any rowing regatta than the start of a fast 8s race.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a cox in this position, obviously right now you can see some of the crews, they're not quite straight. The coxes will be getting them, you can just see they're just taking a little tap, getting themselves straight ready for this race, and it will be a dead silence. They'll be getting them squared and buried, ready to go. And as soon as they hear that beep, as you said, Martin, the roars begin, the coxes start talking, the noise of the clunks of the blades in the gates go, and the adrenaline just hits you, and you just go into this fight or flight mode, don't you? It just happens. So hopefully we will see that very shortly.
Luckily, I think when I was here earlier commentating, there was sort of quite a strong crosswind. That wind now sweep round towards a straight tailwind. Oh, and off we go.
And here we go.
All 4 boats away clean, which is what we like to see. Yeah,
really nice and clean start there. Great.
Yeah, very impressive for intermediate rowing. All gone off in a line, as you'd expect. It takes a long time to get these 8s moving and up to speed. And it's usually that we'll see after about 100, 150 metres, perhaps one ball or maybe a bow ball or 2 bow balls start to break away, start to break that line. Let's see what unfolds.
Absolutely, and to see such a strong, clean, quite level fights out of the blocks there from a G final no less is again a really great reflection on the standard of university and college rowing at the moment. So great to see. Can't wait to see this race unfold. Just a reminder of the lanes for you. We've got Chester in lane 1, Lincoln in lane 2, Warwick B in lane 3, and Sheffield B in lane 4.
Yeah. So we look forward to them getting certainly to the 250, certainly to the 500, and once we get there should be a bit of movement. It's tough to see from our position on the, and you probably think the same at home, viewers. Thank you very much, the producers there. That's a super shot. We can start to see now, perhaps maybe on the left of your screen, that Sheffield boat. Is it perhaps just pushed ahead, or maybe we're looking in lane 2? That Lincoln boat, maybe they've got their bows in front. Lane 1 look a little bit behind, as do lane 3. But the rate of striking's high, and there's no doubt that there's a lot of effort going in there.
Yep, and we just got some times through here on our screen. Just ahead of you, we've got Sheffield in lane 4, who are in the lead for about 2 seconds over Warwick B. 5 seconds behind them, we've got Lincoln. And we don't quite have a time through for Chester yet, but they will be rounding up the pack in this.
And to be fair, as those boats come closer, then I think that that difference that the times describe it starts to become a little bit more apparent on our screen. Looking at both crews on the left, they are relatively clean at the finish. They're moving quite well together. Perhaps just a little bit, could be a little bit cleaner around the catch, just to sort of help their boat speed. But you just cannot fault the enthusiasm and the energy to get these boats down the course as quickly as you can.
Absolutely, and obviously you may not know at home, but to race in a beginner event, it has to be your first year of rowing at university. So if you've perhaps rowed as a junior and then had a bit of a break and come back to it at university, you would not be able to race as beginner. You would have to go into intermediate. So some of these guys might be, rekindling their love for rowing. But it's great to see them come through the 1,000-metre mark here today in this G final of the Intermediate 8s, and hopefully we'll have some more times coming to you shortly.
Yeah, both boats. Both boats ahead, sort of in the mid-30s. 34 I got on their rating, and I think that's what's carrying away from the 3rd and 4th place crews, who are a little lower, sort of close to 32 strokes a minute. And as they get further down the course, so they'll feel the effect of the tailwind that little bit more. You'll notice perhaps on your screens the water starts to get a little bouncier, makes that boat a little trickier to balance. And you've got the added complication of the fact that the further down the course you get, the tireder you get, of course.
Absolutely, but we just saw a second ago on our screens some fantastic eyewear from Chester there, some great sunglasses that they had. It's great to see the fashion being brought into the rowing, as the girls were saying on the previous shift, that it's lovely to see all the girls with the bows in their hair, and we've seen lots of really out there sunglasses this weekend. Sun's just gone in now, and some fantastic bucket hats, and yeah, it's great to see everyone bring their individual flair to the sport.
You're right. I guess in an 8, it's very easy to be sort of almost anonymous, as it were, from a distance. These little things are sort of maybe sort of help you stand out. Maybe you feel give you a little bit of an edge. Maybe they're sort of lucky to you as well. Why not?
Exactly. Look good, feel good, row faster. That's what my coach used to say. And as we have this shot here coming into the 1,500 metre marker, we do have Sheffield in the lead of 2 seconds over Warwick, with Lincoln just behind, and of course Chester behind them. And they're coming a little bit closer to us in the tower here, but not quite close enough for us to see side on, to see how close it is. We'll have to wait a little bit longer for that.
Yeah, and I do wonder, from our vantage point, I think Warwick B are putting a push in there, and I think that this is their concerted effort as we come into the last 250. They've got a lot to catch up. A length and an 8 is a very long way, but I think they've started their move. Onto their left, the Sheffield B crew, I think, have recognised that. They're also responded now. And we've got a bit of a humdinger as we come into the Red Boys. 3rd place is settled, I think, with Lincoln.
Yeah, absolutely. They are really going for it now. And all those coxes, you just got to be careful that you don't do anything to disrupt this final sprint. They are getting a little bit too close for my liking to those boys. But yes, it is Sheffield who will be taking the win today in this G final, and that will be great for them to have that win on this final.
As we said at the outset, a win is a win. Whether it's the F, G, D, you come across that line first, you've done the best you can, and you've got the result against those people.
100%. And I don't know if you guys can see, but we can see here today in this Warwick boat, we do have some of the guys. They are having a little lay down. You can see how tired they are. They're also looking at their opponents from Sheffield there, giving them a little round of applause. So it's great to see it's great to see that camaraderie of all of the teams cheering each other on. No doubt they will have raced each other so far this season and will continue to do so.
Okay, coming in now to the finish line, it is the Chester 8 again, sticking to their task with fantastic conviction.
And do you know what, that blade work, they looked great. They can't be disappointed with that. They looked really clean there coming into the line. So, yeah, great work all round.
Great day's racing.
Exactly.
Okay, so we've now got the race of the women's intermediate quads. I think this is the G final. In lane 1 we've got Loughborough. In lane 2 we have Bournemouth. In lane 3 we have Bath Spa. In lane 4 we've got the Birmingham B crew. In lane 5 we've got Sheffield Hallam. And lane 6 we've got King's College London. And that final, you'll see from the screen, has just started. High rate of striking, as you would expect, trying to make the best of the nicest water, or the best water, I guess you say, on the course. As we talked a little bit about earlier, it gets a little worse as you get down further down the event. So we're about coming up to a minute and a half into the race now, so we should have 500 times relatively soon, and we'll be able to give you a sort of an overview of where everyone is on the course as and when they come in. To my rather untrained eye, yours might be better than mine at home, that looks like, we've got a bit of sun on our screen, apologies viewers, it looks like the racing's pretty evenly on the right hand side of the course, but if I look out to the left, that does look like the King's College crew is making a bit of a push.
That's correct, Martin. We do have some times coming through for us here in the tower today. We've got King's College in the lead, and they're leading by just around a second to Birmingham B, followed by Bath Spa about 2 seconds behind, followed by Loughborough C, Bournemouth A, and Sheffield Hallam.
Fantastic, nice tight racing. That's what you'd expect. These women's quads are fast-moving boats, particularly in this tailwind. I think it's harder to sort of get big gaps between crews because you've got the advantage of the wind pushing you along as well as the rate and that racing mentality.
Yeah, absolutely. And all crews today are really handling these conditions ever so well. Still sculling really cleanly, really sharply, getting those catches in and on together. And this part of the race will, as they come through sort of the middle section, this will all just be about maintaining that race pace, keeping the momentum going, getting some nice long strokes through the water, and just chipping away at their opponents, getting their bows out further and further to get them into a good position for the final, for the final sprint.
Yeah. Nice steady low 30s in that King's College crew on the far side, in a rhythm as you say, Zoe, and looking as they go through the 1,000 meters comfortable, although there is the overlap from the crew in the next lane from the Birmingham B boat. Yeah, as we can see from the times there, really not an awful lot in it. Race on. But King's College, I'd much rather be in that boat than the Birmingham boat. I'd like to be able to see my opposition, and when they push, then I get the cue that I need to push. Yeah, in control so far.
Absolutely, and obviously they can see who is ahead of them, but they don't have a cox, so they do need to have their opponents in their view, really, to help them, so they don't have to keep looking behind to see what's going on. So to be ahead, have everybody in your periphery, and just be able to keep chipping away is exactly the place that you want to be.
So we've got it on the screen there, a shot of our Birmingham B crew. Val Girls just had a little look to her left, sticking to that task. Just trying to keep her wet. There we go, another little look. Where is our opposition? What do we need to do? King's College to their left is their race.
Yeah, that girl in two is also, she's having quite a good look around as well. I'd be interested to know, obviously in these fours and quads, it can be anyone in the boat who could be the steers person. So it could be the bow person, it could be 2, 3, or sometimes even stroke. So they could all have a reason for looking around at this point.
And perhaps that's one of the differences you might see at this level of racing, perhaps compared to the championship level. The discipline to keep your eyes in a boat, as it were, in a close race, can make a big difference to your boat speed, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our heads, with all those brains in there, they're pretty heavy things. So, you know, as a cox, I always used to say to people, keep your eyes in the boat, stop looking around, because, you know, that extra movement of the head could really seriously disrupt the balance of the boat, and it can cause you to lose races if you're wobbling that boat. And we've got a great shot here coming through the 1500 metre markers. Some really tight margins by the looks of that. And here we go. The times are coming in for us here. Birmingham, followed by Kings, followed by Bath Spa, with Loughborough, Bournemouth and Sheffield Hallam finishing off this round.
Yeah, the race is really tightened up as we've moved into this last 500. What looked like it was almost an echelon down the course. It's almost now it's all in a line. King's College just dropped back a little bit. Birmingham B, that looking obviously did them some good, gave the rest of the crew the encouragement. But as I look at the course now, I would almost be tempted to say it's is that lane number 3? Is that Bath Spark making a bit of a push coming through the middle of the field now? And then to their right as well, dragging Bournemouth A with them too. And then in lane 1, Loughborough C have found some real speed. Got some nice clean strokes coming in there, and I think have taken that rating up. This is going to be a really exciting last 200 metres.
Yeah, definitely, Martin. It's really tight now, as you said, so we can't quite tell from this angle, but it does look as though they are all pretty much in a straight line.
Yeah, I stand up here to get a better view. I think it's Loughborough. They're a bit tight to the boys on the right-hand side. Steers person, just keep an eye out, but as you come in, it's between them and Birmingham B.
Absolutely, Birmingham do look, again, it's so hard to see from this angle, but they do look like they might be just ahead, just ahead over the rest of the field.
And we've got Bournemouth B having a little look to their right there, putting a little push in as well. Everyone's certainly second, third and fourth, almost going to finish within a length of each other. What a great race.
Yeah, absolutely, and it will be Birmingham followed by Loughborough. A great comeback for Loughborough there to go from fourth to fifth to fourth and then to second. So really great show from Loughborough there, with Bournemouth A coming in third, followed by Bath Spa, followed by Kings, and not too sure what's happened to Sheffield Hallam. We did not have any times from them, so potentially a scratch there. We'll find out more later, but an excellent G final there in the women's intermediate quadruple sculls. And
I'm going to give a bit of a shout out to King's College, because it's brave to take a race on. It's that sort of win or bust sort of mentality perhaps, and they clearly front loaded that race in the hope that they'd break their opposition. I say that takes some bravery. So yeah, although you perhaps didn't come off for you today, and fantastic effort, girls, and really, really brave racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And also lessons can always be learned from our races, and hopefully they'll go away and they'll say, do you know what, we gave it a go, we tried this race plan, it didn't quite work out for us, and next time we'll try something else.
100%.
And yes, this is a big event for them all, but we're early on in the season, so it's the perfect time in the season to try these different race plans out, so as they get closer to the likes of Henley Women's and Henley Royal, they can finesse those as we go on.
And here we have the F final of Open Intermediate Singles coming into view, coming through 1500 metres, and it's the local boy Barney Allen from Leicester that's leading the way, and he's got a good margin, 6 seconds there over the sculler in lane 1, Strathclyde, and the sculler in lane 3 from Durham, the sculler in lane 6 from Strathclyde A, and then the sculler from Bath E, Matthew Pearson. A fantastic effort there from Barney Allen, really taking the race by the scruff of the neck, and from here a commanding lead, I'd have to say, Zoe.
Yeah, definitely. It does look like he's really out ahead of the field from this angle, and I'm really looking forward to this race getting a little closer to see how tight the finish is. These scullers are really storming through this course. I blinked and they've got really far into this race, so they're really attacking this this final 500s of this race.
So as I look at, I'd say at the moment it's lane 1, Strathclyde B, that's in second place, with lane 3, Durham B, quite possibly overlapping. And as we mentioned earlier, you can change your speed in a single very quickly. And as I say that, I would say the Durham B sculler has tried to do that. He has gone. It's coming into the last 150 metres. The sculler from Strathclyde, I think, has seen that, has responded. But if I'm going to call, I'm going to say that I think the Durham B sculler is actually going to come through that Strathclyde sculler. There's a lot of effort going down there. What do you think, Zoe?
Yeah, absolutely. It's too close to call at the moment, but Strathclyde is really going for it, as is Durham. Gosh, it might even be a photo finish here. I think Strathclyde is just going to get that one there. Just a couple of extra longer strokes there at the end. Looks like a tall chap there really used his height to get him across the line.
Fantastic effort. And I think that was Strathclyde A on the far side. Ben Huckle coming in there in fourth place, and then coming through now in lane 2 we've got the Bath East sculler Matthew Pearson. Fantastic race, great effort from all the scullers involved there, and I again appreciate the gutsy finish there from that Durham B sculler Angus Laurie. Yeah, he really didn't want to leave anything there and wanted to know that if he was going to lose, then it was only after giving his absolute best effort. Good job. And blink and you miss it. Off we go. Here we go, the final E, intermediate sculls. We've got 2 local crews, Nottingham A in lane 1, Nottingham Trent A in lane 1, Nottingham Trent B in lane 2, lane 3 Reading H, lane 4 York B, lane 5 Bath D, and in lane 6 on the far side, your left as you look at the screen, Heriot Watt D.
Yeah, and as they come through the 500 metre mark, we've got some times coming in. It's Nottingham Trent A who is taking the lead over Heriot Watt. Very close margins here, as you can see on the screen, followed by York B, Reading H, Bath D, and Nottingham Trent B, and Reading H. That's just
wow.
It's far down. They've really, as we said before, 10 years into their sculling only after they dropped sweep 10 years ago, so they will be obviously stacking every race that they can that is a sculling race. So for them to have that many, I can't even do the quick counting what H's. Martin, you can help me out there.
Maybe 8, 9.
8 or 9, I'm not sure.
I was looking
but yeah, to have that many entries in the intermediate single sculls as well is fantastic. And as we come through the K there, you can see on the screen it is Nottingham Trent A who still holds the lead, followed by Heriot Watt D and York B in third. So it's same lineup as before for the 1, 2, 3 there.
Am I allowed to be a little bit biased, sorry? Being a Nottingham boy and a Nottingham Trent University, I know, forgive me viewers if you like an impartial commentator, but there is a little bit of me here cheering for the guys from Nottingham Trent University.
Well, why not? It is their home water, their home race really, isn't it? So yeah. And just looking a little closer at the times that we had through from the K, between first and respectively 6, it's a very close margin still in this E final. You know, we've only got about quick maths here, about 15 or so seconds between the two. So you know, nothing to be disappointed with. And between first and second, it's, you know, only about half a second in it as well. So really great margins there.
Do you think there's an advantage in terms of lane at the minute, Zoe, or is it pretty even across the course? Does it matter whether you're in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6?
I mean, absolutely. That at any multi-lane events, they will they will sort of go through looking at the conditions and draw the lanes in favour of the quickest crews. I'm not too sure which side they're going for at the moment, but you know, in the morning it could be lane 1 could be fastest, and in the afternoon it could be lane 6 that's the fastest, and sometimes it's even the fastest crews in the middle and going outwards. You know, I've been in the sport for longer than I'd care to admit, but I still don't even really know how they work it out each time. But yes, they do certainly draw the lanes to favour the fastest qualifiers in that event.
So on your screen now you can see the sculler from York, Jake Morris. He put a big push in. He's pushed through that Nottingham Trent A crew sculler, Cameron Black, and he's forced himself into the lead. Now we can see what you can't. That Trent sculler hasn't given in, is sticking to their task, and I wouldn't say this race is over yet. If Cameron Black can find a second wind as he comes into the last 200 metres, it's still there for the taking. On the far side we've got Harriet Watt D in third place, and I'd say a comfortable third place. I'd say 1, 2, yeah, as we get closer, 1, 2, 3, 4 now seems to be sorting itself out. Unfortunately, the Trent sculler hasn't been able to raise his rate, so this race is going to go to Jake Morris, York B. He's looked fantastic all the way down and continues to maintain great form into the line, although he is struggling a little bit to stay in his lane, I think, Zoe.
So I actually kept my bias secret until this moment, as Jake Morris does cross the line first in this E-final of the Open Intermediate Single Sculls. I know Jake well. He was I coxed him for a couple of years at Upper Thames. Great guy, excellent athlete, really gives it his all. Didn't do an awful lot of sculling whilst I was with him. He was in the 8s and the 4s, so it's great to see him out in a single scull in an intermediate category, no less, and winning his final. So congratulations to Jake.
Oh, that's fantastic. If we round up the rest of the results, that was Nathaniel Fishburne from Harriet Watt coming in second. A disappointed looking Cameron Black from Nottingham Trent University, Nottingham A, coming in third, followed by Gia Barmer from Bath, the Bath D sculler, and then we've got from Reading James Burridge, and then last but by no means least, in sixth place, Adrian Biddle from Nottingham Trent University. Fantastic effort across the piece there, and you much more professional job than me, Zoe.
And as we conclude that E final, we now move swiftly onto the D final, and we've already got some times coming in from the 500 metre markers, so we'll just run through the lanes. Lanes 1 through 6, we've got Glasgow Caledonian, Queen's A, Leeds C, Queen's D, Reading G, and Reading J. Just keeps going. And at the 500, we've got Queen's A, who are leading, followed by Queen's B, and followed by Reading G. So it will be great to see this one unfold. If the previous round was anything to go by, I think we're going to have some really close times. As you can see on the screen, we do have some really close times.
Well, if you think 3 seconds, they say, don't about 2 to 3 seconds is a length in the boat class that you're racing in. On that basis, there's really not an awful lot in it in the early stages
Absolutely.
of this race.
No, definitely.
I think if you're in the lead here, you are you're probably looking to your left and your right a little bit there, and just thinking squeezing on, not able to settle yet. You'd like a little bit more of a lead as you head into that second 500 before you feel comfortable enough to settle down into the pace that might carry you through the rest of the middle of the race. And as we say, the times, you can see the positions on the screen. You can compare those with the times, and hopefully you agree there's really not a lot in this across the width of the lake.
Exactly, Martin. And talking of times, here we've got the times coming through to you for the 1K, with Queen's leading over Reading G, followed by Glasgow Caledonian, who have increased from 4th up to 3rd, so that's great for them, followed by Reading, Queen's D, and Leeds.
So that's a really, we had a really nice shot there of the Queen's Scholar, moving really smoothly, nice relaxed shoulders, having a little look around just to see where he was in this race. That speaks volumes of the composure of the Scholar. Not an easy thing to do when you're right in the mix, and the racing is as hard as it looks on the screen.
Nice shot there of my fellow commentator Lucy Holgate's Basset Hounds there. I believe it's Porridge, Peggy and Pudding. Great to see lots of dogs here at BUCS this weekend. And back to the D final of the Open Intermediate Single Sculls. Hopefully we're going to get some times to you shortly, as they are just making their way up to the 1500 metre mark now.
And the Scholar from Queens there, you can see he's got a fantastic second half of the drive phase. Really levers his upper body against the end of the leg drive. Superb length of stroke, and really has established himself now at the head of the field. Open water, dare I say, a couple of lengths as we come into the last 500 metres.
And here we go with some live times for you at the 1500. We've got Queens, followed by Glasgow Caledonian, followed by Reading, then Reading, and it is Reading G who are leading over Reading J.
And so, yeah, based upon those times as we come into the last 500 metres, it's all to play for second and third place. Crews overlapping, they'll be looking left or right respectively at each other. The Queen's Scholar has the benefit of being able to see both and measure his effort all the way in, although it's fair to say he's not taking his foot off the gas at all. He really wants to make sure that that he brings this race home as we come into the last 250 metres. Down the back of the field, we've got lane 5 and 6 duking. 5th place and 6th place duking it out for honours. There are mini races within the race all over this course.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we come towards the results boards and the final 250 Red Boys, all the crews now are just starting to increase their rate of striking, getting that wind for the line. See if they can put down anything else to get them closer to that line first. It's going to be great to see what anyone can pull out the bag here to see if they can disrupt the current lineup. But it is the Sculler from Queen's A who has been dominant in this race from start to finish, who will be crossing the line first. That's Fergus Bryce of Queen's A.
Fantastic effort there from Robbie Waddell, or Waddell, forgive me, from Glasgow Caledonian. He really put the afterburners on in the last 100 metres to finish it off. And then coming across the line in third from Reading G, it's Finn Worthington.
Yeah, great. And the remaining 3 Scullers in this category, all super close together as well. Still really going for it over that line. You know, it's great to see that the crews, despite not making a major final or a podium contending final, they're still giving their all. They're not giving up. They're still going to keep pushing to get that good time before they hit the line.
Absolutely so. And I love the Reading J Sculler in 6 and the Queen's University Sculler in lane 4 looked across at each other in those last 10-15 metres, really, sort of eyeball to eyeball, wanting to get their bow ball across the line first. It was Frederick Glemser Pipe from Reading J that managed to do that, followed by Ronan Gibbon from Queen's University Belfast, and then Ethan Collier, the Leeds Sculler. Well done, all concerned.
Yeah, great job by all. And as quick as that one is over, we are on to the next one. It's the C final of the Open Intermediate Single Sculls in progress now. And a roll call in lane 1, Leeds B, Charlie Drew. Lane 2, Durham A, Ollie Hanks. Lane 3, Leeds A, Ollie Owen. Lane 4, Birmingham C, Jonathan Martini. Lane 5, Reading I, Tommy Fuller, and lane 6, Queens B, Rowan Nolan.
I have to say, this is a real treat. It's proving to be an incredibly well organised regatta. We've pretty much kept to time, I think, on the schedule all the way through, and it's race after race after race after race. The spectators that I'm looking at in the grandstand Little cold perhaps, the weather's a little colder now, but incredibly engaged, incredibly, well, I'd say, looking forward to the next one coming down. It's a real feast if you're a rowing fan.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes coming through to us now, we've got Queen's B, Rowan Nolan leading the pack over Leeds A, followed by Birmingham C, Reading I, Leeds B, and Durham A.
So the gap's slightly bigger, I would say, in this final than certainly than the last one, which would suggest perhaps a greater difference. I don't know what the times were through the qualifiers. Let's see if I can find them on my notes. But it would suggest that actually perhaps it's different, a bigger differential in speeds between those between the competitors involved in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And my apologies, I don't believe there is actually an Ollie Hanks from Durham A in lane 2. We're not getting any times through, so he perhaps may have scratched or something from this. It looks like we've only got the 5 coming down at the moment.
You don't need Zoe or I to see on your screen or to tell you that the Queen's sculler is well ahead. You can see that for yourself. Fantastic rate of striking, superb rhythm, and seems to be going away with every stroke. Interestingly though, if you look at the right of your screen, you've got 3 scullers there vying it out for second and third. Hopefully this stays a tight race down the length of the course as we move into the second half of this 2,000 metre race.
Yeah, absolutely, and hopefully we'll be getting some times. There you go, some times for you there. We've got Queen's leading the field, quite a big lead, 6 seconds over Leeds, which is great, followed by Reading, followed by Birmingham, and followed by Leeds again. But still some great margins there, and still all to play for. Absolutely, we're only halfway through. Anything could happen. We just saw a couple of races ago that sculler came through from, what was it, 3rd to 1st or 4th to 1st, just out of nowhere, just had an extra sprint in there. So you never know what's going to happen. You never know what your opponents are planning to do.
It was an interesting shot there. You could see the sculler from Birmingham, the sculler from Queens, both on your screen. And one of the things I felt I noticed was how dynamic the sculler from Queens was. And that's no disrespect to the sculler from Birmingham, but I think that difference is why the Queen's University sculler is that far ahead of the rest of the field. That dynamic leg drive, opening the body, leaving the blade to handles behind, really levering that boat past his spoons, and striking a really solid early 30s.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, power isn't everything. If you've not got the technique and like you said, the dynamicism to go with it, then it's not really going to work. You've got to be clean. You've got to be technically on it, and put it all together. You can't just have the sheer brute force without being clean. It just won't match up.
Nowhere to hide in a single scull. Absolutely Definitely. Nowhere to hide. And the very fact, the perspectives are obviously a little funny with the camera position, but we can't see any of his competitors as we move into the last 500. There we go. There's second place popping onto our screen. Margin now 7 seconds. It's growing out.
Amazing.
I think the Queen's sculler is actually pulling away a little bit.
Yeah, and again a further 4 seconds between second and third. So yeah, some great margins here. They're really putting down the power. They're really, stepping it on. This may be, not in contention for a medal, but they're still acting as though it was. It's still, they still want to get that result there, so they can say that they won their final.
Yeah, that's it. I'm watching with interest that race within a race between Birmingham C and the Reading I sculler, Tommy Fuller, as they came through the 500 metres. There was only a second between them, and from our vantage point, it almost looks like they're side by side now. Dare I say I think the Birmingham Sculler may actually have gone through the Reading Sculler now. They are going to push each other all the way to the end, which may then bring them closer to the lead Sculler in lane 3, and we might find this race concertinaing as we move into the last 200 metres, Zoe.
Yeah, it's super hard to call from here, but to me it almost looks as though Leeds' A crew in the middle there is coming through as well.
Yeah, certainly in
It's
certainly in
really hard
second.
to tell.
The Reading Sculler has now gone. He has responded. We can see that quite clearly. He's taken the rating up. He's over-rating the Birmingham Sculler to his right. Now the Birmingham Sculler goes. That's bringing them both back to the lead Sculler. If he's not careful, this lead Sculler could get caught. He needs to have a look to the left. There it is. I think he's had a little look. There's his squeeze. The puddles have got that touch bigger. And they're all going to finish within half a length of each other as they approach the line.
Super close, but we do have Queensby crossing the line first.
Leeds second, Reading third, Birmingham fourth, and a fast finishing in lane 1 Leeds B crew there. Fantastic effort, Charlie Drew.
But that's what we want to see as well. We want to see those really tight margins at the line. You know, it's great to see the tight margins towards the beginning of the race before everyone sort of really got into it, but to see that close, them coming on over the line in such close concession is great. And you know, you might say you've come last in that race, but you weren't that far behind the last person, so
Absolutely
you should
not.
be proud of that. So yeah, that was really great to see them all come across the line so close together there.
What I also liked to see was the camaraderie there between the Leeds Sculler Ollie Owen and the Birmingham Sculler Jonathan Martini. A little nod of acknowledgement to between both of them. A hard-fought race and mutual respect there for both their efforts. Well done, boys. That's a really nice thing to see.
Definitely. And now we jump from the C final of the Open Intermediate Single Sculls to the F final of the Open Beginner Coxed Fours. We've got Warwick B, University of Manchester B, Birmingham, Chester, Nottingham B and Cardiff B, and another great start line shot for you here.
I've been lucky enough to see quite a few beginners races so far, and I tell you what, I've been impressed by the standard, and that's not meant to sound patronising in any way, shape or form. It really isn't. The very fact that these guys and girls are able to row at this level after only being in a boat for a matter of months, is that right, Zoe? It's
Yeah,
incredible.
absolutely. I mean, some of them have probably been in the boat, you know, anything between 6 to 8 months, and maybe even less. Who knows how late in the game they've started? But yeah, not that long at all. So it is really impressive for them to be here. The coxes themselves may not be beginners. I'm not sure what the criteria is for the coxes. It can vary, but if they are beginner coxes, then you know, here we go. All the more praise to them. And you can see, not sure which crew that is there in the middle, but they just had a little bit of trouble off the start there. Just perhaps one side took their strokes a little earlier than the other, but they have recovered it very well and off to a relatively clean start there from everyone as we go to University of Strathclyde. Just having some either warm up or cool down on their ergs there.
I
Getting some shade.
I think the standing start is perhaps technically the hardest thing for beginner crews to get the hang of. I think once the boat's up and running and moving, it's balanced, and it's a little easier to find your rhythm. You need really good timing to get a boat moving together, don't you? And we saw Chester struggle with that a little bit, and I think that really shows just how tricky it is for beginner rowers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, they would have come from, first of all, just learning how to row itself, to learning how to do a rolling start for a head season, and then all of a sudden they're going to turn around and say, right, now you've got to do a standing start. You've got to get that boat moving from 0 to whatever in a matter of seconds. And you've got to do it all in complete unison, otherwise it's not going to work. So to jump from that to this, all while still learning to row as they go, is super impressive.
And we've got a race on. Hopefully we get some times coming through soon. Zoe will let you know when we have. Otherwise, you can see what we can see. And the crews are strung out across the course. Quick reminder: Warwick B, lane 1, Manchester B, lane 2, Birmingham, lane 3, Chester, lane 4, Nottingham B in lane 5, and on the far side, on your left, Cardiff B. And here come the times.
Exactly, we've got the times in now. So we've got Nottingham B in lane 5, who are leading over Cardiff B by half a second, which is excellent margins, followed by Warwick B, who are 0.8 of a second behind Cardiff B, which is great. Really close margins there.
And the Coxes have got their job to do here, because you'll notice, viewers, that we've got lane 1 Warwick on one side of the course in third place, lane 5 and 6 on the other side of the course in first and second. Nothing in between them. Now the rowers have got to keep their eyes in their boat, but they're going to want some information about where their competition is. And it's a long way, isn't it, to look across the lake to see where the other crews are, if it is in fact someone on the other side of the lake that's vying with you for the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And I haven't quite had a chance to look at all of these crews to see where the Coxes are situated. But for those of you at home that may not know, there's two options in a Cox 4. You can have the bow load option, where most of these, if not, I think all of them, are in a bow loader. So they're lying down at the front of the boat. They're going to cross the line first. Everyone's behind them. They can't see anything behind them. So they're all going off feel. And perhaps their bowman might be giving them a bit of information as well. If they can't see that the crews are coming up behind them, they'll be relying on having that relationship with someone in bow to tell them what's going on, instead of looking at them. So they've got a good clear field of vision over the course in front of them.
Yeah, and that second 500 has started to sort out the field a little bit now. We've got 3 crews moving into a distinct advantage. Nottingham have moved through. We've got Cardiff B in second place, and on the near side, Warwick B. 3 crews clearly ahead, I would say, of Chester, Manchester and Birmingham, and we look forward to seeing how this race unfolds through the third 500.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are just waiting for the next set of times to come in. Don't think we're quite at the K yet. Almost there. Hopefully we'll have some times coming through very shortly, but in this final F of the Open Beginner Cox 4s, they all seem to be really holding their own in this category.
Yeah, I'd say that Nottingham crew is looking really good. 4 finishes there, almost coming out together. Slight dip down onto stroke side, but otherwise it's moving well between the strokes. And to their left, we've got the Cardiff B crew as well. Again, no shortage of effort going in there. Yeah, it's this is, I'd say, from this angle, probably Nottingham by a length, maybe clear water from this perspective. What we'd really like to see, though, is what's happening in lane 1. Where are Warwick? Are they still in the race as they were when they came through the 1,000 metres?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just really want to see these margins at the next timing between Nottingham and Cardiff. It was so close before, just 0.7 of a second between Nottingham B and Cardiff B. So I'm looking forward to seeing these next set of times come in. It does look like Nottingham are really pushing ahead of Cardiff now from this angle.
Yeah, so we've just got a little bit of overlap. Maybe I miscalled it, but and there we see Warwick. There's that Warwick crew. Fantastic. It's still a race on as we move into the last 500 metres. 4 seconds separating everyone, and you just want that bowman, perhaps in the Warwick boat, just to really push the rest of his crew on. More difficult for them on this near side because they've not got anyone in the next lane that's pushing them. Their competition is all on the far side, so it's almost like being in a time trial for those guys. Whereas in lane 5 and 6, Nottingham and Cardiff can push off each other, as it were, as we come into the last 250 metres.
Absolutely, and hopefully someone in the Nottingham crew will be letting their cox know. That's we've got Olivia Mason coxing them. Hopefully one of the guys will be letting her know where Cardiff are, how close they are, so that she can give them that next call to push on. to ensure that they stay ahead.
What we can see that you can't see is that in lane 1, Warwick have gone for it. They have gone for it, and I would say that they are in first place at the moment. Oh, they're using all the lane though. Cox, please keep them going straight. They've veered off quite a lot. But they are certainly in a race with Nottingham. As I look across the course, you can see that Nottingham crew. They've started to go. Oh, in lane 1, the Warwick crew have caught a crab on stroke side. They're weaving around again. They're still very clearly in second place, but they are rowing a lot longer distance-wise than the Nottingham crew.
They are. They've got great length there, and as I was saying earlier, the Cox with the bow loaders, it does make it difficult to see what's going on around you. Seeing the boys, it does take years of experience of doing side by side in between the boys to get it right. So props to all of them for making it through this race, and that is going to be a win in this F final for.
Certainly for Nottingham.
For Nottingham, yes.
I think that's a photo finish there on the line between Cardiff and Warwick.
Yeah, we do have some times through here, but we're going to say these are provisional. We won't call them out just yet. We'll wait for the official result for you on the results board over there.
And that's then the
end. There we go. We've got it on the screen. There we are. 0.2 of a second between Warwick and Cardiff. Amazing.
And not to do a disservice to Manchester or Chester, they had a fantastic finish to their race as well. You will have seen that on the screen. Frustration in the Chester crew as one of the crew beats the water. They just lost it in the last half of the stroke. And then final crew to finish is the Birmingham crew. Congratulations, Birmingham. Well done. Another breathtaking final.
And just as a second between Chester and Manchester as well, which is great for them.
Yeah, a bit of a local rivalry. I think this is our time over now, isn't
That's
it, Zoe?
it from us. So we've been Zoe and Martin. Thank you, Martin, for joining me. Thanks for having us. And we are going to pass on to Pete and Tom.
Right.
Good afternoon, very pleased to be joining you for the remainder of the racing for today. My name is Piotr Kulawski and I'm joined here with Joe Olver.
Yeah, that's me. I'm from John Moores University, first time commentating today. From John Moores University, first time commentating today, so bear with me.
And currently in progress we have the race 263 in front of us. Hello, that's us from the commentators tower. And for the race 263, we're nearing the 1,000 meter mark here of this Open Beginners Coxed Fours Final E. In the leading position, as you can see on the screen, it's the Surrey University crew, 2 seconds ahead of the Exeter University, and in third place currently, just under 2 seconds behind him, is the crew over from Manchester. The Surrey University crew has increased and extended their lead over the Exeter University C crew from 1 second at the 500 meter mark to about 2 seconds at the K. It looks like they've just strided into their rhythm and they'll be looking to hopefully increase their advantage in the latter portion of this race. I mean, Joe, when you're racing here, what's your strategy for the first and the second K of the race?
Well, first I'd say in a beginner race especially, just making sure you get off to a decent start. and there's going to be wobbles, but not letting it bother you too much, because if you get bogged down with that, then it's not going to bode well for the rest of the race, I'd say. So just getting into the rhythm of it, really, feeling out how it feels, and getting into your race. But obviously also remembering that the race isn't won in the first 500 metres. It's important that you row your own race.
I couldn't agree more. You need to get off to a really good start, and then to get that mental advantage, which must not be discounted over your opposition, and then slowly build on it throughout the race. I mean, also looking at conditions like today, seeing that it's a very strong tailwind and some crews have been winning with some incredibly fast times, I'd be quite excited to actually pace my race towards the back end, you know, leave more in the tank so that I can really get a good sprint finish and come away with an incredibly quick time over here in Nottingham, which we don't get an opportunity for very often here.
Yeah, I think what we were saying earlier, a lot of the crews that are in the far lanes on the screen now, the far lanes with the crews that are tending to go through first, with the tailwind helping them out a lot, and a lot of these races finishing 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 in that order throughout the day.
And here we are, the leads change hands at the 1500 metre mark. It's Manchester University have put in a fantastic push to make up over 2 seconds of advantage ahead of Surrey, and then over in third it's still Bath University, roughly 1 second behind that crew over from Surrey. I think we're in for a really strong finish. You can see from the commentators tower now we're approaching sort of the halfway point of that last 500, so we're going to start to see a lot of sprinting. And Joe, do you think any of these crews have a move up their sleeve? Obviously you've got a cox in your crew that can direct you, so surely they also have something to say strategically about how you should finish a race like this.
It looks like lane 1, looking in the lead at the moment, I think they've just upped the rate as well by the looks of it. But there's definitely a push coming from lane 6 and lane 3 as well. I'm
also looking at lane 1 from our position here. It's the crew over from Bath University that were in second place over in third place over at the 1500 metre mark, and they look to be getting into the lead now. They've absolutely back end loaded that race. Their pacing is really showing through now.
Although Manchester do definitely look strong, they're coming up on the lane 6. Not too far behind them.
It's definitely the battle of the two opposite lanes here, but I do think we might need to wait for the photo finish if it comes down to that. It looks like that Bath University, the sprint that they put in the last K of this race in the second portion is really going to pay off, and that's where approach the line we can see that by about a canvas or half a length it's that Bath University crew ahead of their rivals from Manchester, and then over in lane 3 the St Andrews University crew. Great finish margin. The Bath University's produced a really incredibly quick split, because at the 500 metre mark and the 1k mark, even at the 1500, they were nowhere close to the lead to then make up that much time in a crew that's obviously got 4 athletes, and it is quite difficult, so there must have been a lot of effort being produced by those athletes, and really great determination, and possibly also something to do with their race strategy. Maybe they've talked about it with the cox ahead of time.
Yeah, I think they just rode their own race by the looks of it. Didn't worry about where they were in position-wise, paced themselves, and then went for a big push at the end.
Sometimes that's the best strategy, isn't it?
What we are now, the open beginner for D final. So now in lane 1, Lancaster A, lane 2, Exeter B, lane 3, UWE B, lane 4, Oxford B, lane 5, Southampton A, and lane 6, Swansea A.
And the D final is in progress. We're nearing the 1,000 meter mark. At the 500, it was crew from Swansea University over in lane 6, leading by a margin of about 4 seconds over their rivals from Southampton. They've really gotten off to a great start here, the Welsh athletes. Not much to separate the field at this point. The athletes are definitely in their mid-race pace rhythm. We see a lot of good standard of rowing over here this weekend at BUCS. A lot of long technical strokes, and even though these conditions are quick, at times you can see, especially from the commentator's tower, the gusts of wind can be quite tricky. They can bring quite a bit of choppiness into the boat. How do you navigate that as a crew, Joe? Absolutely, it's important to keep that composure as a crew, trust in your own ability. You know, those endless thousands of repetitions of drills you will have been practicing through the winter. All of that needs to stay central within the boat, and I guess it won't be the first time that these athletes are racing together, although this is the beginners event, so none of these athletes will have picked up an oar this time last year. You're only allowed to race in this competition at this level of beginner at BUCS if you've learned how to row after June of last year, and that carries on year after year. So what we're seeing here is a real matchup of the novice rowers from these universities. So even though we've got quite a good mix of A and B crews here on the course, it really shows the standard under which these athletes will have been training, the program, the coaching, the setup, and that's really going to show through, because there's only so much that you can learn within a year of the sport. And for a lot of these athletes, this will be the first time that they'll be racing over the 2,000 meter course.
In the far lane, they look really good, very tidy, and to say it's their first year, they look very tidy. The intermediate by the legs.
And on the 1500 meter mark, Swansea University has increased their lead to about 3 seconds over their rivals from Exeter. Southampton just 2 seconds behind. Obviously this isn't a medal final, but as these athletes, like I said, this will be one of their first experiences rowing down the 2,000 meter track. They'll definitely be happy to get some close-up racing, a little bit of side-by-side experience, and to be honest, there's not a lot of things quite like it when you're seeing crews on both sides of you. It's really quite motivating to see other crews, for example, making a move on you, and you get to respond, you get to behave differently, you get to try something different. So this is really quite exciting, and you never know, like there's so many athletes that have gone on to win some great things, and one of their first beginner regattas would have been BUCS. So perhaps in here we're seeing the future champions walking amongst us.
It's always good as well to, obviously your peripheral vision, probably I'd imagine that they can't really see each other that well unless they look over, which I suppose is okay in a cox boat.
You shouldn't, the cox shouldn't look,
well,
right?
exactly, eyes forward, eyes at the boat, but especially when the next boat's right next to you and it's equal level, that's when the adrenaline really gets going. Big push from Swansea, definitely.
Yeah,
seconds ahead.
They're not going to want to give up the advantage they've worked over the length of the course, but then Exeter are really not letting them go. It's getting quite quick towards the finish. They maybe have about a length of clear water advantage, and over in lane 5 we have the contenders for the third spot, even the second spot here, Southampton A, but they have just been beaten by Exeter to get that second spot in the D final.
And just coming into the finish now, we've got Swansea as well. Not Swansea, Lancaster, sorry.
Next up on the course, already in progress, we have the Open Beginners Coxed 4 Final C of that same event that we've just watched. We're about at the 750 meter mark, which means most of the crews will have already settled after their starting sequence and will be executing their mid-race pace. So I'm just looking at some technical clues to see who might have something to show us in the second half of this race. We're seeing very good standard of rowing over from the two crews, one from lane 2, that's the Bath University A crew, and over in lane 4 we've got the Exeter A crew. Joe, why do you think these crews are ahead at this point?
I think they would have had a good start, definitely. Possibly gone for I don't know what the strategy exactly, just go straight, maybe a fly and die, I'm not sure.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not, no, but it never really goes to plan. But it wouldn't surprise me if some of the boats that are pacing themselves will sort of start to come through, these lads.
I guess this might be similar to junior events, where if you manage to get a strong enough starting advantage off the start, it's difficult for other crews to make that back up. You do need a little bit more confidence and race experience in order to overturn results like that.
Definitely. If you watch like the Olympics, Ollie Zeidler, what he does straight away is he gets out in the single event, likes to get ahead in the first 100 or 200 meters, and then just likes to know where his opponents are and keep that gap, which is quite demoralising for the people behind him, because when you can't see your competitors.
If you can trust in your own preparation and your race experience to the point where you can just, like you said, like Ollie Zeidler, the Olympic champion, stay a few lengths in front and then see your opponents making a move on you, you can ignore that, or you can not just ignore it, you can respond to that, and sometimes you really get to control that race. You can see a lot of effort is being put in by that Bath crew. They're absolutely working for every single bit of the advantage that they've been holding, together with the Exeter University A. Those two are the lone leaders of this pack, and there's less than half a second to separate them two. As you can see on the screen, there's 0.3 of a second at 1500 meters to go, which means that we're in for a really great sprint finish here. Fantastic to see. None of the crews really are rating below 40 at this point. Everyone's throwing the kitchen sink at what they've got. There's not even that much time in the race left. I think we're nearing the 250 meter mark, which means a lot of these athletes will be through the line in about 40 seconds time. So if you've ever done a sprint at the end of your 2K, this is exactly the moment to repeat that, and you need to empty the entire tank with the legs, apply as much power as you can, and then see where that gets you. You got to trust in your crew, try not to look over. This will be very difficult not to look at your opposition from lane to lane. You just got to really focus on your crew, and I think that's exactly what Bath University have done. They seem to have now increased their lead for the first. They've now seem to have taken the lead for the first time over their opponents from Exeter, and they're looking to stay ahead. Fantastic sprint.
So Exeter putting the rate up quite a lot as well. They look very close from this angle. I think that may just be a tiny little bit in front.
There will be, I think, if Exeter gives us any more of a response, we might be in for yet another photo finish. I mean, I cannot even count how many we've already had today.
We might have a good one from third as well, between lane 1 and lane 5.
Between UCL and Imperial.
Yeah. results are in 7:16.1, 1.1 second between them. Very, very close race from them.
That's about 0.2 of a second per 500 meters. Considering that there are 5 athletes in this boat, that's less than 0.5 of a 100th of a second per 500. Moving over to the B final.
Right, this is the all-important one. This is for the club I row for, so this is a big one for me. And the Liverpool John Moores crew. So in this race, the F final of the women's beginner quads, we've got in lane 2 Sunderland, in lane 3 Liverpool John Moores, lane 4 Bath Spa, and lane 5 Nottingham Trent. I think from the time trials, from first to last, it was Nottingham Trent, Bath, Liverpool John Moores, and Sunderland.
Tell me why you're looking forward to this race, Joe.
I'm looking forward to this race because our club has been growing over the last few years from basically a death during COVID, and BUCS is a big thing for us. It's one of our it's our biggest event, and to see a crew get into a final is brilliant. And this quad as well, they work so hard. They haven't been able to be in the boat together as much as they'd like to. However, they work so hard outside of rowing. And yeah, I just want to see him do well. And the girl, I don't know when she comes onto screen, the girl she's in 2C, Jess, she was a cox at the start of the year, but decided that she wanted to row. So this is her first ever race. Haven't done any races before this.
It's always great to see athletes, develop such a love for the sport that even after they've performed like a specific role for a number of years, then they get to decide to get in the boat. I mean, from the coxers and the athlete's perspective, from I guess even from both those perspectives, she will benefit whether she decides to stay an athlete or a cox afterwards, or even swap in between, because that's one of the things that you rarely ever get to experience as a cox, is to get some side-by-side experience and then just feel that burn in your legs, and then put your hand in the fire and then try and stay there for the next 6-7 minutes or so.
Definitely. I mean, even at all the sessions, you can tell that she's itching to get on the erg, because I don't know, the coxes usually stand around or do their own thing, but she always wanted to get on the erg or wanted to get involved. And here they are, I think, in second place, which is very, very good. Who have we got in first place? Bath Spa, then John Moores University. Okay, a bit of a zoom in. So the girl at bow is a girl called Amy. She's new to the club this year, as is the girl at stroke, that's Izzy, and the girl behind her, Grace. This is the first race for Grace as well. With only one prior race this year as experience.
Was it a head race or side by side?
It was a novice race in head race in Liverpool, hosted by University of Liverpool.
So this must be the first time she's racing with us on a 6-lane course.
First side by side for all of them, yeah.
And isn't it such a different experience racing on a course like this versus out on the river?
Absolutely.
Where there's stream and trees to dodge, and there's different start times, and you're not quite side by side with the opposition. I mean,
definitely, 100%. I mean, with this sort of thing, it sounds very loud. I don't know if it's picking up. It's where we are now, it sounds incredibly loud. However, down that end, it's very peaceful. And for the first 1,500 metres of the race, it's very peaceful. And then you get to the end and it's loud. But in a head race, you're going for 5-6 kilometres, and there's no cheering or anything. So it's very much just you and the boat.
You almost have to have that self-motivating factor when you're doing a head race, versus here on a 6-lane course. Obviously, you've got other boats to around you to work off of and just measure your speed, measure your rhythm, measure your response. I personally prefer the side-by-side racing, but I know some people that always perform better in head racing.
Yeah.
Can't bring it out in the side-by-side. There is definitely a very big mental element to racing with other crews around you.
I think I can't think of anything more exciting than side-by-side racing. Know exactly where your opponents are. This is the 1,500 metre. We've still got Bath Spa in the lead.
They've worked out quite a big advantage to Bath Spa University crew.
important to say, I think Nottingham Trent got about 30 seconds ahead of, about 25 seconds ahead of all these crews. They're in third place at the moment with Sunderland in the last place.
You can see just how gusty it is on the course. You can't quite see this from this camera angle, but especially for the beginners event and in this F final, balance will be a huge issue to try and resolve in order to stay afloat for the rest of this race. Have a one clean complete run at the finish, and even with gusts of wind, sometimes that can really throw off the steering, especially if athletes can't catch evenly on both sides.
Especially in the beginner event with coxless, when you haven't got a cox to help you out, because the bow person, for example, has got to focus on steering and making the calls. And with experience, that becomes a lot easier. But for your first race, it's no easy task, especially when it's windy as well.
Definitely, and obviously there's different being able to steer out during a training session, but when there's pressure of other crews around you, and you need to stay within the lines, and you need to have a clean execution. There's just so many variables that you now need to control, as well as putting down your maximum effort, which is absolutely what they're doing here. You can look just how hard they're working. If you're unsure of how we get able to tell that, just have a look at the blades as they come out of the water. They leave those puddles, and the longer they travel outside of the boat, the more power the athletes are obviously putting down. The bigger the ring on the water, the bigger the output. And now they cross the line, the BUCS University, in the quite possibly first race on a 2,000 meter lake. You can just see the excitement coming out of these athletes. They're absolutely pleased with their performance, and with a time of 9 minutes and 3 seconds, off into their rowing career they go.
They'll be chuffed with that. Quite a big gap, and then we've got the John Moores girls coming in. They'll be happy to let go of their blades and have a rest.
Still staying composed even through, they stopped immediately after the line. You can just tell how much that effort cost them in those legs. They'll be feeling the burn, they'll be feeling the lactate, but I bet you they'll be satisfied with the fact that they finished and it all went according to plan.
Yeah, I'm very proud of them for that. It's probably because of all that.
It's great to see.
And Nottingham Trent coming across as well.
Yep. That's the local crew just in front of their home crowd. And then the final finisher is the Sunderland University, just managing to stay in their lane. We're moving over to the E-final of this event now. We have Reading University in lane 1, Birmingham B lane 2, Lincoln in lane 3. In lane 4 we have Nottingham Trent University D crew. There's quite a lot of crews for Nottingham Trent. Over in lane 5, Loughborough B, and in 6 we have Cardiff B crew. We're just past the 750 meter mark of this race now. The athletes will be nearing. Oh, and we've had a crew stop over in the far side lane. That looks like it's the Cardiff University crew. They perhaps have had a technical difficulty that they needed to resolve, but it's always better to stop and then restart rather than catch a boat stopping crab that can then perhaps break your blade, because then you're definitely out of the race. But if you can quickly stop and regain composure, things happen during the race. I've raced on this course before where off the start our 2-man just fell off his seat and we ended up being left behind, about 5 lengths behind the competition. But then we got onto it, we kept our composure, we kept the confidence, we trusted in the training, and we managed to come on top with the win. So hopefully these Cardiff athletes will be able to repeat that as well.
Comfortable lead through the 1,000 metre mark for Reading. To be fair to the crew that's just stopped, which crew was that?
Cardiff in lane 6.
Cardiff, they've composed well and got back on it. They haven't dropped that many that far back.
Yeah, they're in third place at the moment, only 8 seconds behind the leaders, but 1 second behind the crew from Loughborough, which is currently occupying the second spot. And you can see this is definitely a nerve-wracking event, but it's those kinds of things that do happen in your first few races. And it's good that these athletes are getting the experience of actually successfully managing to push through some of these obstacles and issues and get back on track.
Most importantly is just keeping a calm head, because earlier when they stopped rowing, if they didn't have a calm head, they could just descend into chaos and lose a lot of space.
Totally. And then from this camera angle you can just about see the choppiness starting to come out into the water, so there's obviously the technical aspect of knowing how to deal with such conditions in order to have a very clean race execution. So it doesn't look too gusty on the camera, but from where we're standing the boats are being blown from left to right, and then we've had to seed some of the races in a different order than the usual chevron pattern of lane 3 and 4 ahead, then 4 and 5, and then 1 and 6. So we're seeing a lot of the crews on the far side putting down some really good speeds, which makes me think that the lanes have been seeded due to the conditions to account for that, for the crews on the far side. But that's not the case in this race. We still have the Reading University crew still in the lead, quite a decisive one. We don't have confirmation of the 1500 meters times yet, but it doesn't look like that lead's going to be challenged by anyone, despite them also having a little bit of a rocky moment earlier with losing a blade.
They had a couple of steering issues a second ago as well, but they've recovered well from it.
But you can just see, even though they've started rowing last year, the standard of their sculling is quite good. It's a difficult discipline to master. Obviously you need to be controlling two oars at once, not just one. You have to be doing that perfectly in sync. And quads are quite a fast technical boat. So there's a lot of great sculling crews coming out of Reading, so I'm not surprised to see them doing so well, even in one of their first ever events.
What do you prefer, to sweep or scull?
I've only ever sculled for racing.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
I'm a sculler through and through. I think that just the symmetry, the synchronicity, just the smoothness of movement. I always compare it to poetry, because when you get in that flow state, that's exactly what that felt like to me.
Yeah, I think I enjoy them both. Well, I do think I prefer a sweep because I think you can get more power from that. Me personally, anyway. But then that does often. I don't think you're allowed to start that till a bit later, so you don't develop a wonky body.
That's the only downside of sculling, is that you can't race in an 8 in a World Championship final. And 8s are arguably some of the funnest boats to row in, but quads are in a close second. Here we are in the last 250 meters of this race. The Reading University scullers are just approaching the red buoy territory, which does typically signify that you're in a very closing stage of the race. They're doing their final lift at the end to put the final sprint down and secure themselves that victory over the rest of the field. An incredibly impressive margin, particularly when you take into consideration that these athletes will have all started rowing at the same time. So that just shows how great of a job Chris Bartley and Will Rand are doing over at Reading.
Support from the sides as well, across the line. Very comfortable first position.
And here we go, we've got the next finishers. It is the Cardiff University B crew over in lane 6.
Close looking one from lane 2 and 5 as well. Third place.
Yeah, very good battle for that third place between the Loughborough crew and the Birmingham crew. But it is the Birmingham crew, coached by Alex Darby, one of our commentators here at BUCS, that takes the third and the final spot. We've seen a lot of great stuff from the Birmingham crews this weekend, definitely These athletes are quite local to Nottingham. I believe they're only placed about an hour away from this lake, so they're definitely familiar with this territory. Moving on to the D final of the women's beginner quad, where around 1250 meters to go. You can just see the leads and the field starting to take up shape. We've got 3 crews in contention for those top 3 spots, and then we've got the other 3 crews in lane 2, 3 and 4 fighting out for the 4th, 5th and 6th spots. It's the Sussex University leading at the K with 4 minutes 9 seconds, just a second ahead of Lincoln crew, who's just a second ahead of the Exeter crew. What do you make of that lineup at the moment, Joe?
It's a strong looking lineup, definitely. I mean, Nottingham have got a D boat entered into this. I don't know, that was the last one. These few A and B boats in this in these beginners. Nice to give everyone a race.
I really like what I'm seeing from the Sussex crew. They're rowing really well together. The standard is quite high, I would say. You can tell that these athletes will have spent the last few months training together, betting in those movements, both on the rowing machines when you can't go out on the water, but also then in the boat. They've got a clear technical model that they're trying to follow, and they're executing that quite well.
Very balanced. Considering the conditions, which look to be arguably getting a bit worse than they were earlier.
Yeah, we're not seeing quite as fast at times. We can see the wind has changed slightly from the direction of the east cross tail to about west cross tail, so that will put the crews over on the far side into the advantage, which makes sense why they're seeded in this manner. We can see the leaders change hands. It's no longer Sussex that's leading. They're 0.7 of a seconds behind Exeter, who are in a completely opposite lane. That lane 6 that we talk about with the conditions advantage at the moment over their rivals from Sussex. But the race is still far from over. We've got 500 meters to go, and the amount of times the leads also change and the field shapes up differently over in those last final 2 minutes or so is so countless. I couldn't even count it with the hands of everyone on this course, and we've got quite a few thousand people here.
Definitely lane 6 and lane 1, yeah.
We can see from the commentators tower the Sussex University crew are far from giving up. They're actually doing the opposite. They're increasing their stroke rate up to well over 40, which is impressive for athletes with such experience, and it looks like they've probably held off Exeter, who might have just gone a little bit too early, and then Exeter is now fighting for their place with the crew from lane 5, Lincoln A, who weren't too far behind them at the 1500 meter mark. Let's take a look whether they can hold on.
We've got a crab in lane 1 as well.
Oh, devastating for Sussex.
They need to stop and reset.
Oh, that's devastating. They're just trying to row it into the line in the last 30 meters or so, but that's just cost them.
Third.
Ah.
Is that coming through?
And that's Exeter holding off Lincoln to take the top 2 spots in this race. And crew from lane 3, Leeds B, is taking the 3rd spot. Very dramatic finish for the Sussex crew. But having experienced very similar things like that as a beginner athlete myself a number of years ago, I know that they will come away from this only stronger. And they should be really proud of the way that they rode during the 1950 meters, and then just improve on the last 50, and they'll be good to come back here next year stronger and faster. The racing is in full swing for the C final. Just on our screen shortly we'll be moving over to the final C, but now we've just got the panning shot to that Sussex crew with a very dramatic finish. Those athletes should be really proud of the way that they've executed this race, because things like that happen in a water sport with conditions, with blades, with so many moving parts at the end. It's important to not get discouraged and just take this as a learning lesson and a stepping stone into the rest of their rowing career. Back to final C, 2 Nottingham Trent University's crews leading the pack currently by a margin of about 2 seconds, 3 seconds to separate them. Cardiff University over in 3rd place, and that looks like they will be our top contenders for those 3 spots over in the C final.
Nottingham Trent A, B and C in this category as well, so I'm sure they'll be looking forward to competing against their friends and hopefully beating them.
You can see on the left of your screen we have the crew from Cardiff, and then there's 2 crews on the right hand side in their distinctive red kit. This is the home crews of Nottingham Trent University. They know this course really well. They will have been practicing here day in and day out, and for them the steering should not be an issue, as they will have had plenty of practice steering between the buoy lines and trying to keep themselves in check. You can see the crew from lane 4, the Nottingham Trent University A, is increasing their lead over the rest of the field. It looks like Cardiff have made up their ground on the Nottingham B crew. At the K, they were about 3 seconds ahead of Cardiff. Let's see how they shape up at the 1500 meters. We should be receiving confirmation of the times very shortly. What a great push from the Nottingham Trent University A crew to increase their advantage by 9 seconds over the course of the last 500 meters. I hope they haven't made a push that's going to cost them the victory over in this last 500 meters, but they do look quite confident coming into the closing stages of this race. They're rowing really well together. Like I said, these athletes will be very familiar with the setup of this course, as this is their home turf, so they will also be looking to use that home crowd advantage to fuel them along. Cardiff are responding. They can definitely smell a little bit of weakness in the Nottingham Trent University B crew. They've definitely drawn a little bit of blood on them, and that is the final 500. There's nothing to leave behind. It is time to empty the tank. It is time to show everything that you've got, and let's see whether they will come out of that maneuver successfully. A little bit scrappy on the blade work, but they are doing this because they are applying just so much power.
definitely had the rain or something as well.
Yes, perhaps compensating a little bit on the composure, but this is what beginner racing is all about. It is time, now is the time to figure out how to manage that balance between composure, power, output, sprint. There's so much to think about when you also add steering and calls into this boiling pot. There can be so many unpredictable things, but in here, Cardiff University, fantastic push to edge out ahead over the Nottingham Trent B crew. They'll be so pleased with the way that they've ground that crew down from being down at 500 to being down at the K to being down at 1500 to now finally, for the first time in this race, in the last 200 meters or so, get the bow out in front and claim that second spot in the C final.
Push from Surrey as well, coming for the fourth spot. Nottingham Trent B very close together with the steering. Crossed it about the exact same time though, looks a bit. Nottingham Trent just ahead.
On our screens, and we move over to the championship, Open Championship Lightweight Single Sculls C final, when the field is stacked up full of Reading University scullers, joined by the sculler from Hartpury, York and Exeter. Also at the 1000 meter mark, it was the Exeter sculler over in lane 6, leading by a margin of just 2 seconds over the York sculler, who's trying to hold off the advances from the Reading A sculler Tristan Gillette, who was just 0.4 of a second behind him. Now at the 1500 meter mark, it is still Tom Walker from Exeter with a time of 5 minutes 49 seconds, 2 seconds still ahead of the York sculler. And now in third spot we have the Reading University C sculler Edward Irwin. Made a really big push on his teammate over from Reading University, who's now behind by half a second. Single is such a difficult event to race. You have no other teammates to support you during that race plan. It is all down to you. Every single stroke you have to apply and measure your power output. You know, it's really important to get your strategy right, because, for example, let's say you lose out on the top 10% of your power in the second half of the race. That could lead to a very big margin at the end.
And then the training for a single as well. Motivate yourself to get out just on your own rather than having someone to motivate you. Very, very different.
And look at that push from the York sculler. He's absolutely taking the rate up all the way to the top. Now really challenging the Exeter sculler. I think he might just be ahead. And the Reading University, great battle between them. I think it's the Reading University C sculler that is going to lead his teammate. But now Exeter sculler has responded and coming into the finish half a length ahead. He's just managed to defeat his Yorkshire rival, and two Reading University scullers way too close to call, finishing within half a canvas of each other.
The Open Championship Lightweight Singles D final, with Bournemouth in lane 1, Harper Adams A in lane 2, Sunderland A in lane 3, Birmingham A in lane 4, Birmingham B in lane 5, and Queen's University Belfast D in lane 6.
It's a very varied field here. We've got scholars from all over the country. We've got scholars obviously also coming from the Northern Ireland, but also Bournemouth, Harper Adams. That's an agricultural university, and as we like to say, farmers definitely will know how to row. They know how to get up early. They know how to work hard. They know how to get better at doing the same thing over and over. So it's great to see them turning up here. We've also got scholar from Sunderland, like you said, and Birmingham. So it's a really spread out field, not just from one single region of a particular river. It's great to see that. And we're 5 minutes into that race. The athletes are just approaching the closing stage of the third 500, which is arguably the most difficult point of the race. Joe, can you tell us why that is?
The middle K, you've obviously at the start you've got the adrenaline that kicks in, the excitement of being at the start. Same with the head race, the start's all fun and games until you've got 5 kilometres to just absolutely power through, and then you get a little bit of a spurt of energy for the end. But the middle K is on an erg as well. Very hard to get the motivation.
Would you say it's more of a mental or physical game getting that middle K right?
A bit of both, I'd have to say. Definitely. Mentally, that's the part that feels the longest and it's the least enjoyable. Physically, that's when the pain starts to set in. And there's no one cheering at that point to help you through it in a regatta.
It's really quiet. The adrenaline from the start, like you said, wears off. You're feeling all the lactate, all of those strokes which you think you've taken for free at the start. You now realize they're not for free, and you do have to pay a price for them, and you do have to stay very composed. But your opponents are in the exact same situation, so then it becomes, since you're on even ground from that regard, then it becomes so much of a mental game navigating that and just trying to find that source of fire and motivation within yourself in order to get any sort of level of advantage that you can then take and build upon. Lovely work from the Irish scholar Adam Graham from Queen's University Belfast. Over in lane 6, he's currently leading the field and he's looking to extend his advantage over the Birmingham scholars. At the 1500 meter mark, it was about 5 seconds, and then the Birmingham scholar had 5 seconds over his teammate from Birmingham. Those margins have closed up slightly as everybody is sprinting, but it does look like this will be our finishing order. Lovely technical sculling over from our Queen's University Belfast sculler. You can tell this is a championship event. Just the clean execution of the catch, the drive phase and the finish. It's an absolute delight to see, and especially as all of these athletes are lightweight, there's not much to separate them in terms of their body, their size, their potential power output and everything. So to be honest, a lot of the advantage will come down to the fitness preparation as well as the technical pedigree, which we have seen from the Queen's Belfast scholar. Queens in general have been doing so well at this regatta. It'll be interesting to see whether they'll finish with on the podium of the Victor Ledorum rankings for this year also.
Sometimes water's really nice. It's awful. Need a little bit.
Race 273. Women's intermediate coxed pairs, final F.
Okay, and we've got the women's intermediate pairs in lane 1, University College London, lane 2, Keele University, lane 3, University of Southampton, lane 4, University of Dundee, and lane 5, Nottingham Trent University. Just waiting to start.
What do you expect from this kind of lineup, Joe?
I think the pair is a difficult one, especially to race in. It's hard enough to row. There's only 2 oars. In a single, you've got control of both oars. But in a pair, you've got 2 people controlling 1 oar each.
But somebody also has to take charge of making the calls. Somebody has to take charge of the steering, and like you said, even if, for example, you're in charge of steering and you're giving your absolute power, but your opponent, for example, is able to put down more, then you need to compensate for this, and then that becomes a technical difficulty. But I don't think this will be the case for these athletes, as this is the intermediate event here in front of us.
You're really working against each other in the pair, fighting against each other, because especially more than in another boat, if one person can't pull as hard as one other person, it sort of evens it out throughout the whole thing. But in a pair, you just end up going one way or the other.
And it's definitely one of those boat categories which is very difficult to master, because as you said, even if you just forget the rowing element, just the balancing on its own is an art in and of itself, and you could spend 2-3 months of your winter training just focusing on perfecting that, and yet you will still always have something to improve. Definitely. But that's the case with rowing stroke anyway. All these crews will have competed in the time trial earlier on, which means that even though this is the F final, they should be quite closely matched in terms of speed. So it's important to get that early advantage off at the 500 meters. We've spoken about this before, but you do want to go off the blocks as hard as you can and try and get that mental bit of advantage over your opponents, and just hold on to it, because then as soon as you're in front, you can observe what your opponents are doing and you're able to respond to their moves. You're able to really almost control how the race is unfolding in front of you. And particularly with the normal chevron pattern of lane seeding, if you're in front from lane 3 or 4, you really can see everybody in front of you.
From the time trial, Nottingham Trent finished about 15 seconds ahead of Dundee, who came in second in the time trial. So they're going to this with a lot of confidence.
Yep, and Nottingham Trent over the 500 meter mark with a quite a decisive lead over the rest of the field. 9 seconds over Southampton, and Dundee over in 3rd place, 9 seconds behind Nottingham Trent. But this is the first 500 meter.
All 4 crews very, very close together here as well, apart from Nottingham, who's edged out in front.
It looks like the wind has picked up again, so we should be seeing some quite fast times being put down the track here, and it looks like a straight tailwind, so not too much cross going on, particularly towards the finish of this race, but it is quite gusty looking down the end of the course, especially around the middle, which is where our athletes are right now.
On a windy day, the boat class you don't want to go in is probably a pair. I mean, me personally, it's about what's one of these ones to go in.
I have the philosophy that if it's going to be hard on this kind of day, that's exactly why I want to get in a pair, because when's a better time to practice, right? Because it's all well and good training in quite calm conditions, but then when you come to race at an event like this and you get a tiny bit of gust, it's really important to have that confidence from dealing with those kind of conditions in the training session. So even though I agree with you, I also probably wouldn't be my top choice to go in a pair. That's kind of how I would try to explain it to myself in my head, to just get myself happy and amped up for the session.
Coming up to the 1,000 metre mark now. Looks like Nottingham Trent University are still in the lead, quite comfortably. And at this point, I would imagine, because they've got such a lead, they'll sort of take a step back just keep that distance, because they know they can get in front and pace themselves and not use all of their energy. Still quite close between the other crews as well, only a couple of seconds in it really, so now it'll be a race for second place.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't look like anything's going to stop this Nottingham Trent University crew, but like you said, it's important to actually take the rate down a little bit and be a little bit more in control of everything that's happening, because at this point, when you've got that much of an advantage over the rest of the field, one of the last things you want is for something to go wrong. So if you can really manage and mitigate that risk, that will really pay off in the overall result here.
Definitely, you need to save something for the end, because if one of these crews that currently about 15 seconds behind, if one of these has a big push, a big third 500 or a big push at the end, you need to have something to respond to it as well, and no point using all your energy just to get out in ahead.
Yeah, for sure. And in this intermediate final F, we see a little bit less blade scraping than we do in the beginning category. Those athletes have a lot more experience rowing, and the intermediate event is not decided based on your rowing age per se, but based on your level of ability. So very evenly matched here between second and fifth places. It looks like it's the UCL crew that are making a really big push here. They were second at the K, but they're looking to solidify their advantage over the rest of the field. Perhaps they know something that we don't, which is maybe they've got a secret ASAP with their preparation, and they've got a really strong second K to put down in front of us. Perhaps maybe they'll even catch Nottingham Trent off guard. We'll see.
And then with the intermediate, that could either with the intermediate, so that could either be that you've been rowing in this is your second year of uni, or you've been rowing for 15 years. It doesn't really matter. So in these you do get, for example, in the single, you do get a lot of disparity between the scores.
I'm not too sure what the rules are on your maximum age as a university athlete. You do need to be currently engaged in pursuing a degree in order to compete here, but there are some cases of mature students. I'll have to double check. UCL have worked themselves up a really nice advantage of 5 seconds. I mean, comparatively to what Nottingham Trent have, it might not seem like a lot, but trust me, when you're in that boat and you're 5 seconds ahead of the crew that's chasing you down, that gives you quite a lot of comfort and confidence, and perhaps even some room for error. I mean, we've seen quite a lot of clashes with the boys and some crabs going on, so hopefully we can avoid that too. So then again, it's important to work all throughout the race to give yourself as much leeway as possible. Look at the lovely rowing from that Nottingham Trent crew. They're rowing really well together despite the conditions, out nice and long, picking up that boat and driving it together at the same time. Great stuff. And in the last 200 meters we are, UCL safely cruising towards the second spot after Nottingham Trent just crossing the line right now. And in third place, it looks like it's going to be the crew from Dundee, which we don't see very often, so it's great to see them here competing. It's a crew from 40 miles north of St Andrews. So another Scottish crew producing a great result here for them to come away with third place.
as you can see, we've got the next final underway. A few minutes in, it's the women's E final for the intermediate pair. In lane 1, we've got Imperial College B, Birmingham B, Oxford C, Queen's B, Exeter B, and St Andrews B.
At the 500 meter mark, it was Exeter B crew from over in lane 5, leading with a very strong advantage of 5 seconds over their rivals from lane 6, St Andrews University, and in third we've had Queen's University B. A very different race to the final of previously. The field is so much more closely compacted. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to find out what the separating factors between these crews are. There's a lot of side-by-side racing going on, so hopefully in a pair, it's just like in a single where the distances can vary so quickly within just a space of a few strokes, because there are only 2 people applying power, so if it's easier to make up distances than in a bigger boat category, like for example 4 or an 8. So it will be interesting to see how those will shape up as we approach the K. And at the K, Exeter B crew still holding their lead over St Andrews, and in third place is the Oxford University C crew, 7 seconds behind them. You can see the supporters here at the bank from University of Nottingham, just lining up to show the support for their local home athletes. This is what British University Collegiate Sports Championships are all about. We're at the last 500 meters of this race. A very decisive lead from Exeter University. Over in second place, we have Birmingham B University poking their bow out into the second position for the first time in this race. And just behind them, 0.4 of a second, we've got the Queen's University B crew, chased by St Andrews B. It looks like Birmingham have really left themselves something to prove in the second K of this race. Let's take a look at their strategy and how this will shape up into the last 500. Now is the time that we're going to see the biggest shifts in speeds amongst crews, and some of those gaps will be very variable.
See a quite clear increase in the rate from the Exeter crew, just coming down into the finish, just past the 250 metre mark. Wanting to increase that lead they've got. Got Birmingham making a very
strong contention, isn't it? Yeah. Absolutely, they've managed to close this gap by quite a lot. They're absolutely going for it. You can see they've shortened up their stroke to about 3/4 of a length, and then just not letting that stroke rate come back down. Has Exeter gone off too hard? I mean, we're only about 100 meters away from the finish line now, but that Birmingham crew is really picking up some incredible speed here. Let's take a look at what the finishing margin will be like. Exeter still out in front, still strong, still confident. I don't think Birmingham will be able to catch them as they take their last final 3 strokes, and yes, they go over the line victorious. But Birmingham, fantastic rally in the second half of that race in order to come away with a second position in this E final. What do you make of a strategy like that, Joe?
The Exeter strategy.
The Birmingham strategy.
Well, I think they were in 5th place at the 500 metre. At the 1,000 metre, 4th place, second in the 1,500, and then second to finish.
I mean, that's very Kiwi Pair-esque, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just slowly crept up on them. I don't know if that was their plan, or if their start wasn't as good as I'd wanted it to be, but whatever happened, they've certainly made up the ground and gone for a second place, increased by 3 places.
Absolutely. And now, as we're waiting for the final D of this women's intermediate coxless pairs event, quick word from our sponsors. Milk Every Moment. BUCS are proud to be promoting the Milk Every Moment campaign to showcase how milk's nutritional values can support student athletes in prep for their events or with recovery. Head over to milkeverymoment.com to find out more about how milk can support your sporting performance, such as naturally providing you with vitamin B12 that helps support the immune system and helps with reducing tiredness and fatigue, or, as we've seen this weekend, producing some very fast splits down this track. Next up on the course, you can see on your screen, we've got the Women's Championship Lightweight Double Sculls event, and this is the final C of that competition. I'm not sure whether this is correct, but from the finishing tower here where we are, it looks like there's only one crew competing in this event, and they are paddling across the course.
Yeah, we've had a King's College boat scratched, so they'll just be racing for their time here.
So in front of us we have the Bangor University Women's Championship Lightweight Double Sculls. It's a great practice to go down this track, especially in those fast conditions. I would expect them to take the rate up in the second half of this race, and particularly towards the finish. It's a great opportunity to practice your race pace without too much stress or pressure, and then they will be able to head into any upcoming regattas of this season with just that little bit more confidence.
I can't imagine we'll see many celebrations on the finish line though.
I suspect you might be right, Joe. Have you ever had row-overs, they are called?
No, never.
They happen at regattas sometimes. I mean, it's good, and I think it's also important that the athletes have the amount of races in their legs that they've signed up to do. So I think it's great that rather than scratching the event, the athletes still get to go down the track and maybe practice a new technical drill or something else like this.
Definitely. I mean, a lot of crews, this is obviously British, so you get crews from Northern Ireland, all over Britain. These crews have come from Bangor, which I think is in Wales, correct me if I'm wrong.
Bangor is in Wales, yeah, you're right, yeah.
So they've come a long way to Nottingham, probably at least 3 hours, I'd imagine.
At the least, yeah.
At the least, yeah. So they'll be looking to get something out of it.
And with the coverage, we're moving back over to race 275, the D final of the women's intermediate pairs, which is the following race in succession from the last one that we've seen. The lineup comprises of Imperial, Nottingham, Birmingham, Sussex, Queens and Bath, as you can see on your screen. And at the 500 meter mark, the crew from Imperial over in lane 1 was leading the field by 0.3 of a second over the local crew from Nottingham University, Phoebe Williams and Mary Hemmings. At the K though, the leads changed hands completely. We've moved over to the opposite end of the lake. This is a very exciting race. So currently it's the Bath University A crew, Harriet Foskett and Isabella Makepeace, great name, leading the Queen's University Belfast pair by 2 seconds. Amelia McAleer and Holly Bartlett, and then that crew from Imperial, which got off to a great start, is now in 3rd position. It's quite unusual to see a very strong start from one end of the lake and then that lead change hands within just a few short 500 meters over to the other side. Joe, why do you think that is?
Not sure. I think sometimes some crews just have a really, really good start and then go into the 500 meter very confident, and then that changes. Some crews' race plans will be completely different.
Do you think from the Imperial standpoint they maybe got off to a great first 500? They decided to take the rate down, just keep their head down, do the middle K and make sure nothing bad happens, and then just really wind it up for the finish. I mean, this could be a reckoning mission for them.
It could be, and they could prove us wrong, although I think possibly it was that they had a good start and that they've settled into it now, but I'd like to be proved wrong. Quite a demanding lead from Queens by the looks of it.
It does certainly seem that way. We can just see the times have changed for us on our information system. It's not actually the Bath University crew that's leading after the K, is the Queen's University crew. Also now leading at the 1500 meter mark. I suspect the Bath University crew did not start this race, but at the 1500 meter mark is the Queen's University, rightly like you're saying, Joe, with a great lead of 0.7 of a second ahead of Imperial. So it's not actually as close. It's not actually as separate as we previously thought. Into the last 500, there could be quite a lot of shifts. I mean, less than about half a second between the top two leading crews. We've also got battle over here for 2nd place between Birmingham A and the local crew over from Nottingham. Let's take a look. The margins are very tight. It looks like Imperial are gaining their rhythm back, but Queen's University Belfast needs to respond. Imperial, like I've suspected, are just coming through Queen's University Belfast, but they're also now responding. You can see them lift that rate up and shorten the stroke slightly. Then we're now into the red boy territory of that race, and for the intermediate athletes, this is a very familiar territory. You know that there's only 150 meters or so left, so now it's time to drop absolutely everything you can under the water, throw the kitchen sink at your opponents, and that's exactly what Imperial have done. But great search also from Birmingham to come away from 3rd place and still challenging the top two leading crews. Will it be Imperial or will it be Queen's University Belfast? Let's take a look. It might come down to the photo finish. We've got an angle here from the line, and it is Queen's University Belfast managed to hold on their lead over Imperial, but oh, that's so close. 0.2 of a second. I mean, those kind of margins, when you visualize it over 2,000 meters, really just comes down to, Joe, am I right to say nothing?
Yeah, I think it's like Queen's on the far side, possibly caught a crab in the last second or something, then that managed them to get them up. They started rating very, very high though, Queen's University, in lane 5.
They really didn't want to let go of their lead, and I don't blame them. You know, you fight tooth and nail. It's like drawing blood in the last 200 meters. You know, you will put yourself almost in the ground in order to keep the advantage over your opponent. So very great stuff, and this is only the D final for that competition. So I'll be very interested to see how the successive finals will also go here. I think next up we have the C final of this competition. Currently in progress on our screens. We're 5 minutes into the race, and it's Aberdeen, St Andrews, Aberdeen again, Surrey, East Anglia and St Andrews. So this is a very Scottish heavy lineup here in the C final. Four out of the 6 crews.
Through the 1500 metre mark, we've got the times in. So St Andrews leading in lane 6, St Andrews C that is.
Yep. That is a fantastic style of rowing they've got over at St Andrews. A very good standard of rowing and even quicker times. I mean, over 1500 meters, they've managed to get themselves 7 seconds up, and like we've spoken about before in the previous races, this does give you an incredibly comfortable position to sort of navigate and control that race from. Lovely shot of that St Andrews crew. It's worth noting also St Andrews, they've got a very strong beach sprints program out in their university. They have great facilities, and they annually organise their beach sprints events, particularly for Scottish rowing. And as we know now that this is coming into the Olympic category from the LA Olympics in 3 years' time, it'll be very good to see a lot of these athletes that we see today here at BUCS compete at the highest level of the sport in just over 3 years. But here we are in the red boys. The lead has definitely shortened between St Andrews A and the crew over in lane 4, the University of Surrey. But they're not going to let them go easily. St Andrews is going to hold on to that lead, and as they approach the line, very comfortable, very confident, strong, powerful strokes, a very electrifying rhythm over here from that crew. Surrey just behind them. Great effort from them to keep that second place. And it's the St Andrews University A crew over in lane 2, finishing in the 3rd spot. And here we go, just at the halfway mark of this A final of the women's intermediate quadruple sculls. It's the University of West England B crew in the first spot, ahead of Strathclyde A University, completely two opposite ends of the country. And in 3rd spot we've got the Bournemouth University B crew, and they are just about 6 seconds behind the leading crew from the University of West England.
See the wind's picking up as well. Wind picks up, sun goes out, wind goes down, sun come back out as well.
We've had a real mix of conditions here today at BUCS. Yesterday we've had one of the hottest days of the year. I mean, it was 25, 26 degrees, and today I've seen a lot of people bring out their rain jackets and the wind jackets.
It's gone for, well, even when the sun's been out today, I'd say it felt hotter than it was yesterday. And then when it's gone with the clouds, everyone's been buying jumpers from the stores here, from Rival and Crew Room and 5-Star.
I think it's great also that we've got such variable conditions at the event, because some conditions definitely favour certain crews. That's not even to say like a particular university or anything like this. There's certain athletes who feel more comfortable rowing against headwinds, some people feel comfortable rowing against tailwinds, and I think just because we've got such a good mix here, you really get to test out your skills under all of those conditions. So it's an incredibly fair platform for racing here, and Nottingham's quite renowned for that, isn't it?
Yeah. What would you say your favourite conditions are to row?
I really like just a straight tailwind, not too much, just a light tailwind, not too choppy. And then I can just really focus on rowing in the boat like I would on the rowing machine, which is just to apply as much power as possible, hopefully in time with my teammates. What about you?
I like it. Well, I quite like it mild. I don't like rowing when it's too hot. Yesterday I wouldn't have wanted to be rowing, especially because you get so dehydrated doing it. It's nice to keep cool. But then also the opposite end of the spectrum on a 6 AM session in the middle of winter is absolutely horrible.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would always prefer to rowing in the sunny conditions over rainy conditions, purely because you don't need to worry too much about the grip on your blade and squaring and feathering, you know.
Coming through the 1500 metre mark, we've got in first place, we've got Strathclyde, and second place UWE B crew, and third place Bournemouth, fourth Leeds, and fifth UCL and Northumbria in last position currently.
The sun has come up, but I think the winds increased slightly again. Actually, we've got an even stronger tailwind than before, so we should be seeing quite quick times here. And it looks like lane 2, Strathclyde, have managed to work their opponents through and secure themselves with that lead. It was only 0.2 of a second between them and Huey at the 500 meter to go mark, but that gap has now increased. They've really put down the work and they're rowing so well together, so cohesively. That blade work is really clean. You can tell they're exiting the blades at the finish square, and you can really see how much speed, just that, how much acceleration that adds on to the boat. Great stuff there from the Scottish athletes.
It's looking very close for second as well. The far lane and the middle lanes.
And it is the westernmost crew from this event that takes the win. Did you know that Strathclyde is further west than Bristol on the UK map?
I didn't. Strathclyde in Scotland?
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah. Edinburgh's further west than Bristol. It's a little known fact that not many people know.
I didn't know that. To be honest, is Bristol near to Cornwall or not?
Yes.
It is? Okay. That's all I know about Bristol. But Northumbria coming in last place as well. Rowing through the finish.
Northumbria training out of the Tyne Amateur Rowing Club on the River Tyne, where we've seen so many great results produced by other athletes that train on that stretch of the river from Durham University and Newcastle University. Moving over to the next race, we have the final E of that same event. That's the women's intermediate quads. We have Lincoln, Liverpool, Portsmouth, Queens, St Andrews and UCL. So another very varied field. And in lane 3 in the Portsmouth crew, we have one of our BUCS commentators, Nadine Smith, over in the stroke seat. So we'll be cheering Nadine on, and she is currently in the lead.
But not by much, only a second in it, of a matter of 0.3 seconds. Very close at the moment.
Let's let them get up to speed and see. I mean, Nadine will have definitely picked up a few strategies from sitting here and observing those tens of races that she's had the pleasure of commentating on earlier. But yeah, very good start from those crews. Quad's such a fast boat category. You do have 8 oars, which is only only equaled by the age. Obviously the blades are a little bit smaller in size, and then one athlete is controlling 2 oars, but that's still, you very often see those boat catch gears go below 540 for the 2000 meter at the Olympic level.
You can just see how choppy it is there as well. A lot of splashing, trying to get the blades over the waves.
Yeah, it's really important to draw high in these type of conditions and have a really nice big C shape around the back with your blades to make sure that you're not going to get caught. I mean, just looking down from the commentator's tower is now so incredibly gusty. Even the birds are struggling to fly in a straight line here. You can see the little wind turbine over at the end of the course is really starting to pick up some speed as well. Not just the athletes we've got racing here, but back to this race at the 1000 meter mark. It was the lane 4 Queen's University crew that led UCL by a margin of exactly 1 second, and over in third place we've had Lincoln University 0.3 of a seconds behind. Nadine is currently over in 5th place, but only a second behind the place number 4 Liverpool. Let's take a look. The conditions are really challenging our athletes here. They do need to keep in mind a big element of staying composed and staying together. It's really easy sometimes when you applying your maximum effort to forget about the technical aspect that you need to keep at the forefront, especially with choppiness like this. So sometimes it's worth just even lowering the power output by about 5%, just purely to avoid all of these mistakes and chaos that could come with such conditions and having to deal with them. But they are dealing with them quite well, and wow, what a sprint from Portsmouth. They've now taken the lead. They've regained it after 1000 meters, and at the 1500 meter mark they've got a 3-second advantage. Great stuff from Nadine. She's clearly listening to this commentary booth. She's now going to be absolutely pushing for the great finish here. And over in second place we've got the crew from Lincoln, and in third place we've got the UCL crew. Not much to separate them. I think we're in for a very quick finish, but all eyes on lane 3, 1 and 6, as this is where most of the action is taking place.
Few struggles from lane 1. I think the conditions causing issues for them with the steering possibly.
Oh, they've now had to stop. Wow. Can they get it back in time? You can't quite see on the screen. You can't just over the edge of it, but now they've stopped completely. Will they continue this race? And it looks like their opponents are capitalizing on that mistake. We have lane 2, lane 4 and lane 6 just edging out ahead. That's UCL, Queen's Belfast and Liverpool. And it's UCL that takes the win over Queen's Belfast and Liverpool over in second. I think that time that we've had at the 1500 meter from Portsmouth could have been a technical error, as I didn't see them drop that much speed, and I think that that time was meant for the Queen's Belfast University. Another dramatic finish here at BUCS Regatta. I feel really sorry for those athletes over from Lincoln, as they were really getting up to some fantastic speed, but unfortunately they've had to stop and they weren't able to get their composure back in time. I mean, this is exactly what we've spoken about over the course of this race, how important it is to keep the composure and to keep that technical focus at the forefront of your mind when dealing with such choppiness.
As well, and when it comes to the end of a race, everybody's sort of got, there's a lot to say. Like, when you catch a crab, everybody is trying to do different things because you just panic. It's not you can't really plan for it or how to go about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, during some of our training sessions, we've practiced this exact scenarios where someone catches a crab, because particularly when I used to race back at the junior level, it would happen so often. Like, not every single race, but every 5 races, something like this would happen. So at that point, Joe, exactly like you're saying, it's important to not try and go off and do different things, but to almost stop, regain composure, and make one singular call as a crew to say, stop, easy, regain from backstops, on we go.
Definitely. And the crews, when they see that as well, that only spurs them on.
Moving over to the final of the women's intermediate quad. Over in lane 1 we've got Nottingham. Over in lane 2 we have Leeds, Reading, Loughborough, Newcastle and York. I would expect Newcastle to produce a quick finish in this race. They are renowned for their final sprint in the last 500 meters. That's their Italian rowing style, really bedded into the culture of their club by their coach Angelo Savarino. Obviously the coach of the women's crew is Alex Lee, but Alex and Angelo have been working together for so long. I suspect they agree on quite a few things in terms of how to run a boat club.
They've had some brilliant results this year, Newcastle as well. BUCS Head, the 8, I think one came first in the BUCS Head this year.
And what they've just taken away the bronze medal in the championship event also.
Yeah.
And here we are on that screen. If you're wondering how to locate the Newcastle crew, you just have to look for the distinctive blue star that's all over their kits, all over their oars. And if you've got an eagle eye, you can always spot a few blue stars out in a car park. Also, Newcastle here just half a second behind the leading crew from York. This is the York University B crew. This is the D crew for the Newcastle University. But it looks like the top 3 spots are really in close contention here, so I'm quite excited to see what's going to happen in the last K of this race. And like we said, we can expect a lot from these crews. This is an intermediate event. These athletes will have been rowing for a while now. They've got their race strategy really drilled into their muscle memory, so let's see how that's going to play out. Joe, do you have any predictions?
I would imagine, I think Newcastle will come through. I think currently they're second possibly, but I think they're going to come through with that strong finish, definitely.
You can just see a lot of power being generated by those oars here. The conditions aren't getting any less difficult here also. But like we said before, that's a great test for the preparation of our athletes here competing in this event. And after this race we'll have 5 more races before we conclude the racing for today also. Okay, we are nearing the 1500 meter mark of this race, which means now things are really starting to get serious. That pain that you're feeling in your legs, it can no longer be ignored. You know, those lungs are burning, you're lacking oxygen. It's really important to work together as a crew now, as one unit, and not let anything get in that way. Wow, great stuff from Leeds University, who've come from being 3rd at the K to now leading at the 1500 meter mark. Newcastle is 1.2 seconds behind them, but Newcastle have overtaken their lane neighbours, the Yorkshire B crew, who are now in 3rd position. This will be really exciting as they come and approach the commentator's tower where we are watching this race from.
I imagine shortly we'll be able to hear the Newcastle supporters who are just on the same side as the commentary box, guys coming up to the line.
You can see a lot of blue stars here, like you said, rallying up, and I think Newcastle, this is their this is the territory where they feel the most comfortable in. Is that last 500 where they really get to go up into the optimal speed. Just look at that power being produced by this crew. York University is responding, but I think Leeds University have worked out such a lead that they might not be able to even want to give it away, even no matter what Newcastle tries to throw at them. Wow, really impressive. It does look like almost a clear water length from a lead from here where we are. Could be wrong, but from this angle it's something's difficult to separate, and we are now in the final 100 meters of this race.
Really strong work from Leeds. Blade synchronicity is brilliant in this.
Very good display of rowing here from all of our top 3 contenders. Leeds very confidently, very comfortably taking that sprint, carrying them through the line, and it looks like Newcastle might have just gone a little bit too early. York University making that distance back on them at the finish and crossing the line about half a length, 3/4 of a length ahead of Newcastle. He looked absolutely exhausted. You can just see how much that race took it out of them, but no matter the position, they will be proud to have put down a performance and effort like that.
Leeds have done really well in that one. Just focusing on the middle cave by the looks of it, and from 3rd all the way to 1st. Next we've got the C final of the women's intermediate quads. In lane 1 we've got Durham B, lane 2 York A, lane 3 University of West Essex A, lane 4 Newcastle C, lane 5 Loughborough A, and lane 6 Sheffield. Got the results from the 500 metre. In 1st place we have Sheffield, in 2nd place we have University of West Essex, and in 3rd place we have York. Only about a 1.5 seconds between 1st, 2nd and 3rd. And 4th and 5th.
Again, not much to separate these crews. I guess that's the benefit of running a time trial with everyone being involved, is because then instead of running heats, reps and semis, you can run time trial seeding the crews into their respective finals, guaranteeing us some close racing here. Up on the screen you can see the confirmation of the 1000 meter marks. York ahead of Sheffield, ahead of Loughborough. 2 seconds behind them, UWE and Newcastle C crew. Joe, did you know that there are 7.2 grams of protein per 200 glass of milk? Protein supports the growth and maintenance of muscles, which makes milk the natural choice after sport. Visit milkeverymoment.co.uk to find out more. And remember, you can get involved in challenges, quizzes, and find out more about the Milk Every Moment campaign. Our student ambassadors are ready to test your milk knowledge, so come and find them in the trade tent and come away with a few goodie bags.
They've been coming around and giving us hydrated all day, haven't they?
Absolutely. Loaded up on protein, which we're now expending with our voices here in the commentators tower.
It takes a lot of energy to sit here and watch.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely would not want to swap seats with some of these athletes. I mean, just thinking back to the effort that it takes to go through the 2000 meter, we're just taking each race and trying to give feedback and be not critical but constructive about this, but just to remember just how much it hurts to go down that track. We don't say it enough, but a lot of our respect will go to these athletes for what they're showing us.
And it's not even just the physical, the mental side of rowing as well. It's arguably equally, if not more, hard. Most clubs train 6, sometimes 7 times a week, probably more than that in fact, in terms of number of sessions. And to motivate yourself to do that every day, knowing you've got to go and give it your all every single day, is very, very mentally draining. My hat goes off to anyone who does that.
Absolutely. It's not just even like the singular sessions, it's the consistent volume of them. Exactly like you're saying, you're training 6-7 days a week. I know from being back at Newcastle University, we used to train 15 times a week, which is beyond the full-time training. But that's exactly the kind of preparation that you need in order to be successful in the top level events here at this event.
And the pressure on you is good pressure, but the pressure from your friends, you want to beat your friends and everything. So the competitiveness is probably what keeps you going a lot of the time, I'd imagine.
Absolutely, and it's not negative pressure at all. It's almost like the opposite. It's a positive pressure because you don't want to let your teammates down, because you know in moments like this, in the final 500, when they're relying on you to put down your last bit of effort, that's exactly where that's going to come from not skipping sessions, from giving it all in training, and from not wanting to let your teammates down. And let's take a look here as the York University A over in lane 2 is cruising towards the line, extending their lead over lane 3 and 5. Those are the UWE and Loughborough crews, and as they're about to cross the finish line, they will showcase exactly what we've just been discussing. York ahead of Loughborough, ahead of University of West England, ahead of Sheffield, ahead of Newcastle C Crew.
And they'll be happy with that result, not just because it's over and the pain is over. Well, the pain isn't it's far from over. Not because the pain's about to stop, but also because they've worked towards this probably since the start of the year, if not certainly since BUCS Head.
Totally. For a lot of these athletes, the end goal will be to compete at the Henley Royal Regatta or Henley Women's Regatta, but there are only a limited amount of spots that you can get there. So for a lot of these athletes, the culmination of their rowing season will be their BUCS Regatta in this weekend. So no matter what performance where you ended up, as long as you're happy with the effort that you've put in throughout the winter training and also here in this event, you can come away happy and satisfied.
Moving on to the Open Intermediate 8 minor finals, with the F final firstly. In this we've got in lane 1 Cambridge B, lane 2 Manchester, lane 3 Durham C, lane 4 Swansea, lane 5 University of West Essex, and lane 6 Southampton B. All getting ready and lined up to go.
It's quite nerve-wracking being at the start line. You know carnage is about to follow, and you just have to stay as calm and quiet and present. Focus on just being lined up perfectly on the start. Listen to your crew, synchronizing with them, listen to the cox giving you commands. But also, what would you say the most important thing is at the start line?
Just to relax and know that not to worry about what's happened in yesterday's training session or anything like that. You know, you've worked hard over the last few months, and just to relax and let your muscle memory do its thing.
You really want to execute that very first stroke of the race cleanly, because then that gives you that mental comfort zone to know that you can then progress onto your start sequence and get off into the race. But what you're saying, Joe, that's exactly true. You don't want to be stressed, you don't want to be tense, you don't want to be panicking. You want to trust in the training and just focus on exactly what's in front of you, which is about, for these crews, about 6 minutes of racing or 6 minutes of pain.
Yeah. A lot of preparation is a massive thing as well. Like the day before, you've got to do all your calorie counting and all your macros and your proteins and stuff. And then even when you get there as well, you want to make sure you boat in within good time, because you don't want to be rushing up to the start line to then race back down, using all your energy just to get up.
Also, if you're tense up and sort of panicking, not relaxed at the start, there's also the possibility that you might full start, and that's exactly what you want to avoid too. That can be quite costly also. And we're just waiting for the buzzer to go off, signalling that it's time for them to start racing. And off we go. Just to remind, we've got Cambridge B, Manchester B, Durham C, Swansea C, UE C and Southampton B. So not a single A crew in this final F, which means that we should be seeing quite a similar standard amongst all of them. I don't see a clear leader here, but let's see how the field starts to shape up after their start sequence.
It looks like a powerful start from all of them, to be fair.
Last race of the day, there's nothing to lose. You want to leave every ounce of energy that you've still got left in you down this track.
And they'll have been waiting for it since probably about 10 o'clock this morning, I'd imagine, for this. A long time to wait for your race, a lot of time to have a rest and become mentally prepared.
Yeah, that's right. The time trials just finished at 11:20, and this will have been the last time that they've raced.
What do you think is the best thing to do during that time?
I think you want to avoid the sun as much as possible, because obviously then you won't dehydrate yourself too much. You won't get that sun exhaustion out. Personally, I think it varies from person to person. Like, obviously, some people will do better by being social, and some people need to isolate themselves. I personally just like to put on a comfortable, familiar playlist, stay away from the sun, and just keep sipping on my water bottle throughout the day. Have a few walk-arounds for about 10-ish minutes throughout the day, and just supplement that with a couple of stretching sessions.
Definitely. Staying out of the sun, I couldn't agree more with you. You can see when we get to the angle near the finish line, you'll see all the tents along the bank, with the crews bringing them, just relaxing in those, keeping out of the sun.
Definitely. If you are going to be exhausted, you want that to be a product of your work during the race, and not due to external factors that happen before you get onto the start line.
Definitely. I saw in Durham's tent as well, they've got a royal feast by the looks of it. I was tempted to go in and ask for a cupcake or something. But they've got a lot of stuff in there.
It's important to keep yourself fueled up. What are some of your go-to snacks?
Ooh. Saurine, if you know that. Yeah.
Do I know the mole floats? Of course. I used to live on them as an athlete. Do you go for the regular one, or do you take the flavourful ones?
I sometimes switch it up. The blueberry one's nice, although the classic is just...
Oh, I've not tried that one. I love the apple and banana.
I haven't tried that one.
Have you not?
No.
I guess we've got some homework to do after this.
Or Nature Valley. You know those ones? Maple syrup ones.
I really love Jaffa cakes instead of that. So Serenes, Jaffa cakes, and just some lovely ham and cheese baguettes.
Ham and cheese baguettes. The Jaffa cakes, well, I assume you eat them just before, so you get the maximum amount of sugar in your system.
That depends how many packs I've brought with me down to this race.
Yeah, and how many of your friends want as well.
Oh, I'm not sharing.
No.
And at the 1,000 meter mark, it's the Cambridge University crew leading ahead of Southampton and University of Swansea. Not too big of a margin, like you said. The powerful start from all of these crews. We can see all aids inside, which will be quite loud when you're at the start, and obviously in the middle of that race, all crews will be able to hear that blade work. Those blades coming in and out, the catches, the power, and as well as the coxing voices being amplified through the microphones.
Close-up shot there, tidy blade work.
At the 1,000 meter mark, Cambridge had a margin of 2 seconds. Let's see how that margin will look over 1,500 meters. I suspect this is not a Cambridge University itself. It will be one of the Cambridge colleges is competing. But that's over in lane 1.
One thing I always think is that I never notice the boats that's you'll be able to see it on the camera, the boat that's following the safety launch, with the umpires and the officials. You'd notice that, but I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah, during the race, you just want to keep your head in front of you, tunnel vision. You don't even want to be looking at your blade or outside of the boat. That's one of the cardinal sins, I guess, that you could commit during the race. And yeah, to be honest, now that I think about it, what you've mentioned, I don't think I've ever paid attention to the safety launch before either. Particularly when I was in the boat and racing. Obviously, you can't see it here from our standpoint, but yeah. A lovely sprint from Cambridge. Okay, coming into the last 250 meters or so of this race, they look to have just about a length of advantage over crew in lane 5, University of West England, and next to them, going quite strong in the middle, is the Swansea University. I suspect those will be our top 3 finishers, but let's take a closer look at the margins in front of us. What do you see, Jay?
Looks very close at the front, yeah. Lane 1 definitely powering ahead. Up the rate of, I don't know what rate that is, very high. They're not sacrificing anything by the looks of it, they're going for a lot of speed.
And that is a very, very quick finish. But they know that everyone else will be doing the same, so now is not the time to let off when the finish line is within 5 and 4. There we go. Cambridge University B, that's the Jesus College Cambridge, if I'm not mistaken, ahead of University of West England. And then it was very close in here for the 3rd, 4th and 5th places, but it looks like Manchester University have just managed to jump into the 3rd spot here at the final ranking.
Moving on, we've got the E final of the intermediate 8s. In lane 1 we've got Liverpool, lane 2 Bath B, 3 Lancaster B, 4 Exeter B, 5 UCL B and 6 Nottingham B. And you can just tell from the quality of that finish there, even in the F final, a lot of quality in these intermediate 8s.
Yeah, absolutely. Those were some of the most interesting time trials to watch as well. Just purely, I mean, I might be biased because it's the 8s event, but they're just so loud and so fast and so splashy. It's just a candy for the eyes to watch.
Definitely. Okay, we've got the 500 metre times in. First place, it looks like Exeter are leading, and the second behind them is Nottingham, shortly followed by Liverpool. 4th place is Bath, 5th place is UCL, and 6th place is Lancaster.
Great shot here from our producers, just showing exactly what the middle of 8s racing looks like. It's just so exciting, and if you've never seen it in person, do head over to the next closest local regatta that you have and just experience that in person. It's beautiful, just watching so many boats working as hard as they can in succession next to each other, just battling it out inch for inch, stroke by stroke. I know I said sculling is like poetry, but I think 8s racing is also made out of similar material.
Definitely, a good 8 to watch is very, very satisfying. With the Liverpool boat as well, we've got Rob Harris, who I recognise his name, is the president of that club, I think, in the 4 seat. And we've got the 1,000 metre times in. We've got Nottingham B in first place, followed by Exeter, followed by UCL, and shortly behind them is Liverpool, and then Bath B and Lancaster in last place.
I suspect the Nottingham crew have put in a push after they settled onto their mid-race pace rhythm. They know that they're going to be watched by their home crowd, and they want to produce them and give them a spectacle to feast their eyes on. And at the 1500 metre mark, let's take a look. It's Nottingham University with a very lovely lead over in lane 6 over UCL and Exeter. You can see those yellow blades over on the far side, over lane 6 in the last 500. As we are approaching the last 250, that stroke rate is going up. The finishes get a little bit quicker, hands start to move a little bit faster. Those calls from the cocks get a little bit louder, and we can see them winding up for the finish. Great stuff here from lane 1 here, Liverpool University. They're absolutely showing us some interesting race strategy here. They were in 3rd position of the 1500 meter mark, but they fancy themselves the top spot over in this E final here, in the Open Intermediate 8 final. Let's take a look. We're approaching the Red Boy territory, and Liverpool ahead, I think. From this angle is difficult to say, but it will be between Liverpool and Nottingham. Joe, what do you see?
Opposite sides again, yeah. Liverpool look, they're making a good charge on them. I can't quite tell from this angle. Really, really strong from Liverpool.
I think Nottingham may have just regained their lead back, and UCL also perhaps prevailing that second spot. Maybe not. Let's wait for the photo finish.
Really strong finish from the top 3 crews there. We've got Nottingham in 1st place, Liverpool taking 2nd place, and UCL taking 3rd place.
And we have 2 more races to go for today's racing. The penultimate race ahead of us has just gone off the starting blocks. It is the D final of the Open Intermediate 8, and we have Newcastle, Warwick, Southampton, Surrey, Imperial and Queens.
What's your predictions for this one?
It would be interesting to see the time trials results, in particular for context of this event, because as we go closer to the top of the ranking, I suspect the margins, that's where they start to differ a little bit. So there might be a clear decisive winner over in this race. Surrey University, incredibly quick start, but I would say out of this it would be probably between Queens and Surrey, in my opinion, as these seem to be both the A crews of those universities.
It's very, looking at the results now, it's very close. 4:48.5 for Imperial in 1st place, at the top of the leader, and 4:51 for Newcastle. So all 6 crews within 3 seconds of each other.
Well, obviously it looks like Surrey and is trying to catch them by surprise along with Warwick, but now they've dropped back behind to... Yeah, we've got Warwick crew in lane 2 with the lead, and in lane 1 we have Newcastle University crew just 3 seconds behind them. Looked like a very quick start from Surrey, but now it is Newcastle and Warwick, so all eyes on lane 1 and 2.
What is it about clubs such as Newcastle and Surrey that gets them so many medals at these sorts of events?
So for Newcastle, it's obviously the continuity of the training program, the setup, the culture. When from the moment you step foot into that Newburn Bowhouse over at Newcastle on the River Tyne, you can see exactly what that club is all about. And I think the culture amongst those athletes is so strong. It feels like such a family team environment. You know, the training program has been almost the same for a number of years, so you know exactly what to expect week on week. And also because that program has been producing so many results in the previous years, you can fully trust it and commit to it, and then that way you can just focus on maximizing what's in front of you rather than thinking about the overall outlook of like the season's program. I just also think their rowing style is just suited to very quick finishes, obviously with their coach being Angelo with an Italian background. He used to row back in Italy, and what are Italians known for in world rowing? Obviously they're incredibly quick sprint finishes and lifting the rate up. Another reason is just really, really tough training. Like those training sessions do take it out of you. I'm sure everyone's heard the story about the 1500 meters at max effort that you have to do at Newcastle. What they don't know about is the morning before that you do max weights.
Yeah.
And leg weights. So you come into that 1500 with legs already shaking. So how do you get a better mental advantage being in the middle of the race than knowing exactly how to push hard with your legs already being tired?
Yeah.
Here we are, Warwick leading Newcastle quite comfortably. They are sprinting for the line. We are at the 200 meter mark, probably even less at this point. And Warwick half a length ahead of Newcastle. Newcastle are trying to gain back, but they should lift that rate a little bit higher. It does look like they left it just that slightly bit too late. But still, I believe they'll be pleased with coming away with second place in this D final. And we are shortly heading over to the final race of the day. But just before we do, I just wanted to remind everyone the BUCS are proud to be promoting the Milk Every Moment campaign to showcase how milk's nutritional values can support student athletes in prep for their event or with recovery. Head over to milkeverymoment.com to find out more about how milk can support your sporting performance, such as naturally providing you with vitamin B12 that helps support the immune system and helps reduce tiredness and fatigue and produce very quick speeds at BUCS Regatta.
Warwick must have been on the milk before that one with that finish.
We'll have to ask their coach in the post-race press conference.
It looks like the C final is underway. Let's have a look. In lane 1 we've got St Andrews, lane 2 Newcastle B, lane 3 Nottingham A, lane 4 York, lane 5 UEA, and lane 6 Oxford A.
Final race of the day. Let's really see what we have in store for us. At the 500 meter mark, it was the Oxford University A crew over in lane 6, I believe, from the information that we have, that was in the lead, and behind them was the local crew from Nottingham. Great to see so many Nottingham crews. And in third place, Newcastle B crew. Very quick time to be coming away in the C final under 3 minutes for 1000 meter. It just shows that these athletes are making the most out of the tail conditions we have here also. Depends on the
Coming to a conclusion of this day, what would you say your favourite race to have watched was?
I loved watching the Championship 8 Final A, the medal finals, also the intermediate. It just provided us with so many emotions and leads changing hands all the time. I couldn't pinpoint a singular race. I mean, there's just been so many great ones. The only thing I can say is I'm already looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got some good cruise, good boat classes tomorrow. Some interesting ones.
Yeah, totally. And at the 1500 meter mark, we're in the final 500 of the final race of the day. Is the Oxford University A crew leading Nottingham by 3 seconds. A very, very good advantage to be having in an 8. It's almost impossible to make that up unless something extraordinary happens. And then over in third place we have Newcastle B crew in third place. Look at that. effort that's going in. There's absolutely no shortage of that. Those athletes are leaving everything they can under the water. You can see here the Oxford University with their distinctive dark blue colours. Not too long ago that most of their teammates will have just been competing in the boat race against Cambridge, but today is a different ball game. Today is 2,000 meters side by side, and they are making absolutely the most out of it. What an advantage that they've worked out over the rest of this field. Absolutely incredible to see. But I'm looking over at the middle two lanes. Over in lane 2 and 3, Newcastle are seeming to be pushing Nottingham quite hard. That sprint finish that we always talk about is now coming into play. Joe, what do you see?
Newcastle definitely making up ground. Got a bit of a finish coming from lane 1 as well. St Andrews. Newcastle might just be able to get there.
And coming into the line, you can see the margin. Oh, it looks like Nottingham might just take it ahead of Newcastle. Wow, what a great turn of events here. 0.7 of a second. That's almost, again, nothing to separate these crews over such a distance like 2,000 meter racing. And that was the final race of the day. You can see the exhaustion in those athletes. They're just clinging onto their boats, and we're just having in shot the look over the entire course from the view of the start line. We'll be back tomorrow. But as for today, this concludes everything for racing for BUCS on Saturday. So on that note, easy there.